Chapter 10, Part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 10, The Interview, Part 2. Philammon gazed curiously at these symbols of a science unknown to him, and wondered whether the day would ever come when he too would understand their mysteries. But his eyes fell again as he saw the youths staring at his ragged sheepskin and matted locks with undisguised contempt. He could hardly collect himself enough to obey the summons of the venerable old man, as he beckoned him silently out of the room, and led him, with the titters of the young students ringing in his ears, through the door by which he had entered, and along a gallery, till he stopped and knocked humbly at a door. She must be within. His knees knocked together under him. His heart sank and sank into abysses. Poor wretch! He was half-minded once to escape and dash into the street. But was it not his one hope, his one object? But why did not that old man speak? If he would have but said something, if he would have only looked cross, contemptuous, but with the same impressive gravity, as of a man upon a business in which he had no voice, and wished it to be understood that he had none, the old man silently opened the door, and Philammon followed. There she was, looking more glorious than ever, more than when glowing with the enthusiasm of her own eloquence, more than when transfigured last night in golden tresses and glittering moonbeams. There she sat, without moving a finger, as the two entered. She greeted her father with a smile, which made up for all her seeming want of courtesy to him, and then fixed her large grey eyes full on Philammon. "Here is the youth, my daughter. It was your wish, you know, and I always believe that you know best." Another smile put an end to this speech, and the old man retreated humbly toward another door, with a somewhat anxious visage, and then lingering and looking back, his hand upon the latch. "If you require any one you know, you have only to call. We shall be all in the library." Another smile, and the old man disappeared, leaving the two alone. Philammon stood trembling, choking, his eyes fixed on the floor. Where were all the fine things he had conned over for the occasion? He dared not look up at that face, lest it should drive them out of his head. And yet the more he kept his eyes turned from the face, the more he was conscious of it, conscious that it was watching him, and the more all the fine words were, by that very knowledge, driven out of his head. When would she speak? Perhaps she wished him to speak first. It was her duty to begin, for she had sent for him. But still she kept silence, and sat scanning him intently from head to foot, herself as motionless as a statue, her hands folded together before her, over a manuscript which lay upon her knee. If there was a blush on her cheek at her own daring, his eyes swam too much to notice it. When would the intolerable suspense end? She was, perhaps, as unwilling to speak as he. But some one must strike the first blow, and, as often happens, the weaker party, impelled by sheer terror, struck it, and broke the silence in a tone half indignant, half apologetic. "You sent for me hither." "I did. It seemed to me, as I watched you during my lecture, both before and after you were rude enough to interrupt me, that your offence was one of mere youthful ignorance. It seemed to me that your countenance bespoke a nobler nature than that which the gods are usually pleased to bestow upon monks. That I may now ascertain whether or not my surmises were correct, I ask you for what purpose are you come hither?" Philammon hailed the question as a godsend. Now for his message! And yet he faltered as he answered, with a desperate effort, "To rebuke you for your sins." "My sins? What sins?" she asked, as she looked up with a stately, slow surprise in those large grey eyes, before which his own glance sank abashed, he knew not why. What sins? He knew not. Did she look like a Messalina? But was she not a heathen and a sorceress? And yet he blushed and stammered and hung down his head as, shrinking at the sound of his own words, he replied, "The foul sorceries, and profligacy worse than sorceries, in which they say—" He could get no further, for he looked up again and saw an awful quiet smile upon that face. His words had raised no blush upon the marble cheek. "They say? The bigots and slanderers, wild beasts of the deserts, and fanatic intriguers, who, in the words of him they call their master, compass heaven and earth to make one proselyte, and when they have found him, make him twofold more the child of hell than themselves. Go, I forgive you. You are young, and know not yet the mystery of the world. Science will teach you some day that the outward frame is the sacrament of the soul's inward beauty. Such a soul I had fancied your face expressed, but I was mistaken. Foul hearts alone harbour such foul suspicions, and fancy others to be what they know they might become themselves. Go! Do I look like? The very tapering of these fingers, if you could read their symbolism, would give your dream the lie." And she flashed full on him, like sun rays from a mirror, the full radiance of her glorious countenance. Alas, poor Philammon! Where were thy eloquent arguments, thy orthodox theories then? Proudly he struggled with his own man's heart of flesh, and tried to turn his eyes away. The magnet might as well struggle to escape from the spell of the north. In a moment, he knew not how, utter shame, remorse, longing for forgiveness swept over him and crushed him down, and he found himself on his knees before her, in abject and broken syllables entreating pardon. "Go! I forgive you. But know before you go that the celestial milk which fell from Hera's bosom, bleaching the plant which it touched to everlasting whiteness, was not more taintless than the soul of Theon's daughter." He looked up in her face as he knelt before her. Unerring instinct told him that her words were true. He was a monk, accustomed to believe animal sin to be the deadliest and worst of all sins, indeed, the great offence itself, beside which all others were comparatively venial. Where there was physical purity, must not all other virtues follow in its wake? All other failings were invisible under the dazzling veil of that great loveliness. And in his self-abasement he went on, "Oh, do not spurn me, do not drive me away. I have neither friend, home, nor teacher. I fled last night from the men of my own faith, maddened by bitter insult and injustice, disappointed and disgusted with their ferocity, narrowness, ignorance. I dare not, I cannot, I will not return to the obscurity and the dullness of a Thebaid Laura. I have 1,000 doubts to solve, 1,000 questions to ask, about that great ancient world of which I know nothing, of whose mysteries they say you alone possess the key. I am a Christian, but I thirst for knowledge. I do not promise to believe you, I do not promise to obey you, but let me hear. Teach me what you know, that I may compare it with what I know, if indeed—" and he shuddered as he spoke the words, "I do know anything. Have you forgotten the epithets which you used to me just now?" "No, no. But do you forget them? They were put into my mouth. I did not believe them when I said them. It was agony to me. But I did it, as I thought, for your sake, save you. Oh, say that I may come and hear you again, only from a distance, in the very farthest corner of your lecture-room. I will be silent, you shall never see me. But your words yesterday awoke in me, no, not doubts, but still I must hear more, or be as miserable and homeless inwardly as I am in my outward circumstances." And he looked up imploringly for consent. "Rise. This passion and that attitude are fitting neither for you nor me." And as Philammon rose, she rose also, went into the library to her father, and in a few minutes returned with him. "Come with me, young man," said he, laying his hand kindly enough on Philammon's shoulder. "The rest of this matter you and I can settle." And Philammon followed him, not daring to look back at Hypatia, while the whole room swam before his eyes. So I hear you have been saying rude things to my daughter. Well, she has forgiven you." "Has she?" asked the young monk, with an eager start. "Ah, you may well look astonished. But I forgive you too. It is lucky for you, however, that I did not hear you, or else, old man as I am, I can't say what I might not have done. Ah, you little know what she is," and the old pedant's eyes kindled with loving pride. "May the gods give you some day such a daughter, that is, if you learn to deserve it. As virtuous as she is wise as she is beautiful. Truly they have repaid me for my labours in their service. Look, young man, little as you merit it, here is a pledge of your forgiveness, such as the richest and noblest in Alexandria are glad to purchase with many an ounce of gold. A ticket of free admission to all her lectures henceforth. Now go. You have been favoured beyond your deserts, and should learn that the philosopher can practise what the Christian only preaches, and return good for evil." And he put into Philammon's hand a slip of paper, and bid one of the secretaries show him to the outer door. The youths looked up at him from their writing as he passed, with faces of surprise and awe, and evidently thinking no more about the absurdity of his sheepskin and his tan complexion. And he went out with a stunned, confused feeling, as of one who, by a desperate leap, has plunged into a new world. He tried to feel content, but he dare not. All before him was anxiety, uncertainty. He had cut himself adrift, he was on the great stream. Whither would it lead him? Well, was it not the great stream? Had not all mankind for all the ages been floating on it? Or was it but a desert river, dwindling away beneath the fiery sun, destined to lose itself a few miles on, among the arid sands? Were Arsenius and the faith of his childhood right? And was the old world coming speedily to its death throe, and the kingdom of God at hand? Or was Cyril right, and the Church Catholic appointed to spread, and conquer, and destroy, and rebuild, till the kingdoms of this world had become the kingdoms of God and of his Christ? If so, what use in this old knowledge which he craved? And yet, if the day of the destruction of all things were at hand, and the times destined to become worse and not better, till the end, how could that be? "What news?" asked the little porter, who had been waiting for him at the door all the while. "What news, O favourite of the gods? I will lodge with you and labour with you. Ask me no more at present. I am... Those who descended into the cave of Trophonius, and beheld the unspeakable, remained astonished for 3 days, my young friend, and so will you." And they went forth together to earn their bread. But what is Hypatia doing all this while, upon that cloudy Olympus, where she sits enshrined far above the noise and struggle of man and his work-day world? She is sitting again, with her manuscripts open before her, but she is thinking of the young monk, not of them. beautiful as Antinous, rather as the young Phoebus himself, flesh growing from the slaughter of the python. Why should not he, too, become a slayer of pythons and loathsome monsters, bred from the mud of sense and matter? So bold and earnest! I can forgive him those words for the very fact of his having dared, here in my father's house, to say them to me. And yet so tender, so open to repentance and noble shame. That is no plebeian by birth, patrician blood surely flows in those veins. It shows out in every attitude, every tone, every motion of the hand and lip. He cannot be one of the herd. Whoever knew one of them crave after knowledge for its own sake? And I have longed so for one real pupil. I have longed so to find one such man among the effeminate selfish triflers who pretend to listen to me. I thought I had found one, and the moment that I had lost him, behold, I find another, and that a fresher, purer, simpler nature than ever Raphael's was at his best. By all the laws of physiognomy, by all the symbolism of gesture and voice and complexion, by the instinct of my own heart, that young monk might be the instrument, the ready, valiant, obedient instrument, for carrying out all my dreams. If I could but train him into a Longinus, I could dare to play the part of a Zenobia, with him as counsellor. And for my Odenatus, Orestes, horrible. She covered her face with her hand a minute. No, she said, dashing away the tears. That, and anything and everything, for the cause of philosophy and the gods. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brendan Tannum. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 11. The Laura Again. Not a sound, not a moving object, broke the utter stillness of the glen of Scetis. The shadows of the crags, though paling every moment before the spreading dawn, still shrouded all the gorge in gloom. A winding line of haze slept above the course of the rivulet. The plumes of the palm trees hung motionless, as if awaiting in resignation the breathless blaze of the approaching day. At length, among the green ridges of the monastery garden, two grey figures rose from their knees, and began, with slow and feeble strokes, to break the silence by the clatter of their hoes among the pebbles. These beans grow wonderfully, brother Aufugus. We shall be able to sow our second crop, by God's blessing, a week earlier than we did last year. The person addressed returned no answer, and his companion, after watching him for some time in silence, recommenced. What is it, my brother? I have remarked lately a melancholy about you, which is hardly fitting for a man of God. A deep sigh was the only answer. The speaker laid down his hoe, and placing his hand affectionately on the shoulder of Aufugus, asked again, What is it, my friend? I will not claim with you my abbot's right to know the secrets of your heart, but surely that breast hides nothing which is unworthy to be spoken to me, however unworthy I may be to hear it. Why should I not be sad, Pambo, my friend? Does not Solomon say that there is a time for mourning? True, but a time for mirth also. None to the penitent, burdened with the guilt of many sins. Recollect what the blessed Anthony used to say, Trust not in thine own righteousness, and regret not that which is past. I do neither, Pambo. Do not be too sure of that. Is it not because thou art still trusting in thyself that thou dost regret the past, which shows thee that thou art not that which thou wouldst gladly pride thyself on being? Pambo, my friend, said Arsenius solemnly, I will tell thee all. My sins are not yet past, for Honorius my pupil still lives, and in him lives the weakness and the misery of Rome. My sins past? If they are, why do I see rising before me, night after night, that train of accusing spectres, ghosts of men slain in battle, widows and orphans, virgins of the Lord shrieking in the grasp of barbarians, who stand by my bedside and cry, hadst thou done thy duty, we had not been thus. Where is that imperial charge which God committed to thee? And the old man hid his face in his hands and wept bitterly. Pambo laid his hand again tenderly on the weeper's shoulder. Is there no pride here, my brother? Who art thou to change the fate of nations and the hearts of emperors, which are in the hand of the King of Kings? If thou wert weak and imperfect in thy work, for unfaithful, I will warrant thee, thou wert never. He put thee there because thou wert imperfect, that so that which has come to pass might come to pass, and thou bearest thine own burden only, and yet not thou, but he who bore it for thee. Why then am I tormented by these nightly visions? Fear them not, friend, they are spirits of evil, and therefore lying spirits. Were they good spirits, they would speak to thee only in pity, forgiveness, encouragement. But be they ghosts or demons, they must be evil, because they are accusers, like the evil one himself, the accuser of the saints. He is the father of lies, and his children will be like himself. What said the blessed Anthony? That a monk should not busy his brain with painting spectres, or give himself up for lost, but rather be cheerful, as one who knows that he is redeemed, and in the hands of the Lord, where the evil one has no power to hurt him. For, he used to say, the demons behave to us even as they find us. If they see us cast down and faithless, they terrify us still more, that they may plunge us in despair. But if they see us full of faith, and joyful in the Lord, with our souls filled with the glory which shall be, then they shrink abashed, and flee away in confusion. Cheer up, friend. Such thoughts are of the night, they are of Satan, and of the powers of darkness, and with the dawn they flee away. And yet things are revealed to men upon their beds in visions of the night. Be it so, nothing at all events has been revealed to thee upon thy bed, except that which thou knowest already far better than Satan does, namely, that thou art a sinner. But for me, my friend, though I doubt not that such things are, it is the day and not the night which brings revelations. How then? Because by day I can see to read that book which is written, like the law given on Sinai, upon tables of stone by the finger of God himself. Arsenius looked up at him inquiringly. Pambo smiled. Thou knowest that, like many holy men of old, I am no scholar, and knew not even the Greek tongue, till thou, out of thy brotherly kindness, taughtest it to me. But hast thou never heard what Antony said to a certain pagan, who reproached him with his ignorance of books? Which is first, he asked, spirit or letter? Spirit, sayest thou? Then no, the healthy spirit needs no letters. My book is the whole creation, lying open before me, wherein I can read whensoever I please the word of God. Dost thou not undervalue learning, my friend? I am old among monks, and have seen much of their ways, and among them my simplicity seems to have seen this, many a man wearing himself with study, and tormenting his soul as to whether he believed rightly this doctrine and that, while he knew not with Solomon that in much learning is much sorrow, and that while he was puzzling at the letter of God's message, the spirit of it was going fast and faster out of him. And how didst thou know that of such a man? By seeing him become a more and more learned theologian, and more zealous for the letter of orthodoxy, and yet less and less loving and merciful, less and less full of trust in God, and of hopeful thoughts for himself and for his brethren, till he seemed to have darkened his whole soul with disputations, which breed only strife, and to have forgotten utterly the message which is written in that book, wherewith the blessed Anthony was content. Of what message dost thou speak? Look, said the old abbot, stretching his hand towards the eastern desert, and judge, like a wise man, for thyself. As he spoke, a long arrow of level light flashed down the gorge from crag to crag, awakening every crack and slab to vividness and life. The great crimson sun rose swiftly through the dim night mist of the desert, and as he poured his glory down the glen, the haze rose in threads and plumes, and vanished, leaving the stream to sparkle round the rocks, like the living twinkling eye of the whole scene. Swallows flashed by hundreds out of the cliffs, and began their air dance for the day. The jerboa hopped stealthily homeward on his stilts from his stolen meal in the monastery garden. The brown sand lizards underneath the stones opened one eyelid each, and having satisfied themselves that it was day, dragged their bloated bodies and whip-like tails out into the most burning patch of gravel which they could find, and nestling together as a further protection against cold, fell fast asleep again. The buzzard, who considered himself lord of the valley, awoke with a long querulous bark, and rising aloft in 2 or 3 vast rings to stretch himself after his night's sleep, hung motionless, watching every lark which chirruped on the cliffs, while from the far-off Nile below the awakening croak of pelicans, the clang of geese, the whistle of the godwit and curlew, came ringing up the windings of the glen, and last of all the voices of the monks rose chanting a morning hymn to some wild Eastern air, and a new day had begun in Scetis, like those which went before, and those which were to follow after, week after week, year after year, of toil and prayer, as quiet as its sleep. What does that teach thee, Aufugus, my friend? Arsenius was silent. To me it teaches this, that God is light, and in him is no darkness at all, that in his presence is life, and fullness of joy for evermore, that he is the giver, who delights in his own bounty, the lover, whose mercy is over all his works, and why not over thee, too, O thou of little faith? Look at those 1,000 birds, and without our Father not one of them shall fall to the ground. And art thou not of more value than many sparrows, thou for whom God sent his Son to die? Ah, my friend, we must look out and around to see what God is like. It is when we persist in turning our eyes inward, and prying curiously over our own imperfections, that we learn to make a God after our own image, and fancy that our own darkness and hardness of heart are the patterns of his light and love. Thou speakest rather as a philosopher than as a penitent Catholic. For me, I feel that I want to look more, and not less, inward, deeper self-examination, completer abstraction than I can attain even here, are what I crave for. I long, forgive me, my friend, but I long more and more, daily, for the solitary life. This earth is accursed by man's sin. The less we see of it, it seems to me, the better. I may speak as a philosopher, or as a heathen, for aught I know. Yet it seems to me that, as they say, the half-loaf is better than none, that the wise man will make the best of what he has, and throw away no lesson because the book is somewhat torn and soiled. The earth teaches me thus far already. Shall I shut my eyes to those invisible things of God, which are clearly manifested by the things which are made, because some day they will be more clearly manifested than now? But as for more abstraction, are we so worldly here in Scetis? Nay, my friend, each man has surely his vocation, and for each some peculiar method of life is more edifying than another. In my case, the habits of mind which I acquired in the world will cling to me in spite of myself even here. I cannot help watching the doings of others, studying their characters, planning and plotting for them, trying to prognosticate their future fate. Not a word, Not a gesture of this our little family but turns away my mind from the one thing needful. And do you fancy that the anchorite in his cell has fewer distractions? What can he have but the supply of the mere necessary wants of life, and them even he may abridge to the gathering of a few roots and herbs? Men have lived like the beasts already, that they might at the same time live like the angels, and why should not I also? And thou art the wise man of the world, the student of the hearts of others, the anatomizer of thine own. Hast thou not found out that, besides a craving stomach, man carries within him a corrupt heart? Many a man I have seen who, in his haste to fly from the fiends without him, has forgotten to close the door of his heart against worse fiends who are ready to harbour within him. Many a monk friend changes his place, but not the anguish of his soul. I have known those who, driven to feed on their own thoughts in solitude, have desperately cast themselves from cliffs, or ripped up their own bodies, in the longing to escape from thoughts from which one companion, one kindly voice, might have delivered them. I have known those, too, who have been so puffed up by those very penances which were meant to humble them, that they have despised all means of grace, as though they were already perfect, and refusing even the Holy Eucharist, have lived in self-glorying dreams and visions suggested by the evil spirits. One such I knew, who, in the madness of his pride, refused to be counselled by any mortal man, saying that he would call no man master. And what befell him? He who used to pride himself on wandering a day's journey into the desert without food or drink, who boasted that he could sustain life for 3 months at a time only on wild herbs and the blessed bread, seized with an inward fire, fled from his cell back to the theatres, the circus, and the taverns, and ended his miserable days in desperate gluttony, holding all things to be but phantasms, denying his own existence and that of God himself. Arsenius shook his head. Be it so, but my case is different. I have yet more to confess, my friend. Day by day I am more and more haunted by the remembrance of that world from which I fled. I know that if I returned, I should feel no pleasure in those pomps, which, even while I battened on them, I despised. Can I hear any more the voice of singing men and singing women, or discern any longer what I eat or what I drink? And yet, the palaces of those 7 hills, their statesmen and their generals, their intrigues, their falls, and their triumphs, for they might rise and conquer yet, for no moment are they out of my imagination, no moment in which they are not tempting me back to them, like a moth to the candle which has already scorched him, with a dreadful spell, which I must at last obey, wretch that I am, against my own will, or break by fleeing into some outer desert, from whence return will be impossible. Pambo smiled. Again, I say, this is the worldly wise man, the searcher of hearts, and he would fain flee from the little Laura, which does turn his thoughts at times from such vain dreams, to a solitude where he will be utterly unable to escape those dreams. Well, friend, and what if thou art troubled at times by anxieties and schemes for this brother and for that? Better to be anxious for others than only for thyself. Better to have something to love, even something to weep over, than to become in some lonely cavern thine own world, perhaps, as more than one whom I have known, thine own God. Do you know what you are saying? Asked Arsenius in a startled tone. I say that by fleeing into solitude a man cuts himself off from all which makes a Christian man, from law, obedience, fellow help, self-sacrifice, from the communion of saints itself. How then, how canst thou hold communion with those towards whom thou canst show no love? And how canst thou show thy love but by works of love? I can at least pray day and night for all mankind, has that no place, or rather has it not the mightiest place, in the communion of saints? He who cannot pray for his brothers whom he does see, and whose sins and temptations he knows, will pray but dully, my friend Aufugus, for his brothers whom he does not see, or for anything else. And he who will not labour for his brothers, the same will soon cease to pray for them, or love them either. And then, what is written? If a man love not his brother whom he hath seen, how will he love God whom he had not seen? Again, I say, do you know whither your argument leads? I am a plain man, and know nothing about arguments. If a thing be true, let it lead where it will, for it leads where God wills. But at this rate it were better for a man to take a wife, and have children, and mix himself up in all the turmoil of carnal affections, in order to have as many as possible to love, and fear for, and work for. Pambo was silent for a while. I am a monk and no logician, but this I say, that thou leavest not the Laura for the desert with my good will. I would rather, had I my wish, see thy wisdom installed somewhere nearer the metropolis, at Troy or Canopus, for example, where thou mightest be at hand to fight the Lord's battles. Why wert thou taught worldly wisdom, but to use it for the good of the church? It is enough. Let us go. And the two old men walked homeward across the valley, little guessing the practical answer which was ready for their argument in Abbot Pambo's cell, in the shape of a tall and grim ecclesiastic, who was busily satisfying his hunger with dates and millet, and by no means refusing the palm wine, the sole delicacy of the monastery, which had been brought forth only in honour of a guest. The stately and courtly hospitality of Eastern manners, as well as the self-restraining kindliness of monastic Christianity, forbade the abbot to interrupt the stranger, and it was not till he had finished a hearty meal that Pambo asked his name and errand. My unworthiness is called Peter the Reader. I come from Cyril, with letters and messages to the brother Aufugus. Pambo rose and bowed reverentially. We have heard your good report, sir, as of one zealously affected in the cause of the Church Catholic. Will it please you to follow us to the cell of Aufugus? Peter stalked after them with a sufficiently important air to the little hut, and there, taking from his bosom Cyril's epistle, handed it to Arsenius, who sat long, reading and rereading with a clouded brow, while Pambo watched him with simple awe, not daring to interrupt by a question lucubrations which he considered of unfathomable depth. These are indeed the last days, said Arsenius at length, spoken of by the prophet, when many shall run to and fro. So Heraclian has actually sailed for Italy. His armament was met on the high seas by Alexandrian merchantmen 3 weeks ago. And Orestes hardens his heart more and more. Ay, Pharaoh that he is, or rather, the heathen woman hardens it for him. I always feared that woman above all the schools of the heathen, said Arsenius. But the Count Heraclian, whom I always held for the wisest as well as the most righteous of men, alas, alas, what virtue will withstand when ambition enters the heart? Fearful, truly, said Peter, is that same lust of power, but for him I have never trusted him since he began to be indulgent to those Donatists. Too true, so does one sin beget another, and I consider that indulgence to sinners is the worst of all sins whatsoever. Not of all, surely, reverend sir, said Pambo humbly. But Peter, taking no notice of the interruption, went on to Arsenius. And now, what answer am I to bear back from your wisdom to his holiness? Let me see. He might. It needs consideration. I ought to know more of the state of parties. He has, of course, communicated with the African bishops and tried to unite them with him 2 months ago. But the stiff-necked schismatics are still jealous of him and hold aloof. Schismatics is too harsh a term, my friend. but has he sent to Constantinople? He needs a messenger accustomed to courts. It was possible, he thought, that your experience might undertake the mission. Me? Who am I? Alas, alas, fresh temptations daily. Let him send by the hand of whom he will. And yet, were I, at least in Alexandria, I might advise from day to day. I should certainly see my way clearer, and unforeseen chances might arise too. Pambo, my friend, thinkest thou that it would be sinful to obey the holy patriarch? Ha! said Pambo, laughing. And thou art he who was for fleeing into the desert an hour agone. And now, when once thou smellest the battle afar off, thou art pawing in the valley like the old war-horse. Go, and God be with thee. Thou wilt be none the worse for it. Thou art too old to fall in love, too poor to buy a bishopric, and too righteous to have one given thee. Art thou in earnest? What did I say to thee in the garden? Go, and see our son, and send me news of him. Ah, shame on my worldly mindedness. I had forgotten all this time to inquire for him. How is the youth, reverend sir? Whom do you mean? Philemon, our spiritual son, whom we sent down to you 3 months ago, said Pambo. Risen to honour he is by this time, I doubt not. He? He is gone. Gone? Ay, the wretch, with the curse of Judas on him. He had not been with us 3 days before he beat me openly in the patriarch's court, cast off the Christian faith, and fled away to the heathen woman Hypatia, of whom he is enamoured. The 2 old men looked at each other with blank and horror-stricken faces. Enamoured of Hypatia, said Arsenius at last. It is impossible, sobbed Pambo. The boy must have been treated harshly, unjustly. Someone has wronged him, and he was accustomed only to kindness, and could not bear it. Cruel men that you are, and unfaithful stewards. The Lord will require the child's blood at your hands. Ay, said Peter, rising fiercely. This is the world's justice. Blame me, blame the patriarch, blame any and every one but the sinner. As if a hot head and a hotter heart were not enough to explain it all. As if a young fool had never before been bewitched by a fair face. Oh, my friends, cried Arsenius, why revile each other without cause? I only am to blame. I advised you, Pambo. I sent him. I ought to have known. What was I doing, old worldling that I am, to thrust the poor innocent forth into the temptations of Babylon? This comes of all my schemings and my plottings, and now his blood will be on my head. As if I had not sins enough to bear already, I must go and add this over and above all, to sell my own Joseph, the son of my old age, to the Midianites. Here, I will go with you, now, at once. I will not rest till I find him, clasp his knees, till he pities my grey hairs. Let Heraclian and Orestes go their way for aught I care. I will find him, I say. O Absalom, my son, would to God that I had died for thee, my son, my son. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ada Kerman. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 12, The Bower of Acacia. The house which Pelagia and the Amal had hired after their return to Alexandria was one of the most splendid in the city. They had been now living there 3 months or more, and in that time Pelagia's taste had supplied the little which it needed to convert it into a paradise of lazy luxury. She herself was wealthy, and her Gothic guests, overburdened with Roman spoils, the very use of which they could not understand, freely allowed her and her nymphs to throw away for them the treasures which they had won in many a fearful fight. What matter, if they had enough to eat and more than enough to drink? How could the useless surplus of their riches be better spent than in keeping their ladies in good humour? And when it was all gone, they would go somewhere or other, who cared whither, and win more. The whole world was before them waiting to be plundered, and they would fulfill their mission whensoever it suited them. In the meantime they were in no hurry. Egypt furnished in profusion every sort of food which could gratify palates far more nice than theirs. and as for wine, few of them went to bed sober from one week's end to another. Could the souls of warriors have more, even in the halls of Valhalla? So thought the party who occupied the inner court of the house one blazing afternoon in the same week in which Cyril's messenger had so rudely broken in on the repose of the Scetis. Their repose, at least, was still untouched. The great city roared without, Orestes plotted, and Cyril counterplotted, and the fate of a continent hung, or seemed to hang, trembling in the balance. But the turmoil of it no more troubled those lazy Titans within than did the roll and rattle of the carriage wheels disturb the parakeets and sunbirds which peopled, under an awning of gilded wire, the inner court of Pelagia's house. Why should they fret themselves with it all? What was every fresh riot, execution, conspiracy, bankruptcy but a sign that the fruit was growing ripe for the plucking? Even Heracleon's rebellion and Orestes' suspected conspiracy were to the younger and coarser Goths a sort of child's play at which they could look on and laugh and bet from morning till night, while to the more cunning heads, such as Wolf and Smid, they were but signs of the general rottenness, new cracks in those great walls over which they intended, with a simple and boyish consciousness of power, to mount to victory when they chose. And in the meantime, till the right opening offered, what was there better than to eat, drink, and sleep? And certainly they had chosen a charming retreat in which to fulfill that lofty mission. Columns of purple and green porphyry, among which gleamed the white limbs of delicate statues, surrounded a basin of water, fed by a perpetual jet, which sprinkled with cool spray the leaves of the oranges and mimosas, mingling its murmurs with the warblings of the tropic birds which nestled among the branches. On one side of the fountain, under the shade of a broad-leaved palmetto, lay the Amal's mighty limbs, stretched out on cushions, his yellow hair crowned with vine leaves, his hand grasping a golden cup, which had been won from Indian Rajas by Parthian Chosroes, from Chosroes by Roman generals, from Roman generals by the heroes of sheepskin and horsehide, while Pelagia, by the side of the sleepy Hercules Dionysos, lay leaning over the brink of the fountain, lazily dipping her fingers into the water and basking, like the gnats which hovered over its surface, in the mere pleasure of existence. On the opposite brink of the basin, tended each by a dark-eyed Hebe, who filled the wine cups, and helped now and then to empty them, lay the especial friends and companions in arms of the Amal, Goderic the son of Ermenric, and Agelmund the son of Cniva, who both, like the Amal, boasted a descent from gods. And last, but not least, that most important and all but sacred personage, Smid the son of Troll, reverenced for cunning beyond the sons of men. For not only could he make and mend all matters, from a pontoon bridge to a gold bracelet, shoe horses and doctor them, charm all diseases out of man and beast, carve runes, interpret war omens, foretell weather, raise the winds, and, finally, conquer in the battle of Meadhorns all except Wolf the son of Ovida, but he had actually, during a sojourn among the half-civilized Mesogoths, picked up a fair share of Latin and Greek, and a rough knowledge of reading and writing. A few yards off lay old Wolf upon his back, his knees in the air, his hands crossed behind his head, keeping up, even in his sleep, a half-conscious comment of growls on the following intellectual conversation. "Noble wine this, is it not? Perfect. Who bought it for us?" "Old Miriam bought it at some great tax farmer's sale. The fellow was bankrupt, and Miriam said she got it for the half what it was worth." "Serve the penny-turning rascal right. The old vixen fox took care, I'll warrant her, to get her profit out of the bargain." "Never mind if she did. We can afford to pay like men if we earn like men." "We shan't afford it long at this rate," growled Wolf. "Then we'll go and earn more. I am tired of doing nothing." "People need not do nothing unless they choose," said Goderic. "Wolf and I had coursing fit for a king the other morning on the sand-hills. I had had no appetite for a week before, and I have been as sharp-set as a Danube pike ever since." "Coursing? What, with those long-legged, brush-tailed brutes, like a fox upon stilts, which the prefect cozened you into buying?" "All I can say is that we put up a herd of those, what do you call them here, deer with goat's horns? Antelopes? That's it, and the curs ran into them as a falcon does into a skein of ducks. Wolf and I galloped and galloped over those accursed sand heaps till the horses stuck fast, and when they got their wind again, we found each pair of dogs with a deer down between them. And what can man want more if he cannot get fighting? You eat them, so you need not sneer." "Well, dogs are the only things worth having, then, that this Alexandria does produce." "Except fair ladies," put in one of the girls. "Of course, I'll accept the women, but the men—" "The what? I have not seen a man since I came here, except a dock worker or two. Priests and fine gentlemen they are all, and you don't call them men, surely. What on earth do they do beside riding donkeys?" "Philosophize, they say." "What's that?" I'm sure I don't know, some sort of slave's quill driving, I suppose. Pelagia, do you know what philosophizing is? No, and I don't care. I do, quoth Agelmund with a look of superior wisdom. I saw a philosopher the other day. And what sort of a thing was it? I'll tell you. I was walking down the great street there, going to the harbor, and I saw a crowd of boys, men they call them here, going into a large doorway. So I asked one of them what was doing, and the fellow, instead of answering me, pointed at my legs and set all the other monkeys laughing. So I boxed his ears, and he tumbled down. They all do so here if you box their ears, said the Amal meditatively, as if he had bit upon a great inductive law. Ah, said Pelagia, looking up with her most winning smile, they are not such giants as you, who make a poor little woman feel like a gazelle in a lion's paw. Well, it struck me that, as I spoke in Gothic, the boy might not have understood me, being a Greek. So I walked in at the door to save questions and see for myself. And there a fellow held out his hand, I suppose for money. So I gave him 2 or 3 gold pieces and a box on the ear, at which he tumbled down, of course, but seemed very well satisfied, so I walked in. And what did you see? A great hall, large enough for 1,000 heroes, full of these Egyptian rascals scribbling with pencils on tablets. And at the farther end of it the most beautiful woman I ever saw, with bright fair hair and blue eyes, talking. I could not understand it. But the donkey riders seemed to think it very fine, for they went on looking first at her and then at their tablets, gaping like frogs in drought. And certainly she looked as fair as the sun, and talked like an Alruna wife. Not that I know what it was about, but one can see somehow, you know. So I fell asleep, and when I woke and came out, I met someone who understood me, and he told me that it was the famous maiden, the great philosopher. And that's what I know about philosophy. She was very much wasted then on such soft-handed starvelings. Why don't she marry some hero? Because there are none here to marry, said Pelagia, except some who are fast-netted, I fancy, already. But what do they talk about and tell people to do, these philosophers, Pelagia? Oh, they don't tell anyone to do anything, at least if they do, and nobody ever does it, as far as I can see. But they talk about suns and stars, and right and wrong, and ghosts and spirits, and that sort of thing, and about not enjoying oneself too much. Not that I ever saw that they were any happier than anyone else. She must have been an Alruna maiden, said Wolf, half to himself. She is a very conceited creature, and I hate her, said Pelagia. I believe you, said Wolf. What is an Alruna maiden? Asked one of the girls. Something as like you as a salmon is like a horse leech. Heroes, will you hear a saga? If it is a cool one, said Agelmund, about ice and pine trees and snowstorms, I shall be roasted brown in 3 days more. Oh, said the Amal, that we were on the Alps again for only 2 hours, sliding down those snow slopes on our shields with the sleet whistling about our ears. That was sport. To those who could keep their seats, said Goderic, who went head over heels into a glacier crack and was dug out of 50 feet of snow, and had to be put inside a fresh-killed horse before he could be brought to life. Not you, surely, said Pelagia. Oh, you wonderful creature, what things you have done and suffered. Well, said the Amal with a look of stolid self-satisfaction, I suppose I have seen a good deal in my time, eh? Yes, my Hercules, you have gone through your 12 labors, and saved your poor little Hesione after them all, when she was chained to the rock for the ugly sea monsters to eat, and she will cherish you and keep you out of scrapes now for her own sake. And Pelagia threw her arms round the great bull neck and drew it down to her. Will you hear my saga? Said Wolf impatiently. Of course we will, said the Amal, anything to pass the time. But let it be about snow, said Agelmund. Not about Alruna wives? About them too, said Goderic. My mother was one, so I must needs stand up for them. She was, boy, do you be her son. Now hear, wolves of the Goths. And the old man took up his little lute, or as he probably would have called it, fiddle, and began chanting to his own accompaniment. Over the campfires drank I with heroes, under the Donau bank, warm in the snow trench, saga men heard I there, men of the long beards, cunning and ancient, honey sweet voiced, scaring the wolf cub, scaring the horn owl out, shaking the snow wreaths down from the pine boughs up to the star roof, rang out their song, singing how Winnel men over the ice floes, sledging from Scanland on, came unto Scoring, singing of Gambara, Freya's beloved, mother of Ao, mother of Ivor, singing of Wendelman, Ambry and Assy, how to the Winnel folk went they with war words. Few are ye strangers, and many are we. Pay us now toll and fee, cloth yarn and rings and beeves, else at the raven's meal bide the sharp bill's doom. Clutching the dwarf's work then, clutching the bullock's shell, girding grey iron on, forth fared the Winils all. Fared the Alruna's sons, Ao and Ibor. Mad of heart stalked they, loud wept the women all. Loud the Alruna wife, sore was their need. Out of the morning land, over the snow drifts, beautiful Freya came, tripping to scoring. White were the moorlands, and frozen before her, but green were the moorlands, and blooming behind her. Out of her golden locks, shaking the spring flowers, out of her garments, shaking the south wind, around in the birches, awaking the throstles, and making chaste housewives all long for their hero's home. Loving and love-giving came she to scoring, came unto Gambara, wisest of Valas. Vala, why weepest thou? Far in the wide blue, high up in the elfin home, heard I thy weeping. Stop not thy weeping, till one can fight 7. Sons have I, heroes tall, first in the sword play. This day at the Wendels' hands, eagles must tear them, while their mothers, thrall-weary, must grind for the Wendels. Wept the Alruna wife, kissed her fair Freya. Far off in the morning land, high in Valhalla, a window stands open. Its sill is the snow peaks, its posts are the water spouts. Storm rack its lintel, gold cloud flakes above it are piled for the roofing. Far up to the elfin home, high in the wide blue, smiles out each morning thence Odin All-Father. From under the cloud eaves, smiles out on the heroes, smiles out on chaste housewives all, smiles on the brood mares, smiles on the smith's work, and theirs is the sword luck, with them is the glory, so Odin hath sworn it, who first in the morning shall meet him and greet him. Still the Alruna wept, who then shall greet him? Women alone are here, far on the moorlands, behind the war lindens. In vain for the bill's doom, watch Winil heroes all, 1 against 7. Sweetly the queen laughed, hear thou my counsel now, take to thee cunning, beloved of Freya, take thou thy women folk, maidens and wives, over your ankles lace on the white war hose, over your bosoms link up the hard mail nets, over your lips plait long tresses with cunning. So war beasts full bearded, King Odin shall deem you, when off the grey sea beach at sunrise ye greet him. Night's sun was driving his golden-haired horses up over the eastern firths, high flashed their manes, smiled from the cloud eaves out All-Father Odin, waiting the battle sport. Freya stood by him. Who are these heroes tall, lusty-limbed Longbeards, over the swan's bath? Why cry they to me? Bones should be crashing fast, wolves should be full fed, where'er such mad-hearted swing hands in the sword play. Sweetly laughed Freya, a name thou hast given them, shames neither thee nor them. Well can they wear it, give them the victory, first have they greeted thee. Give them the victory, yoke-fellow mine. Maidens and wives are these, wives of the Winils, few are their heroes, and far on the war road. So over the swan's bath they cry unto thee. Royally laughed he then, dear was that craft to him. Odin All-Father, shaking the clouds, Cunning are women all, bold and importunate. Longbeards their name shall be, ravens shall thank them. Where the women are heroes, what must the men be like? Theirs is the victory, no need of me. There, said Wolf when the song was ended, is that cool enough for you? Rather too cool, eh, Pelagia? Said the Amal, laughing. I went on the old man bitterly enough. Such were your mothers, and such were your sisters, and such your wives must be if you intend to last much longer on the face of the earth. Women who care for something better than good eating, strong drinking, and soft lying. All very true, Prince Wolf, said Agelmund, but I don't like the saga after all. It was a great deal too like what Pelagia here says those philosophers talk about, right and wrong and that sort of thing. I don't doubt it. Now I like a really good saga, about gods and giants and the fire kingdoms and the snow kingdoms and the Aesir making men and women out of 2 sticks and all that. Aye, said the Amal, something like nothing one ever saw in one's life, all stark mad and topsy-turvy, like one's dreams when one has been drunk. Something grand which you cannot understand, but which sets you thinking over it all the morning after. Well, said Goderic, my mother was an Alruna woman, so I will not be the bird to foul its own nest. But I like to hear about wild beasts and ghosts, ogres and fire drakes and nicors. Something that one could kill if one had a chance, as one's fathers had. Your fathers would never have killed nicors, said Wolf, if they had been like us. I know, said the Amal. Now tell me, Prince, you are old enough to be our father, and did you ever see a nicor? My brother saw one in the northern sea, 3 fathoms long, with the body of a bison bull, and the head of a cat, and the beard of a man, and tusks an ell long, lying down on its breast, watching for the fishermen. And he struck it with an arrow, so that it fled to the bottom of the sea, and never came up again. What is a nicor, Agelmund? Said one of the girls. A sea devil who eats sailors. There used to be plenty of them where our fathers came from, and ogres, too, who came out of the fens into the hall at night, when the warriors were sleeping, to suck their blood, and steal along, and jump up on you. So. Pelagia, during the saga, had remained looking into the fountain, and playing with the water drops, in assumed indifference. Perhaps it was to hide burning blushes, and something very like 2 hot tears, which fell unobserved into the ripple. Now she looked up suddenly. And of course you have killed some of these dreadful creatures, Amalric? I never had such good luck, darling. Our forefathers were in such a hurry with them that by the time we were born there was hardly one left. Aye, they were men, growled Wolf. As for me, went on the Amal, the biggest thing I ever killed was a snake in the Donau fens. How long was he, Prince? You had time to see, for you sat eating your dinner and looking on while he was trying to crack my bones. 4 fathom, answered Wolf, with a wild bull lying by him which he had just killed. I spoilt his dinner, eh, Wolf? Yes, said the old grumbler, mollified. That was a right good fight. Why don't you make a saga about it, then, instead of about right and wrong and such things? Because I am turned philosopher, I shall go and hear that Alruna maiden this afternoon. Well said. Let us go too, young men. It will pass the time at all events. Oh, no, no, no! Do not! You shall not! Almost shrieked Pelagia. Why not, then, pretty one? She is a witch. She... I will never love you again if you dare to go. Your only reason is that Agelmund's report of her beauty. So, you are afraid of my liking her golden locks better than your black ones? I, afraid? And she leapt up, panting with pretty rage. Come, we will go too, at once, and brave this nun who fancies herself too wise to speak to a woman, and too pure to love a man. Look out, my jewels, saddle my white mule, we will go royally. We will not be ashamed of Cupid's livery, my girls, saffron shawl and all. Come, and let us see whether saucy Aphrodite is not a match after all for Pallas Athene and her owl. And she darted out of the cloister. The 3 younger men burst into a roar of laughter, while Wolf looked with grim approval. So you want to go and hear the philosopher, Prince? Said Smid. Wheresoever a holy and a wise woman speaks, a warrior need not be ashamed of listening. Did not Alaric bid us spare the nuns in Rome, comrade? And though I am no Christian as he was, I thought it no shame for Odin's man to take their blessing, nor will I to take this one's, Smid, son of Troll. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 13, The Bottom of the Abyss, Part 1. Here am I at last, said Raphael Aben Ezra to himself, fairly and safely landed at the very bottom of the bottomless, disporting myself on the firm floor of the primeval nothing, and finding my new element, like boys when they begin to swim, not so impracticable after all. No man, angel, or demon can this day cast it in my teeth that I am weak enough to believe or disbelieve any phenomenon or theory in or concerning heaven or earth, or even that any such heaven, earth, phenomena, or theories exist, or otherwise. I trust that is a sufficiently exhaustive statement of my opinions. I am certainly not dogmatic enough to deny, or to assert either, that there are sensations, far too numerous for comfort. But as for proceeding any further, by induction, deduction, analysis, or synthesis, I utterly decline the office of Arachne, and will spin no more cobwebs out of my own inside, if I have any. Sensations? What are they but parts of oneself, if one has a self? What put this child's fancy into one's head, that there is anything outside of one which produces them? You have exactly similar feelings in your dreams, and you know that there's no reality corresponding to them. No, you don't. How dare you be dogmatic enough to affirm that? Why should not your dreams be as real as your waking thoughts? Why should not your dreams be the reality, and your waking thoughts the dream? What matter which? What matter indeed? Here have I been staring for years, unless that too is a dream, which it very probably is, at every mountebank ism which ever tumbled and capered on the philosophic tightrope, and they are every one of them dead dolls, wooden, worked with wires, which are petitiones principii. Each philosopher begs the question in hand, and then marches forward, as brave as a triumph, and prides himself on proving it all afterwards. No wonder that his theory fits the universe, when he has first clipped the universe to fit his theory. Have I not tried my hand at many a one, starting, too, no one can deny, with the very minimum of clipping, for I suppose one cannot begin lower than at simple I am I, unless, which is equally demonstrable, at I am not I. I recollect or dreamed that I offered the sweet dream Hypatia to reduce all things in heaven and earth, from the astronomics of Hipparchus to the number of plumes in an archangel's wing, from that one simple proposition, if she would but write me out a demonstration of it first, as some sort of Greek expression for the apex of my inverted pyramid. But she disdained. People are apt to disdain what they know they cannot do. It was an axiom. It was like 1 and 1 making 2. How cross the sweet dream was at my telling her that I did not consider that any axiom either, and that one thing and one thing seemed to us to be two things, was no more proof that they really were two, and not 365, that a man seeming to be an honest man proved him not to be a rogue. And at my asking her, moreover, when she appealed to universal experience, how she proved that the combined folly of all fools resulted in wisdom. I am I, an axiom indeed. What right have I to say that I am not anyone else? How do I know it? How do I know that there is anyone else for me not to be? I, or rather something, feel a number of sensations, longings, thoughts, fancies, the great devil take them all, fresh ones every moment, and each at war tooth and nail with all the rest. And then, on the strength of this infinite multiplicity and contradiction, of which alone I am aware, I am to be illogical enough to stand up and say, I, by myself, I, and swear stoutly that I am one thing, when all I am conscious of is the devil only knows how many things. Of all quaint deductions from experience, that is the quaintest. Would it not be more philosophical to conclude that I, who never saw or felt or heard this which I call myself, am what I have seen, heard, and felt, and no more and no less, that sensation which I call that horse, that dead man, that jackass, those 40,000 two-legged jackasses, who appear to be running for their lives below there, having got hold of this same notion of there being one thing each, as I choose to fancy in my foolish habit of imputing to them the same disease of thought which I find in myself. Crucify the word! The folly of my ancestors! if I ever had any, prevents my having any better expression. Why should I not be all I feel? That sky, those clouds, the whole universe. Hercules! What a creative genius my sensorium must be. I'll take to writing poetry, a mock epic in 72 books, entitled The Universe, or Raphael Aben Ezra, and take Homer's Margites for my model. Homer's? Mine! Why must not the Margites, like everything else, have been a sensation of my own? Hypatia used to say Homer's poetry was a part of her, only she could not prove it. But I have proved that the Margites is a part of me. Not that I believe my own proof. Skepticism forbid. Oh, would to heaven that the said whole disagreeable universe were annihilated, if it were only just to settle by fair experiment whether any of Master I remained when they were gone. Buzzard and dogmatist! And how do you know that that would settle it? And if it did, why need it be settled? Oh, I dare say there is an answer pat for all this. I could write a pretty one myself in half an hour, but then I should not believe it, nor the rejoinder to that, nor the demurrer to that again. So I am both sleepy and hungry, or rather sleepiness and hunger are me. Which is it? Hi-ho! And Raphael finished his meditation by a mighty yawn. This hopeful oration was delivered in a fitting lecture-room, between the bare walls of a doleful fire-scarred tower in the Campagna of Rome, standing upon a knoll of dry brown grass, ringed with a few grim pines, blasted and black with smoke. There sat Raphael Aben Ezra, working out the last formula of the great world problem, given self to find God. Through the doorless stone archway he could see a long vista of the plain below, covered with broken trees, trampled crops, smoking villas, and all the ugly scars of recent war. Far onward to the quiet purple mountains and the silver sea, towards which struggled, far in the distance, long dark lines of moving specks, flowing together, breaking up, stopping short, recoiling back to surge forward by some fresh channel, while now and then a glitter of keen white sparks ran through the dense black masses. The Count of Africa had thrown for the empire of the world, and lost. "Brave old son," said Raphael, "how merrily he flashes off the sword blades yonder, and never cares that every tiny spark brings a death shriek after it. Why should he? It's no concern of his. Astrologers are fools. His business is to shine, and on the whole he is one of my few satisfactory sensations. How now? This is questionably pleasant." As he spoke, a column of troops came marching across the field straight toward his retreat. "If these new sensations of mine find me here, they will infallibly produce in me a new sensation, which will render all further ones impossible. Well, what kinder thing could they do for me? Ay, but how do I know that that would do it? What possible proof is there that if a two-legged phantasm pokes a hard iron grey phantasm in among my sensations, those sensations will be my last? Is the fact of my turning pale and lying still, and being in a day or two converted into crow's flesh, any reason why I should not feel? And how do I know that would happen? It seems to happen to certain sensations of my eyeball, or something else. Who cares? Which I call soldiers, but what possible analogy can there be between what seems to happen to those single sensations called soldiers, and what may or may not really happen to all my sensations put together, which I call me? Should I bear apples if a phantasm seemed to come and plant me? Then why should I die if another phantasm seems to come and poke me in the ribs? Still, I don't intend to deny it. I'm no dogmatist. Positively, the phantasms are marching straight for my tower. Well, it may be safer to run away on the chance. But as for losing feeling," continued he, rising and cramming a few mouldy crusts into his wallet, "that, like everything else, is past proof. Why, if now, when I have some sort of excuse for fancying myself one thing in one place, I am driven mad with the number of my sensations, what will it be when I am eaten and turned to dust, and undeniably many things in many places? Will not the sensations be multiplied by unbearable? I would swear at the thought, if I had anything to swear by, to be transmuted into the sensoria of 40 different nasty carrion crows, besides 2 or 3 foxes and a large black beetle. I'll run away just like anybody else, if anybody existed. Come, Bran. Bran, where are you? Unlucky, inseparable sensation of mine, picking up a dinner already off these dead soldiers? Well, the pity is that this foolish contradictory taste of mine, while it makes me hungry, forbids me to follow your example. Why am I to take lessons from my soldier phantasms, and not from my canine one? Illogical. Bran! Bran! And he went out and whistled in vain for the dog. Bran! Unhappy phantom, who will not vanish by night or day, lying on my chest even in dreams, and who would not even let me vanish and solve the problem, though I don't believe there is any. Why did you drag me out of the sea there at Ostia? Why did you not let me become a whole shoal of crabs? How did you know, or I either, that they may not be very jolly fellows, and not in the least troubled with philosophic doubts? But perhaps there were no crabs, but only phantasms of crabs. And on the other hand, if the crab phantasms give jolly sensations, why should not the crow phantasms? So, whichever way it turns out, no matter, and I may as well wait here and seem to become crows, as I certainly shall do. Bran! Why should I wait for her? What pleasure can it be to me to have the feeling of a 4-legged, brindled, lop-eared, toad-mouthed thing always between what seem to be my legs? Ah, there she is. Where have you been, madam? Don't you see I am in marching order, with staff and wallet ready-shouldered? Come. But the dog, looking up in his face as only dogs can look, ran toward the back of the ruin, and up to him again and back again, until he followed her. Oh, what's this? Here's a new sensation with a vengeance. Oh, storm and cloud of material appearances! Were there not enough of you already, that you must add to your number these also? Bran! Bran! Could you find no other day in the year but this, whereon to present my ears with the squeals of 1, 2, 3, 9 blind puppies? Bran answered by rushing into the hole where her new family lay, tumbling and squalling, bringing out one in her mouth and laying it at his feet. Needless, I assure you. I am perfectly aware of the state of the case already. What? Another? Silly old thing! Do you fancy, as the fine ladies do, that burdening the world with noisy likenesses of your precious self is a thing of which to be proud? Why, she's bringing out the whole litter. What was I thinking of last? Ah, the argument was self-contradictory, was it, because I could not argue without using the very terms which I repudiated. Well, and why should it not be contradictory? Why not? One must face that, too, after all. Why should not a thing be true and false also? What harm in a thing's being false? What necessity for it to be true? True? What is truth? Why should a thing be the worse for being illogical? Why should there be any logic at all? Did I ever see a little beast flying about with logic labelled on its back? What do I know of it, but as a sensation of my own mind, if I have any? What proof is that I am to obey it, and not it me? If a flea bites me, I get rid of that sensation, and if logic bothers me, I'll get rid of that too. Phantasms must be taught to vanish courteously. One's only hope of comfort lies in kicking feebly against the tyranny of one's own boring notions and sensations. Every philosopher confesses that. And what god is logic, pray, that it is to be the sole exception? What, old lady? I give you fair warning, you must choose this day, like any nun, between the ties of family and those of duty. Bran seized him by the skirt and pulled him down toward the puppies, took up one of the puppies and lifted it towards him, and then repeated the action with another. You unconscionable old brute! You don't actually dare to expect me to carry your puppies for you? And he turned to go. Bran sat down on her tail and began howling. Farewell, old dog, you've been a pleasant dream after all, but if you'll go the way of all phantasms... And he walked away. Bran with him leaping and barking, then recollected her family and ran back, tried to bring them one by one in her mouth, and then to bring them all at once, and failing, sat down and howled. Come, Bran, come, old girl." She raced halfway up to him, then halfway back again to the puppies, then toward him again, and then suddenly gave it up, and dropping her tail walked slowly back to the blind suppliants with a deep reproachful growl. "Yeesh!" said Ralph with a mighty oath. "You're right after all. Here are 9 things come into the world, phantasms or not. There it is, I can't deny it. They are something, and you are something, old dog, or at least like enough to something to do instead of it, and you are not I, and as good as I, and they too, for aught I know, and have as good a right to live as I, and by the 7 planets and all the rest of it, I'll carry them." And he went back, tied up the puppies in his blanket, and set forth, Bran barking, squeaking, wagging, leaping, running between his legs and upsetting him in her agonies of joy. "Forward, whither you will, old lady, the world is wide. You shall be my guide, tutor, queen of philosophy, for the sake of this mere common sense of yours. Forward, you new Hypatia. I promise you I will attend no lectures but yours this day." He toiled on, every now and then stepping across a dead body, or clambering a wall out of the road to avoid some plunging, shrieking horse, or obscene knot of prowling camp followers, who were already stripping and plundering the slain. At last, in front of a large villa, now a black and smoking skeleton, he leaped a wall and found himself landed on a heap of corpses. They were piled up against the garden fence for many yards. The struggle had been fierce there some 3 hours before. "Put me out of my misery, in mercy kill me," moaned a voice beneath his feet. Raphael looked down. The poor wretch was slashed and mutilated beyond all hope. "Certainly, friend, if you wish it," and he drew his dagger. The poor fellow stretched out his throat and awaited the stroke with a ghastly smile. Raphael caught his eye. His heart failed him, and he rose. "What do you advise, Bran?" But the dog was far ahead, leaping and barking impatiently. "I obey," said Raphael, and he followed her, while the wounded man called piteously and upbraidingly after him. "He will not have long to wait. Those plunderers will not be as squeamish as I. Strange, now, from Armenian reminiscences I should have fancied myself as free from such tender weakness as any of my Canaanite-slaying ancestors, and yet by some mere spirit of contradiction I couldn't kill that fellow, exactly because he asked me to do it. There's more in that than will fit into the great inverted pyramid of I am I. Never mind, let me get the dog's lessons by heart first. What next, Bran? Could one believe the transformation? Why, this is the very trim villa which I passed yesterday morning, with the garden chairs standing among the flower beds, just as the young ladies had left them, and the peacocks and silver pheasants running about, wondering why their pretty mistresses did not come to feed them. And here is a trampled mass of wreck and corruption for the girls to find when they venture back from Rome, and complain how horrible war is for breaking down all their shrubs, and how cruel soldiers must be to kill and cook all their poor dear tame turtle doves. Well, why not? Why should they lament over other things which they can just as little mend, and which perhaps need no more mending? Ah, there lies a gallant fellow underneath that fruit tree. Raphael walked up to a ring of dead, in the midst of which lay, half sitting against the trunk of the tree, a tall and noble officer in the first bloom of manhood. His casque and armour, gorgeously inlaid with gold, were hewn and battered by 100 blows. His shield was cloven through and through, his sword broken in the stiffened hand which grasped it still. Cut off from his troop, he had made his last stand beneath the tree, knee-deep in the gay summer flowers, and there he lay, bestrewn, as if by some mockery or pity of Mother Nature, with faded roses and golden fruit shaken from off the boughs in that last deadly struggle. Raphael stood and watched him with a sad sneer. "Well, you've sold your fancied personality, dear. How many dead men? 9? 11? Conceited fellow! Who told you that your one life was worth the 11 which you have taken?" Bran went up to the corpse, perhaps from its sitting posture, fancying it still lived, smelt the cold cheek, and recoiled with a mournful whine. "Eh? Yes, that is the right way to look at the phenomena, is it? Well, after all, I am sorry for you, almost like you, all your wounds in front, as a man's should be. Poor fop! Laius and Thais will never curl those dainty ringlets for you again. What is that bas-relief upon your shield? Venus receiving Psyche into the abode of the gods. Ha! You've found out all about Psyche's wings by this time. How do I know that? And yet, why am I, in spite of my common sense, if I have any, talking to you as you, and liking you and pitying you, if you are nothing now, and probably never were anything? Bran, what right had you to pity him without giving your reasons in due form, as Hypatia would have done? Forgive me, sir. However, whether you exist or not, I cannot leave that collar round your neck for these camp wolves to convert into strong liquor." And as he spoke he bent down and detached, gently enough, a magnificent necklace. "Not for myself, I assure you. Like Ate's golden apple, it shall go to the fairest. Here, Bran!" And he wreathed the jewels round the neck of the mastiff, who, evidently exalted in her own eyes by the burden, leaped and barked forward again, taking, apparently as a matter of course, the road back toward Ostia, by which they had come thither from the sea. And as he followed, careless where he went, he continued talking to himself aloud, after the manner of restless, self-discontented men. And then man talks big about his dignity and his intellect, and his heavenly parentage, and his aspirations after the unseen, and the beautiful, and the infinite, and everything else unlike himself. How can he prove it? Why, these poor blackguards lying about are very fair specimens of humanity, and how much have they been bothered since they were born with aspirations after anything infinite, except infinite sour wine? To eat, to drink, to destroy a certain number of their species, to reproduce a certain number of the same, two-thirds of whom will die in infancy, a dead waste of pain to their mothers and of expense to their putative sires. And then, what says Solomon? What befalls them befalls beasts. As one dies, so dies the other, so that they have all one breath, and a man has no preeminence over a beast. For all is vanity. All go to one place, all are of the dust, and turn to dust again. Who knows that the breath of man goes upward, and that the breath of the beast goes downward to the earth? Who indeed, my most wise ancestor? Not I, certainly. Raphael Aben Ezra, how art thou better than a beast? What preeminence hast thou, not merely over this dog, but over the fleas whom thou so wantonly cursest? Man must painfully win house, clothes, fire, a pretty proof of his wisdom, when every flea has the wit to make my blanket without any labour of his own, lodge him a great deal better than it lodges me. Man makes clothes, and the fleas live in them. Which is the wiser of the two? Ah, but man is fallen, well, and the flea is not. So much better he than the man, for he is what he was intended to be, and so fulfills the very definition of virtue, which no one can say of us of the red ochre vein. And even if the old myth be true, and the man only fell because he was set to do higher work than the flea, what does that prove? But that he could not do it. But his arts and his sciences. Apogee, the very sound of those grown children's rattles turns me sick. One conceited ass in a generation, increasing labour and sorrow, and dying after all, even as the fool dies, and 10,000,000 brutes and slaves, just where their forefathers were, and where their children will be after them, to the end of the farce. The thing that has been, it is that which shall be, and there is no new thing under the sun. And as for your palaces and cities and temples, look at this Campania and judge. Flea bites go down after a while, and so do they. What are they but the bumps which we human fleas make in the old earth's skin? Make them? We only cause them, as fleas cause flea bites. What are all the works of man but a sort of cutaneous disorder in this unhealthy earth hide, and we a race of larger fleas running about among its fur, which we call trees? Why should not the earth be an animal? How do I know it's not? Because it's too big? Bah! What is big, and what is little? Because it has not the shape of one? Look into a fisherman's net, and see what forms are there. Because it does not speak? Perhaps it has nothing to say, being too busy. Perhaps it can talk no more sense than we. In both cases it shows its wisdom by holding its tongue. Because it moves in one necessary direction? How do I know that it does? How can I tell that it is not flirting with all the seven spheres at once, at this very moment? But if it does, so much the wiser of it, if that be the best direction for it. Oh, what a base satire on ourselves and our notions of the fair and fitting, to say that a thing cannot be alive and rational just because it goes steadily on upon its own road, instead of skipping and scrambling fantastically up and down without method or order, like us and the fleas, from the cradle to the grave. Besides, if you grant with the rest of the world that fleas are less noble than we, because they are our parasites, then you are bound to grant that we are less noble than the earth, because we are its parasites. Positively, it looks more probable than anything I have seen for many a day. And, by the by, why should not earthquakes and floods and pestilences be only just so many ways which the cunning old brute Earth has of scratching herself when the human fleas and their palace and city bites get too troublesome? End of chapter 13, part 1. Recording by Mike Harris.
Chapter 13, Part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 13, The Bottom of the Abyss, Part 2. At a turn of the road he was aroused from the profitable meditation by a shriek, the shrillness of which told him that it was a woman's. He looked up, and saw close to him, among the smouldering ruins of a farmhouse, two ruffians, driving before them a young girl, with her hands tied behind her, while the poor creature was looking back piteously after something among the ruins and struggling in vain, bound as he was to escape from her captors and return. Conduct unjustifiable in any fleas, Bran? How do I know that, though? Why should it not be a piece of excellent fortune for her, if she had but the equanimity to see it? Why, what will happen in spite of a few discomforts in the transfer, and the prejudice which some persons have against standing an hour on the catasta, to be handled from head to foot in the minimum of clothing? She will most probably end in being far better housed, fed, bedizened, and pampered to her heart's desire, than 99 out of 100 of her sister fleas, till she begins to grow old, which she must do in any case. And if she have not contrived to wheedle her master out of her liberty, and to make Tip a pretty little purse of savings by that time, why, it is her own fault, Bran? But Bran by no means agreed with his view of the case, for after watching the two ruffians with her head stuck on one side for a minute or two, she suddenly and silently, after the manner of mastiffs, sprang upon them, and dragged one to the ground. Oh, that is the fit and beautiful in this case, as they say in Alexandria, is it? Well, I obey. You are at last a more practical teacher than ever Hypatia was. Heaven grant that there may be no more of them in the ruins. And rushing on the second plunderer, he laid him dead with a blow of his dagger, and then turned to the first, whom Bran was holding down by the throat. "Mercy, mercy!" shrieked the wretch. "Life, only life! There was a fellow half a mile back begging me to kill him. With which of you two am I to agree? For you can't both be right. Life, only life. A carnal appetite, which man must learn to conquer," said Raphael, as he raised the poniard. In a moment it was over, and Bran and he rose. Where was the girl? She had rushed back to the ruins, whither Raphael followed her, while Bran ran to the puppies, which she had laid upon a stone, and commenced her maternal cares. "What do you want, my poor girl?" asked he in Latin. "I will not hurt you." "My father, my father!" He untied her bruised and swollen wrists, and without stopping to thank him, she ran to a heap of fallen stones and beams, and began digging wildly with all her little strength, breathlessly calling, "Father!" Such is the gratitude of flea to flea. What is there now in the mere fact of being accustomed to call another person father, and not master or slave, which should produce such a passion as that? Brute habit! What services can the said man render, or have rendered, which make him worth? Here is Bran. What do you think of that, my female philosopher? Bran sat down and watched too. The poor girl's tender hands were bleeding from the stones, while her golden tresses rolled down over her eyes, and entangled in her impatient fingers. But still she worked frantically. Bran seemed suddenly to comprehend the case, rushed to the rescue, and began digging too, with all her might. Raphael rose with a shrug, and joined in the work. Hang these brute instincts, they make one very hot. What was that? A feeble moan rose from under the stones. A human limb was uncovered. The girl threw herself on the place, shrieking her father's name. Raphael put her gently back, and exerting his whole strength, drew out of the ruins a stalwart, elderly man, in the dress of an officer of high rank. He still breathed. The girl lifted up his head and covered him with wild kisses. Raphael looked round for water, found a spring and a broken sherd, and bathed the wounded man's temples till he opened his eyes and showed signs of returning life. The girl still sat by him, fondling her recovered treasure, and bathing the grizzled face in holy tears. "It is no business of mine," said Raphael. "Come, Bran." The girl sprang up, threw himself at his feet, kissed his hands, called him her saviour, her deliverer, sent by God. "Not in the least, my child. You must thank my teacher the dog, not me." And she took him at his word, and threw her soft arms round Bran's neck, and Bran understood it, and wagged her tail, and licked the gentle face lovingly. "Intolerably absurd all this," said Raphael. "I must be going, Bran. You will not leave us? You surely will not leave an old man to die here?" "Why not? What better thing could happen to him?" "Nothing," murmured the officer, who had not spoken before. "Ah, God, he is my father." "Well?" "He is my father." "Well?" "You must save him. You shall, I say." And he seized Raphael's arm in the imperiousness of her passion. He shrugged his shoulders, but felt he only knew not why marvellously inclined to obey her. "I may as well do this as anything else, having nothing else to do. Whither now, sir?" "Whither you will. Our troops are disgraced, our eagles taken. We are your prisoners by right of war. We follow you." "Oh, my fortune! A new responsibility! Why cannot I stir without live animals from fleas upward, attaching themselves to me? Is it not enough to have 9 blind puppies at my back, and the old brute at my heels, who will persist in saving my life, that I must be burdened over and above with a respectable elderly rebel and his daughter? Why am I not allowed by fate to care for nobody but myself? Sir, I give you both your freedom. The world is wide enough for us all. I really ask no ransom." "You seem philosophically disposed, my friend." "I? Heaven forbid! I have gone right through that slough, and come out sheer on the other side. For sweeping the last lingering taint of it out of me, I have to thank not sulphur and exorcisms, but your soldiers and their morning's work. Philosophy is superfluous in a world where all are fools." "Do you include yourself under that title?" "Most certainly, my best sir. Don't fancy that I make any exceptions. If I can in any way prove my folly to you, I will do it. Then help me and my daughter to Ostia." "A very fair instance. Well, my dog happens to be going that way, and after all you seem to have a sufficient share of human imbecility to be a very fit companion for me. I hope, though, you do not set up for a wise man." "God knows, no. I am not of Heraclion's army." "True. And the young lady here made herself so great a fool about you, that she actually infected the very dog. So we 3 fools will forth together, and the greatest one, as usual, must help the rest. But I have 9 puppies in my family already. How am I to carry you and them?" "I will take them," said the girl. And Bran, after looking on at the transfer with a somewhat dubious face, seemed to satisfy herself that all was right, and put her head contentedly under the girl's hand. "Eh? You trust her, Bran?" said Raphael in an undertone. "I must really emancipate myself from your instructions if you require a similar simplicity in me. Stay! There wanders a mule without a rider. We may as well press into the service." He caught the mule, lifted the wounded man into the saddle, and the cavalcade set forth, turning out of the highroad into a by-lane, which the officer, who seemed to know the country thoroughly, assured would lead them to Ostia by an unfrequented route. "If we arrive there before sundown, we are safe," said he. "And in the meantime," answered Raphael, between the dog and his dagger, "which, as I take care to inform all comers, is delicately poisoned, we may keep ourselves clear of marauders. And yet, what a meddling fool I am," he went on to himself. "What possible interest can I have in this uncircumcised rebel? The least evil is, that if we are taken, which we most probably shall be, I shall be crucified for helping to escape. But even if we get safe off, here is a fresh tie between me and those very brother fleas, to rid of whom I have chosen beggary and starvation. Who knows where it may end? Pooh! The man is like the other men. He is certain, before the day is over, to prove ungrateful, or attempt the mountebank heroic, or give me some other excuse for bidding good evening. And in the meantime there is something quaint in the fact of finding to sober respectability, with a young daughter too, abroad on this fool's errand, which really makes me curious to discover with what variety of flea I am to class him." But while Aben Ezra was talking to himself about the father, he could not help somehow thinking about the daughter. Again and again he found himself looking at her. She was undeniably most beautiful. Her features were not as regularly perfect as Hypatia's, nor her stature so commanding, but her face shone with a clear and joyful determination, and with a tender and modest thoughtfulness, such as he had never beheld before united in one countenance. And as she stepped along, firmly and lightly, by her father's side, looping up her scattered tresses as she went, laughing at the struggles of her noisy burden, and looking up with rapture at her father's gradually brightened face, Raphael could not help stealing glance after glance, and was surprised to find them return with a bright, honest, smiling gratitude, which met full-eyed, as free from prudery as it was from coquetry. "A lady she is," said he to himself, "but evidently no city one. There is nature, or something else, there, pure and unadulterated, without any of man's additions or beautifications." And as he looked, he began to feel it a pleasure such as his weary heart had not known for many a year, simply to watch her. Positively, there is a foolish enjoyment after all in making other fleas smile. Ass that I am! As if I had not drunk all that ditch-water cup to the dregs years ago. They went on for some time in silence, till the officer, turning to him, "And may I ask you, in my quaint preserver, whom I would have thanked before but for this foolish faintness, which is now going off, what and who you are?" "A flea, sir, a flea, nothing more." "But a patrician flea, surely, to judge by your language and manners." "Not that exactly. True, I have been rich. As the saying is, I may be rich again, they tell me, when I am fool enough to choose." "Oh, if we were but rich," sighed the girl. "You would be very unhappy, my dear young lady. Believe a flea who has tried the experiment thoroughly." "Ah, but we could ransom my brother, and now we could find no money till we get back to Africa." "And none then," said the officer in a low voice. "You forget, my poor child, that I mortgaged the whole estate to raise my legion. We must not shrink from looking at things as they are." "Ah, and he is a prisoner. He will be sold for a slave, perhaps. Ah, perhaps crucified, for he is not a Roman." "Oh, he will be crucified." And she burst into an agony of weeping. Suddenly she dashed away her tears, and looked up clear and bright once more. "No, forgive me, father. God will protect his own." "My dear young lady," said Raphael, "if you really dislike such a prospect for your brother, and are in want of a few dirty coins, wherewith to prevent it, perhaps I may be able to find you in them in Ostia." She looked at incredulously as her eye glanced over his rags, and then, blushing, begged his pardon for her unspoken thoughts. "Well, as you choose to suppose, but my dog has been no civil to you already, that perhaps she may have no objection to make you a present of that necklace of hers. I will go to the rabbis, and we will make all right. So don't cry. I hate crying, and the puppies are quite chorus enough for the present tragedy." "The rabbis? Are you a Jew?" asked the officer. "Yes, sir, a Jew. And you, I presume, a Christian. Perhaps you may have scruples about receiving, your sect has generally none about taking, from one of our stubborn and unbelieving race. Don't be frightened, though, for your conscience. I assure you I am no more a Jew at heart than I am a Christian." "God help you, then." "Someone or something has helped me to a great deal too much for 33 years of pampering. But pardon me, that was a strange speech for a Christian." "You must be a good Jew, sir, before you can be a good Christian." "Possibly. I intend to be neither, nor a good pagan either." "My dear sir, let us drop the subject. It is beyond me. If I can be as good a brute animal as my dog there, it being first demonstrated that it is good to be good, I shall be very well content." The officer looked down on with a stately, loving sorrow. Raphael caught his eye, and felt that he was in the presence of no common man. "I must take care what I say here. I suspect, or I shall be entangled shortly in a regular Socratic dialogue. And now, sir, may I return your question, and ask who and what are you? I really have no intention of giving you up to any Caesar, Antiochus, Tiglath, Pileser, or other flea-devouring flea. They will fatten well enough without your blood, so I only ask a student of the great nothing in general, which men shall call the universe. I was perfect of a legion this morning. What I am now, you know as well as I. Just what I do not, I am in deep wonder at seeing your hilarity, when, by all flea analogies, you ought to be either be hollowing your fate like Achilles on the shores of Styx, or pretending to grin and bear it, as I was taught to do when I played at Stoicism. You are not of that sect, certainly, for you confessed yourself a fool just now, and it would be long, would it not, before you made one of them do as much? Well, be it so. A fool I am, yet if God helps us as far as Ostia, why should I not be cheerful? Why should you? What better thing can happen to a fool than that God should teach that he is one, when he fancied himself the wisest of the wise? Listen to me, sir. 4 months ago I was blessed with health, honor, lands, friends, all for which the heart of man could wish. And if, for an insane ambition, I have chosen to risk all those against the solemn warnings of the truest friend, and the wisest saint who treads the earth of gods, should I rejoice to have it proved to me, even by such a lesson as this, that the friend who never deceives me before was right in this case too, and that the God who has checked and turned me for 40 years of wild soil and warfare, whenever I dared to do what was right in the sight of my own eyes, has not forgotten me yet, or given up the thankless task of my education. And who, pray, is this peerless friend? Augustine of Hippo. Humph! It had been better for the world in general if the great dialectician had exerted his powers of persuasion on Heraclian himself. He did so, but in vain. I don't doubt it. I know the sleek count well enough to judge what effect a sermon would have upon that smooth vulpine determination of his. an instrument in the hands of God, my dear brother. We must obey his call, even to the death, etc., etc." And Raphael laughed bitterly. "You know the Count?" "As well, sir, as I care to know any man." "I'm sorry for your eyesight, then, sir," said the prefect severely, "if it has been able to discern no more than that in so august a character. My dear sir, I do not doubt his excellence, nay, his inspiration. How well he divined the perfectly fit woman for stamping his old comrade's Stilicho! But really, as two men of the world, we must be aware by this time that every man has his price." "Oh, hush, hush!" whispered the girl. "You cannot guess how you pain him. He worships the Count. It was not ambition, as he pretends, but merely loyalty to him, which brought here against his will. My dear madam, forgive me. For your sake I am silent." "For her sake! A pretty speech for me! What next?" said he to himself. "Ah, Bran, Bran, this is all your fault." "For my sake! Oh, why not for your own sake? How sad to hear one like you only sneering and speaking evil." "Why then, if fools are fools, and one can safely call them so, why not do it? Ah, if God was merciful enough to send down his own Son to die for them, should we not be merciful enough not to judge their failings harshly? My dear young lady, spare a worn-out philosopher any new anthropologic theories. We really must push on a little faster, if we intend to reach Ostia tonight." But for some reason or other, Raphael sneered no more for a full half hour. Long, however, ere they reached Ostia. The night had fallen, and their situation began to be more than questionably safe. Now and then a wolf, slinking across the road towards his ghastly feast, glided like a lank ghost out of the darkness and into it again, answering Bran's growl by a gleam of his white teeth. Then the voices of some marauding party rang coarse and loud through the still night, and made them hesitate and stop a while. And at last, worst of all, the measured tramp of the imperial column began to roll like a distant thunder along the plain below. They were advancing upon Ostia! What if they arrived there before the routed army could rally and defend themselves long enough to re-embark? What if 1,000 ugly possibilities began to crowd up? Suppose we found the gates of Ostia shut, and the imperialists bivouacked outside, said Raphael half to himself. God would protect his own, answered the girl, and Raphael had no heart to rob her of her hope, though he looked upon their chances of escape as growing smaller and smaller every moment. The poor girl was weary, the mule weary also, and as they crawled along at a pace which made it certain that the fast-passing column would be at Ostia an hour before them, to join the vanguard of the pursuers and aid them in advancing the town, she had to lean again and again on Raphael's arm. Her shoes, unfitted for so rough a journey, had been long since torn off, and her tender feet were making every step with blood. Raphael knew it by her faltering gait, and remarked, too, that neither slay nor murmur passed her lips. But as for helping her, he could not, and began to curse the fancy which had led to eschew even sandals, as unworthy the self-dependence of a cynic. And so they crawled along, while Raphael and the prefect, each guessing the terrible thoughts of the other, were thankful for the darkness which hid their despairing countenances from the young girl. She, on the other hand, chatting cheerfully, almost laughingly, to her silent father. At last the poor girl stepped on some stone more sharp than usual, and, with a sudden writhe and shriek, sank to the ground. Raphael lifted her up as she tried to proceed, but sank down again. What was to be done? I expected this, said the prefect, in a slow, stately voice. Hear me, sir, Jew, Christian, or philosopher. God seems to have bestowed on you a heart which I can trust. To your care I commit this girl, your property, like me, by right of war. Mount her upon this mule, hasten with her, where you will, for God will be there also, and may he so deal with you as you deal with her henceforth. An old and disgraced soldier can do no more than die." And he made an effort to dismount, but fainting from his wounds, sank upon the neck of the mule. Raphael and his daughter caught in their arms. "Father, father! Impossible! Cruel! Oh, do you think that I would have followed you hither from Africa, against their own entreaties, to desert you now? My daughter, I command." The girl remained firm and sound. "How long have you learned to disobey me? Lift the old disgraced man down, sir, and leave to die in the right place on the battlefield, where his general sent him." The girl sank down on the road in an agony of weeping. "I must help myself, I see," said her father, dropping to the ground. "Authority vanishes before old age and humiliation. Victoria, as your father, no sins to answer for already, that you will send before his God with your blood too upon his head." Still the girl sat weeping on the ground, while Raphael, utterly at his wits' end, tried hard to persuade himself that it was no concern of this. "I am at the service of either or of both, for life and death. Only be so good as to settle it quickly. Hell here is settled for us with a vengeance." And as he spoke, the tramp and jingle of horsemen rang along the lane, approaching rapidly. In an instant Victoria had sprung to her feet. Weakness and pain had vanished. "There is one chance for him. Lift over the bank, sir. Lift over, while I run forward and meet them. My death will delay them long enough for you to save him." "Death?" cried Raphael, seizing her by the arm. "If that were all—" "God will protect his own," answered she calmly, laying her finger on her lips, and then, breaking from his grasp in the strength of her heroism, vanished into the night. Her father tried to follow her, but fell on his face groaning. Raphael lifted him, strove to drag up the steep bank, but his knees knocked together. A faint sweat seemed to melt every limb. There was a pause which secured ages long. Nearer and nearer came the trampling. A sudden gleam of the moon revealed Victoria standing with outspread arms, right before the horses' heads. A heavenly glory seemed to bathe her from head to foot. Or was it tears sparkling in his own eyes? Then the gait and jar of the horse hoofs on his head, as they pulled up suddenly. He turned his face away and shut his eyes. "What are you?" thundered a voice. "Victoria, the daughter of Majoricus the prefect." The voice was low, and yet so clear and calm that every syllable rang through Aben Ezra's tingling tears. A shout, a shriek, the confused murmur of many voices. He looked up, in spite of himself, a horseman, and sprung to the ground, and clasped Victoria in his arms. The human heart of flesh, asleep for many a year, leaped into mad life within his breast, and drawing his dagger, he rushed into the throng. "Villains, hellhounds, I will balk you. She shall die first." And the bright blade gleamed over Victoria's head. He was struck down, blinded, half stunned, but rose again with the energy of madness. What was this? Soft arms around him. Victoria's! "Save him! Spare him! He saved us, sir. It's my brother. We are safe." "Oh, spare the dog. It saved my father." "We have mistaken each other, indeed, sir," said a gay young tribune, in a voice trembling with joy. "Where is my father?" "50 yards behind. Down, Bran. Quiet. Oh, Solomon, mine ancestor, why did you not prevent me making such an egregious fool of myself? Why shall I be forced in self-justification to carry through the farce?" There is no use telling what followed during the next 5 minutes, at the end of which time Raphael found himself astride of a goodly war-horse, by the side of the young tribune, who carried Victoria before him. 2 soldiers, in the meantime, were supporting the prefect on his mule, and convincing that stubborn bearer of burdens that it was not quite so unable of trot as they had fancied, by the combined arguments of a drench of wine and 2 sword points, while they heaped their general with blessings, and kissed his hands and feet. Your father's soldiers seemed to consider themselves in debt to him, not surely for taking them where they could best run away. "Ah, poor fellows," said the tribune, "we have had as real a panic among us as I ever read of in Arrian or Polybius." but he has been a father rather than a general to him. It is not often that, out of a routed army, 20 gallant men will volunteer to ride back into the enemy's ranks on the chance of an old man's breathing still." "Then you knew where to find us?" said Victoria. "Some of them knew, and he himself showed us this very by-road yesterday, when we took up our ground, and told us it might be of service on occasion, and so it has been. But they told me that you were taken prisoner. Oh, the torture I have suffered for you! Silly child, do you fancy that my father's son would be taken alive? I and the first troop got away over the garden's walls and cut our way out into the plain 3 hours ago." "Did I not tell you," said Victoria, leaning toward Raphael, "that God would protect his own?" "You did," answered he, and fell into a long and silent meditation. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 14. The Rocks of the Sirens. These 4 months had been busy and eventful enough to Hypatia and Philemon, yet the events and the business were of so gradual and uniform a tenor, that it was as well to pass quickly over them, and show what had happened principally by its effects. The robust and fiery desert lad was now metamorphosed into the pale and thoughtful student, oppressed with the weight of careful thought and weary memory. But those remembrances were all recent ones. With his entrance into Hypatia's lecture room, and into the fairy realms of Greek thought, a new life had begun for him, and the Lara and Pambo and Arsenius seemed dim phantoms from some antennial existence, which faded day by day before the inrush of new and startling knowledge. But though the friends and scenes of his childhood had fallen back so swiftly into the far horizon, he was not lonely. His heart found a lovelier, if not a healthier home than it had ever known before. For during those 4 peaceful and busy months of study, there had sprung up between Hypatia and the beautiful boy one of those pure and yet passionate friendships, call them rather with St. Augustine, by the sacred name of love, which, fair and holy as they are when they link youth to youth, or girl to girl, reach their full perfection only between man and woman. The unselfish adoration with which a maiden may bow down before some strong and holy priest, or with which an enthusiastic boy may cling to the wise and tender matron, who amid the turmoil of the world, and the pride of beauty, and the cares of wifehood, bends down to with counsel and encouragement. Earth knows no fairer bonds than these, save wedded love itself, and that second relation, motherly rather than sisterly, had bound Philemon with a golden chain to the wondrous maid of Alexandria. From the commencement of his attendance in her lecture room, she had suited her discourses to what she fancied were his special spiritual needs, and many a glance of the eye towards him, on any peculiarly important sentence, set the poor boy's heart beating at that sign that the words were meant for him. But before a month was past, won by the intense attention with which he watched for every utterance of hers, she had persuaded her father to give him a place in the library as one of his pupils, among the youths who were employed there daily in transcribing, as well as in studying, the authors then in fashion. She saw him at first but seldom, more seldom than she would have wished. But she dreaded the tongue of scandal, heathen as well as Christian, and contented herself with inquiring daily from her father about the progress of the boy. And when at times she entered for a moment the library, where he sat writing, or passed him on her way to the museum, a look was interchanged on her part of most gracious approval, and on his of adoring gratitude, which was enough for both. Her spell was working surely, and she was too confident in her own cause and her own powers to wish to hurry that transformation for which she so fondly hoped. She must begin at the beginning, thought she to herself, Mathematics and the Parmenides are enough for him as yet. Without a training in the liberal sciences, he cannot gain a faith worthy of those gods to whom some day I shall present him, and I should find his Christian ignorance and fanaticism transferred, whole and rude, to the service of those gods whose shrine is unapproachable save to the spiritual man who has passed through the successive vestibules of science and philosophy. But soon attracted herself, as much as wishing to attract him. She employed him in copying manuscripts for her own use. She sent back his themes and declamations, corrected with her own hand, and Philemon laid them by in his little garret at Eudaimon's house, and precious badges of honor, after exhibiting them to the reverential and envious gaze of the little porter. So he toiled on, early and late, counting himself well paid for a week's intense exertion by a single smile or word of approbation, and went home to pour out his soul to his host on the one inexhaustible theme which they had in common, Hypatia and her perfections. He would have raved often enough on the same subject to his fellow pupils, but he shrank not only from their actual city manners, but also from their morality, for suspecting which he saw but too good cause. He longed to go out into the streets, to proclaim to the whole world the treasure which he had found, and call on all to come and share it with him, for there was no jealousy in that pure love of this. Could he have seen her lavishing on thousands far greater favors than she had conferred on him, he would have rejoiced in the thought that there were so many more blessed beings upon earth, and have loved him all and every one as brothers, for having deserved her notice, her very beauty. When his first flush of wonder was past, he ceased to mention, ceased even to think of it. Of course she must be beautiful. It was her right, the natural complement of her other graces. But it was to him only what the mother's smile is to the infant, the sunlight to the skylark, the mountain breeze to the hunter, an inspiring element on which he fed unconsciously. Only when he doubted for a moment some especially startling or fanciful assertion did he become really aware of the great loveliness of her who made it, and then his heart silenced his judgment with the thought, could any but true words come out of those perfect lips? But any royal thoughts take shape within that queenly head? Poor fool! Yet was it not natural enough? Then gradually, as she passed the boy, poring over his book in some alcove of the museum gardens, she would invite him by a glance to join the knot of loungers and questioners who dingled about her and her father, and fancied themselves to be reproducing the days of the Athenian sages amid the grooves of another Academus. Sometimes even she had beckoned him to her side as she sat in some retired arbor, attended only by her father, and there some passing observation, earnest and personal, however lofty and measured, made him aware, as it was intended to do, that she had a deeper interest in him, a livelier sympathy for him, than for the many, that he was in her eyes not merely a pupil to be instructed, but a soul whom she desired to educate. And those delicious gleams of sunlight grew more frequent and more protracted, for by each she satisfied herself more and more that she had not mistaken either his powers or susceptibilities, and in each, whether in public or private, Philemon seemed to bear himself more worthy, for over and above the natural ease and dignity which accompanies physical beauty, and the modesty, self-restraint, and deep earnestness which he had acquired under the discipline of the Laura, his great character was developing itself in all its quickness, subtlety, and versatility, until he seemed to Hypatia some young Titan, by the side of the flippant, hasty, and insincere talkers, who made up her chosen circle. But man can no more live upon platonic love than on the more prolific species of that common ailment, and for the first month Philemon would have gone hungry to his couch full many a night, to lie awake from the baser causes than philosophic meditation, had it not been for his magnanimous host, who never lost heart for a moment, either about himself or any other human being. As for Philemon's going out with him to earn his bread, he would not hear of it. Did he suppose that he could meet any of those monkish rascals in the street without being knocked down and carried off by main force? And besides, there was a sort of impiety in allowing so hopeful a student to neglect the divine ineffable, in order to supply the base necessities of the teeth. So he could pay no rent for his lodgings, positively none. And as for eatables, why, he must himself work a little harder in order to cater for both. Had it not all his neighbors their litters of children to provide for, while he, thanks to the mortals, had been far too wise to burden the earth with animals who would add to the ugliness of their father the Tartarian hue of their mother? And after all, Philemon could pay him back when he became a great sophist and made money, as of course he would some day or other, and in the meantime something might turn up. Things were always turning up for those whom the gods favored, and besides, he had fully ascertained that on the day of which he first met Philemon, the planets were favorable, the Mercury being in something or other, he forgot what, with Helios, which portended for Philemon, in his opinion, a similar career with that of the glorious and devout Emperor Julian. Philemon winced somewhat at the hint, which seemed to have an ugly verisimilitude in it. But still, philosophy he must learn, and bread he must eat, so he submitted. But one evening, a few days after he had been admitted as Theron's pupil, he found, much to his astonishment, lying on the table in his garret, an undeniable glittering gold piece. He took it down to his porter the next morning, and begged him to discover the owner of the lost coin, and return it duly. But what was his surprise, when the little man, amid endless chapters and gesticulations, informed him with an air of mystery that it was anything but lost, that his errors of rent had been paid for him, that by the bounty of the upper powers, a fresh piece of coin would be forthcoming every month. In vain Philemon demanded to know who was his benefactor. Eudamion resolutely kept the secret, and imprecated a whole Tartarus of unnecessary curses on his wife. If she allowed her female garrulity through the door, creature seemed never to open her lips from morning till night, to betray so great a mystery. Who was the unknown friend? There was but one person who could have done it, and yet he dared not. He thought was too delightful. Think it was she. It must have been her father. The old man had asked him more than once about the state of his purse. True, he had always returned evasive answers, but the kind old man must have divined the truth. Ought he not, must he not, go and thank him? No, perhaps it was more courteous to say nothing. If she, for of course she had permitted, perhaps advised the gift, had intended him to thank him, would they have so carefully concealed their own generosity? Be it so, then. But how would he not repay them for it? How delightful to be in her debt for anything, for everything! Would that he could have the enjoyment of owing her existence itself! So he took the coin, bought it unto himself, a clone of the most philosophic fashion, and went his way, such as it was, rejoicing. But his faith in Christianity? What had become of that? What usually happens in such cases, it was not dead, but nevertheless it had fallen fast asleep for the time being. He did not disbelieve it. He could have been shocked to hear such a thing asserted of him, but he happened to be busy believing something else. Geometry, conic sections, cosmogonies, psychologies, and what not. And so it befell that he had not just then time to believe in Christianity. He recollected at times its existence, but even then he never affirmed nor denied it. When he had solved the great questions, those which Hypatia set forth as the roots of all knowledge, how the world was made, and what the origin of evil, as what his own personality was, and that being settled, whether he had one, with a few other preliminary matters, then it would be time to return. with his enlarged light, to the study of Christianity, and if, of course, Christianity should be found to be at variance with that enlarged light, as Hypatia seemed to think, why then, what then? He would not think about such disagreeable possibilities. Sufficient for the day was the evil thereof. Possibilities? It was impossible. Philosophy could not mislead. Had not Hypatia defined it as man's search after the unseen? And if he found the unseen by it, did it not come to just the same thing as if the unseen had revealed itself to him? Had he must find it, for logic and mathematics could not err. If every step was correct, the conclusion must be correct also. So he must end, after all, in the right path, that is, of course, supposing Christianity to be the right path, and return to fight the Church's battles with the sword which he had wrested from Goliath the Philistine. But he had not won the sword yet, and in the meanwhile, learning his weary work, and sufficient for the day was the good, as well as the evil, thereof. So enabled by his gold coin each month to devote himself entirely to study, he became very much what Peter would have coarsely termed a heathen. At first, indeed, he slipped into the Christian churches, from a habit of conscience, but habits soon grow sleepy. The fear of discovery and recapture made his attendance more and more of a labor, and keeping himself apart as much as possible from the congregation, as a lonely and secret worshipper, he soon found himself as separate from them in heart as in daily life. He felt that they, and even more than they, those flowery and bombastic pulpit rhetoricians who were paid for their sermons by the clapping and cheering of the congregation, were not thinking of, longing after, the same things as himself. Besides, he never spoke to a Christian, for the negress at his lodgings seemed to avoid him, whether from modesty or terror he could not tell, and cut off thus from the outward communion of saints, he found himself fast parting away from the inward one. So he went no more to church, and looked the other way, he hardly knew why. Whenever he passed the charism and Cyril, and all his majesty organization became to him another world, with which he had even less to do than with those planets over his head, whose mysterious movements and symbolisms and influences. Hypatia's lecture on astronomy were just opened before his bewildered imagination. Hypatia watched all this with growing self-satisfaction, and led herself with the dream that though Philemon she might see her wildest hopes realized, after the manner of woman, she crowned him, in her own imagination, with all powers and excellences which she would have wished him to possess, as well as with those which he actually manifested, till Philemon would have been as much astonished as self-glorified, could he have seen the idealized caricature of himself, which the sweet enthusiast had painted for her private enjoyment. They were blissful months, those to poor Hypatia. Orestes, for some reason or other, had neglected to urge his suit, and the Iphigenia sacrifice had retired mercifully to the background. Perhaps she would be able now to accomplish all without it, and yet it was so long to wait. Years might pass before Philemon's education was matured, and with them golden opportunities which might never recur again. Ah, she sighed at times, that Julian had lived in a generation later, that I could have brought all my hard-earned treasures to the feet of the poet of the sun, and cried, "Take me, hero warrior, statesman, sage, priest of the god of light. Take thy slave, command her, send her to martyrdom, if thou wilt." A pretty price would have been wherewith to buy the honor of being the meanest of thy apostles, and the fellow laborer of Iamblichus, Maximus, Libanius, and the choir of sages who upheld the throne of the last true Caesar. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 15. Nephelococcugia. Hypatia had always avoided carefully discussing with Philemon any of those points on which she differed from his former faith. She was content to let the divine light of philosophy penetrate by its own power, and deduce its own conclusions. But one day, at the very time at which this history opens, she was tempted to speak more openly to her pupil than she had yet done. Her father had introduced him, a few days before, to a new work of hers on mathematics, and the delighted and adoring look with which the boy welcomed her, as he met her in the museum gardens, pardonably tempted her curiosity to inquire what miracles her own wisdom might have already worked. She stopped in her walk, and motioned her father to begin a conversation with Philemon. "Well," asked the old man, with an encouraging smile, "and how does our pupil like this new?" "You mean my conic sections, father? It is hardly fair to expect an unbiased answer in my presence." "Why so?" said Philemon. "Why should I not tell you as well as all the world the fresh and wonderful field of thought which they have opened to me in a few short hours?" "What then?" asked Hypatia, smiling, as if she knew what the answer would be. "In what does my commentary differ from the original text of Apollonius, on which I have so faithfully based it?" "Oh, as much as a living body differs from a dead one. Instead of mere dry disquisitions on the properties of lines and curves, I found a mine of poetry and theology. Every dull mathematical formula seemed transfigured, as if by a miracle, into the symbol of some deep and noble principle of the unseen world. And do you think that he of Persia did not see as much, or that we can pretend to surpass, in depth of insight, the sages of the elder world? Be sure that they, like the poets, meant only spiritual things, even when they seemed to talk only of physical ones, and concealed heaven under an earthly garb, only to hide it from the eyes of the profane, while we, in these degenerate days, must interpret and display each detail to the dull ears of men. Do you think, my young friend, asked Theon, that mathematics be valuable to the philosopher otherwise than as vehicles of spiritual truth? Are we to study members merely that we may be able to keep accounts, or as Pythagoras did, in order to deduce from their laws the ideas by which the universe, man, divinity itself consists? That seems to me certainly to be the noble purpose. Or conic sections, that we know better how to construct machinery, or rather to devise from them syllables of the relations of deity to its famous emanations? "You use your dialect like Socrates himself, my father," said Hypatia. "If I do, it is only for a temporary purpose. I should be sorry to accustom Philemon to suppose that the essence of philosophy was to be found in those minute investigations of words and analysis of notions, which seem to constitute Plato's chief power in the eyes of those who, like the Christian sophist Augustine, worship his letter, while they neglect his spirit, not seeing that those dialogues, which they fancy the shrine itself, are but vestibules." "Say rather veils, father, veils indeed, which were intended to baffle the rude gaze of the carnal-minded, but still vestibules, through which the enlightened soul might be led up to the inner sanctuary, to the Hesperiid gardens and golden fruit of the Timaeus and the oracles. And for myself, were but those two books left, I care not whether every other writing in the world perish tomorrow." Footnote: This astounding speech is usually attributed to Proclus, Hypatia's great successor. End of footnote. "You must accept Homer, father." "Yes, for the herd. But of what use would he be to them without some spiritual commentary? He would tell them as little, perhaps, as the circle tells to the carpenter, who draws one with his compasses." "And what is the meaning of the circle?" asked Philemon. "It may have infinite meanings, like every other natural phenomenon, and deeper meanings in proportion to the exaltation of the soul which beholds it. But consider it is not, as the one perfect figure, the very symbol of the totality of the spiritual world, which, like it, is invisible, except at its circumference, where it is limited by the dead gross phenomena of sensuous matter. And even as the circle takes its origin from one center itself, unseen, a point, as Euclid defines it, whereof neither parts nor magnitude can be predicated. Does not the world of spirits revolve round one abysmal being, unseen and undefinable in itself, as I have so often preached? Nothing, for it is conceivable only by the negation of all properties, even of those of reason, virtue, force, and yet, like the center of the circle, the cause of all other existences. I see, said Philammon. For the moment certainly the said abysmal deity struck him as a somewhat chill and barren notion, but that might be caused only by the dullness of his own spiritual perception. At all events, if it was a logical conclusion, it must be right. Let that be enough for the present. Hereafter you may be, I fancy, that I know you well enough to prophesy that you will be able to recognize, in the equilateral triangle inscribed within the circle, and touching it only with its angles, the three supercentral principles of existence, which are contained in deity as it manifests itself in the physical universe, coinciding with its utmost limits, and yet, like it, dependent on that unseen central, one which none dare name. Ah, said poor Philammon, blushing scarlet at the sense of his own dullness, I am, indeed, not worthy to have such wisdom wasted upon my imperfect apprehension. But if I may dare ask, does not Apollonius regard the circle, like all other curves, as not depending primarily on its own center for its existence, but as generated by the section of any cone by a plane at right angles to its axis? But must we not draw, or at least conceive a circle, in order to produce that cone? And is not the axis of that cone determined by the center of that circle? Philammon stood rebuked. Do not be ashamed. You have only unwittingly laid open another and perhaps as deep a symbol. Can you guess what it is? Philammon puzzled in vain. Does it not show you this, that as every conceivable right section of the cone discloses the circle, so in all which is fair and symmetric you will discover deity, if you but analyze it in a right and symmetric direction? Beautiful, said Philammon, while the old man added, and does it not show us, too, how the one perfect and original philosophy may be discovered in all great writers, if we have but that scientific knowledge in which will enable us to extract it? True, my father, but just now I wish Philammon, by such thoughts as I have suggested, to rise to that higher and more spiritual insight into nature, which reveals her to us an instinct throughout all fair and noble forms of her at least, with deity itself, to make him feel that it is not enough to say with the Christians that God has made the world, if we make that very assertion an excuse for believing that his presence has been ever since withdrawn from him. Christians, I think, would hardly say that, said Philammon, not in words, but in fact. They regard deity as the maker of a dead machine, which, once made, will move of itself thenceforth, and repudiate as heretics every philosophic thinker, whether Gnostic or Platonist, who, unsatisfied with so dead, barren, and sordid a conception of the glorious all, wishes to honor the deity by acknowledging his universal presence, and to believe honestly the assertion of their own scriptures that he lives and moves, and as his being in the universe. Philammon gently suggested that the passage in question was worded somewhat differently in the Scripture. True, but if the one be true, its converse will be true also. If the universe lives and moves, and has its being in him, must he not necessarily pervade all things? Why, forgive my dullness and explain. Because if he did not pervade all things, those things which he did not pervade would be as it were interstices in his being, and in so far without him. True, but still they would be within his circumference. Well argued, but they would not live in him, but in themselves. To live in him, they must be pervaded by his life. Do you think it possible, do you think it even reverent to affirm that there can be anything within the infinite glory of deity which has the power of excluding from the space which it occupies that very being, from which it draws its worth, and which must have originally pervaded that thing, in order to bestow on it its organization and its life? Does he retire after creating, from the spaces which he occupied during creation, reduced to the base necessity of making room for his own universe, and endure the suffering? For the analogy of all material nature tells us that it is suffering, of a foreign body like a thorn within the flesh, subsiding within his own substance. Rather believe that his wisdom and splendor, like a subtle and piercing fire, insinuates itself eternally with restless force through every organized atom, and that were it withdrawn but for an instant from the petal of the meanest flower, gross matter, and the dead chaos from which it was formed, would be all which would remain of its loveliness. Yes, she went on, after the method of her school, who preferred, like most decaying ones, harangues to the dialectic, and synthesis to induction. Look at yon lotus flower, rising like Aphrodite from the wave, in which it has slept throughout the night, and saluting with bending swan neck that sun which it will follow lovingly around the sky. Is there no more than brute matter, pipes and fibres, color and shape, and the meaningless life and death which men call vegetation? Those old Egyptian priests knew better who could see in a number and the form of those ivory petals and golden stamina, in that mysterious daily birth out of the wave, in that nightly baptism, from which it rises each morning, reborn to a new life, the signs of some divine area, some mysterious law common to the flower itself, to the white-robed priestess who held it in temple rites, and to the goddess to whom they both were consecrated. The flower of Isis. Ah, well, nature has had sad symbols, as well as her fair ones, and in proportion as a misguided nation has forgotten the worship of her to whom they owed their greatness for novel and barbaric superstitions, so has her sacred flower grown rarer and more rare, till now fit emblem of the worship over which it used to shed its perfume. It is only to be found in gardens such as these, a curiosity to the vulgar, and to such as me, a lingering monument of wisdom and of glory past away. Philemon, it may be seen, was far advanced by this time, for he bore the allusions to Isis without the slightest shudder. Nay, he dared even to offer consolation to the beautiful mourner. The philosopher, he said, will hardly lament the cross of a mere outward idolatry. For if, as you seem to think, there were a root of spiritual truth in the symbolism of nature that cannot die, and thus the lotus flower must still remain its meaning, as long as its species exists on earth. Idolatry, answered she, with a smile. My pupil must not repeat to me that worn-out Christian calumny, into whatsoever low superstitions the pious vulgar may have fallen. It is the Christians now, and not the heathens, who are idolaters, they who ascribe miraculous power to dead men's bones, who make temples of charnel houses, and bow before the images of the meanest of mankind, have surely no right to accuse of idolatry the Greek or the Egyptian, who embodies in a form the symbolic beauty ideas beyond the reach of words. Idolatry? Do I worship the pharaohs when I gaze at it, as I do for hours with loving awe, as the token to me of all-conquering might of Hellas? Do I worship the roll on which Homer's words are written, when I welcome with delight and celestial truths which it unfolds to me, and even prize and love the material book for the sake of the message which it brings? Do you fancy any but the vulgar worship in the image itself, or dream that it can help or hear them? Does the lover mistake his mistress's picture for the living, speaking reality? We worship the idea of which this image is a symbol. Will you blame us because we use that symbol to represent the idea of our own affections and emotions, instead of leaving it a barren notion, a vague imagination of our own intellect? Then, asked Philemon, with a faltering voice, yet unable to restrain its curiosity, then you do reverence the heathen gods? Why, Hypatia should have felt this question a sore one, puzzled Philemon, but she evidently did feel it as such, for she answered, hotly enough, if Sinal had asked me that question, I should have disdained to answer. To you I will tell, that before I can answer your question, you must learn that those whom you call heathen gods are, the vulgar, or rather those who find it their interest to calumniate the vulgar for the sake of confounding philosophers with them, may fancy them mere human beings, subject like man to the sufferings of pain and love, to the limitations of personality. We, on the other hand, have been taught by the primeval philosophers of Greece, by the priests of the ancient Egypt, and the sages of Babylon, to recognize in them the universal powers of nature, those children of the all-quickening Spirit, which are but various emanations of the one primeval unity. Say rather, various places of that unity, as it has been variously conceived according to the differences of climate and race, by the wise of different nations, and thus, in our eyes, he who reverences the many worships by that very act, with the highest and fullest adoration, the one of whose perfection they are the partial and antitypes, perfect each in themselves, but each the image of only one of its perfection. Why then, said Philammon, much relieved by this explanation, do you dislike Christianity? May it not be one of the many methods? Because, she answered, interrupting him impatiently, because it denies itself to be one of those many methods, and stakes its existence on the denial, because it arrogates to itself the exclusive revelation of the divine, and cannot see in its self-conceit that its own doctrines disprove that assumption by their similarity to those of all creeds. There is not a dogma of the Gallians which may not be found, under some form or other, in some of those very religions from which it pretends to disdain borrowing. Except, said Theon, its exaltation of all which is human and low-born, illiterate and levelling. Except that. But look, here comes some one whom I do not choose to meet. Turn this way, quick! And Hypatia, turning pale as death, drew her father with unphilosophic haste down a sidewalk. Yes, she went on herself, as soon as she had recovered her equanimity, were this Gallian superstition content to take its place humbly among the other religious licitas of the empire, one might tolerate it well enough as an anthropomorphic adumbration of divine things, fitted for the base and toiling herd, perhaps peculiarly fitted, because peculiarly flattering to them. But now there is Miriam again, said Philammon. Right before us, asked Hypatia severely. You know her, then? How is that? She lodges at Eudamia's house, as I do, answered Philammon frankly. Not that I ever interchange, or wish to interchange, a word with so base a creature. Do not, I charge you, said Hypatia, almost imploringly. But there was now no way of avoiding her, and perforce Hypatia and her tormentress met face to face. One word, one moment, beautiful lady, began the old woman, with a slavish obeisance. Nay, do not push by so cruelly. See what I have for you? And she held out, with a mysterious air, the rainbow of Solomon. Ah, I knew you would stop a moment. Not for the ring's sake, of course, nor even for the sake of one who once offered it to you. Ah, and where is he now? Dead of love, perhaps, at least. Here is his last token to the fairest one, the cruel one. Well, perhaps she is right. To be an empress, far finer than anything the poor Jew could have offered. But still, an empress need not be above hearing her subjects' petition. All this was uttered rapidly, and in a wheeling undertone, with a continual snaky writhing of her whole body, except her eye, which seemed in the intense fixity of its glare to act as a fulcrum for all her limbs. And from that eye, as long as it kept its mysterious hold, there was no escaping. What do you mean? What have I to do with this ring? Asked Hypatia, half frightened. He who owned it once offered it to you now. You recollect, a little black agate, a paltry thing. If you have not thrown it away, as you most likely have, he wishes to redeem it with this opal, a gem surely more fit for such a hand as that. He gave me the agate, and I shall keep it. But this opal, worth 10,000 gold pieces, in exchange for that paltry broken ring, not worth one? I am not a dealer like you, and have not yet learned to value things by their money price. If that agate had been worth money, I would have never accepted it. Take the ring. Take it, my darling, whispered Theon impatiently. It will pay all our debts. Ah, that it will. Pay them all, answered the old woman, who seemed to have mysteriously overheard him. What? My father? Would you to counsel me to be so mercenary? My good woman, she went on, turning to Miriam, I cannot expect you to understand the reason of my refusal. You and I have a different standard of worth. For the sake of the talisman, engraven on that agate, it for no reason I cannot give up. Ah, for the sake of the talisman, that is wise now. What is noble, like a philosopher? Oh, I will not say a word more. Let the beautiful prophetess keep the agate, and take the opal too, for see, there is a charm on it also, the name by which Solomon compelled the demons to do his bidding. Look, what might you not do now, if you knew how to use that? To have great glorious angels, with 6 wings each, bowing at your feet, whensoever you called them, and saying, Here I am, mistress, send me. Only look at it. Hypatia took the tempting bait, and exclaimed it, with more curiosity than she would have wished to confess, while the old woman went on, But the wise lady knows how to use the black agate, of course? Aben Ezra told her that, did he not? Hypatia blushed somewhat. She was ashamed to confess that Aben Ezra had not revealed the secret to her, probably not believing that there was any, and that the talisman has been to her only a curious plaything, of which she liked to believe one day that it might possibly have some occult virtue, and the next day to laugh at the notion as unphilosophical and barbaric. So she answered, rather severely, that her secrets were her own property. Ah, then, she knows it all, the fortunate lady! And the talisman has told her whether Heracleon has lost or won Rome by this time, and whether she is to be the mother of a new dynasty of Ptolemies, or die a virgin, which the 4 angels ever. And surely he has had the great demon come to her already, when she rubbed the flat side, has she not? Go, foolish woman, I am not like you, the dupe of childish superstitions. Childish superstitions! Ha, 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 said the old woman, as she turned to go, with obeisances more lonely than ever. And she has not seen the angels yet. Ah, well, perhaps some day, when she wants to know how to use the talisman, the beautiful lady will condescend to let the poor old Jewess show her the way. And Miriam disappeared down the alley, and plunged into the thickest shrubberies, while the 3 dreamers went on their way. Little thought Hypatia that the moment the old woman had found herself alone, she had dashed herself down on the turf, rolling and biting at the leaves like an infuriated wild beast. I will have it yet, I will have it, if I tear out her heart with it. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 16. Venus and Pallas. Part 1. As Hypatia was passing across to her lecture room that afternoon, she was stopped midway by a procession of some 20 Goths and damsels, headed by Pelagia herself, in all her glory of jewels, shawls, and snow-white mule, while by her side rode the animal, his long legs, like those of Gangrel the Norseman, all but touching the ground, as he crushed down with his weight a delicate little barb, the best substitute to be found in Alexandria for the huge black chargers of his native land. On they came, followed by a wondering and admiring mob, straight to the door of the museum, and began to dismount, while their slaves took charge of the mules and horses. There was no escape for Hypatia. Pride forbade her to follow her own maidenly instinct, and to recoil among the crowd behind her, and in another moment the Amal had lifted Pelagia from her mule, and the rival beauties of Alexandria stood, for the first time in their lives, face to face. May Athene befriend you this day. Hypatia, said Pelagia, with her sweetest smile, I have brought my guards to hear somewhat of your wisdom this afternoon. I am anxious to know whether you can teach them anything more worth listening to than the foolish little songs which Aphrodite taught me. when she raised me from the sea foam, as she rose herself, and named me Pelagia. Hypatia drew herself up to her stateliest height, and returned no answer. I think my bodyguard will well hear comparison with yours, and at least they are the princes and descendants of deities, so it is but fitting that they should enter before your provincials. Will you show them the way? No answer. Then I must do it myself. Come, Amal. And she swept up the steps, followed by the Goths, who put the Alexandrians aside right and left, as if they had been children. Ah, treacherous wanton that you are, cried a young man's voice out of the murmuring crowd. After having plundered us of every coin out of which you could dupe us, here you are squandering out patrimonies on barbarians. Give us back our presents, Pelagia, cried another, and you are welcome to your herd of wild bulls. And I will, cried she, stopping suddenly, and clutching at her chains and bracelets. She was on the point of dashing them among this astonished crowd. There, take your gifts. Pelagia and her girls scorn to be debtors to boys, while they are worshipped by men like these. But the Amal, who, luckily for the students, had not understood a word of this conversation, seized her arm, asking if she were mad. No, no, panted she, inarticulate with passion. Give me gold, every coin you have. These wretches are twitting me with what they gave me before. Oh, Amal, do you understand me? And she clung imploringly to his arm. O heroes, each of you throw his purse among these fellows. They say that we and our ladies are giving on their spoils. And he tossed his purse among the crowd. In an instant every Goth had followed this example, more than one following it up by dashing a bracelet or necklace into the face of some hapless philosopher. I have no lady, my young friend, said old Wulf, in good enough Greek, and owe you nothing, so I shall keep my money, as you might have kept yours, and as you might too, old Smid, if you had been wise as I. Don't be stingy, prince, for the honor of the Goths, said Smid, laughing. If I take in gold, I pay in iron, answered Wulf, drawing half out of his sheath the huge broad blade, at the ominous brown stains of which the studentry recoiled, and the whole party swept into the empty lecture-room, and seated themselves at their ease in the front ranks. Poor Hypatia! At first she determined not to lecture, then to send for Orestes, and then to call on her students to defend the sanctity of the museum. But pride as well as prudence advised her better. To retreat would be to confess herself conquered, to disgrace philosophy, to lose her hold on the minds of all waverers. No, she would go on and brave everything, insults, even violence, and with trembling limbs and a pale cheek, she mounted the tribune and began. To her surprise and delight, however, her barbarian auditors were perfectly well behaved. Pelagia, in childish good humour at her triumph, and perhaps, too, determined to show her contempt for her adversary by giving her every chance, enforced silence and attention, and checked the tittering of the girls, for a full half-hour. But at the end of that time, the heavy breathing of the slumbering Amal, who had been twice awoke by her, resounded unchecked through the lecture-room, and deepened into a snore, for Pelagia herself was as fast asleep as he. But now another censor took upon himself the office of keeping order. Old Wulf, from the moment Hypatia had begun, had never taken his eyes off her face, and again the maiden's weak heart had been charged, as she saw the smile of sturdy intelligence and honest satisfaction which twinkled over that scarred and bristly visage, while every now and then the grey beard wagged approval, until she found herself, long before the end of the oration, addressing herself straight to her new admirer. At last it was over, and the students behind, who had sat meekly through it all, without the slightest wish to upset the intruders, who had so thoroughly upset them, rose hurriedly, glad enough to get safe out of so dangerous a neighbourhood. But to their astonishment, as well as that of Hypatia, old Wulf rose also, and stumbling along to the foot of the tribune, pulled out his purse, and laid it at Hypatia's feet. "What is this?" asked she, half terrified at the approach of a figure more rugged and barbaric than she had ever beheld before. "My fee, for what have I heard to-day? You are a right noble maiden, and may Freya send you a husband worthy of you, and make you the mother of kings." and Wolf retired with his party, open homage to her arrival before her very face. Pelgia felt quite inclined to hate old Wolf, but at least he was the only traitor. The rest of the Goths agreed unanimously that Hypatia was a very foolish person, who was wasting her youth and beauty in talking to donkey riders, and Pelgia remounted her mule, and the Goths their horses, for a triumphal procession homeward. And yet her heart was sad. Even in triumph, right and wrong were the ideas as unknown to her as they were to hundreds of thousands in her day. As far as her own consciousness was concerned, she was as destitute of a soul as the mule on which she rode. Gifted by nature with boundless frolic and good humor, wit and cunning, her Greek taste for the physically beautiful and graceful, developed by long training, until she had become without a rival, the most perfect pantomime dancer and musician who catered for the luxurious taste of the Alexandrian theatres. She had lived since her childhood only for enjoyment and vanity, and wished for nothing more. But her new affection, or rather worship, for the huge manhood of her Gothic lover, and awoke in her a new object, to keep him, to live for him, to follow him to the ends of the earth, even if he tired of her, ill-used her, despised her. And slowly, day by day, Wolf's sneers bad awakened in her a dread that perhaps the Amel might despise her. Why, she could not guess, but what sort of woman were those Arunas of whom Wolf sang, of whom even the Amel and his men spoke with reverence, as something nobler not only than with her, but even than themselves? And what is it which Wolf had recognized in Hypatia, which had bowed the stern and coarse old warrior before her in that public homage? It was not difficult to say what, but why should that make Hypatia or anyone else attractive? And the poor little child of nature gazed in deep bewilderment at a crowd of new questions, as a butterfly might at the pages of the book on which it was settled, and was sad and disconnected, not with herself, for was she not Pelgia the perfect? But with these strange fancies which came into other people's heads, why should not everyone be as happy as they could? And who knew better than she how to be happy, and to make others happy? Look at that old monk standing on the pavement, Almaric. Why does he stare at me? Tell him to go away. The person at whom she pointed, a delicate-featured old man, with a venerable white beard, seemed to hear her, for he turned with a sudden start, and then, to Pelgia's astonishment, put his hands before his face, and burst convulsively into tears. What does he mean by behaving in that way? Bring him here to me this moment. I will know, cried she pollutedly, catching at the new object, in order to escape from her own thoughts. In a moment a Goth had led up the weeper, who came without demur to the side of Pelgia's mule. Why were you so rude as to burst out crying in my face? Asked she politely. The old man looked up sadly and tenderly, and answered in a low voice meant only for her ear. And now can I help weeping, that I see anything as beautiful as you are destined to the flames of hell forever? The flames of hell? Said Pelgia, with a shudder. What for? Do you not know? Asked the old man, with a look of sad surprise. Have you forgotten what you are? I never hurt a fly. Why do you look so terrified, my darling? What have you been saying to her, you old villain? And the Amel raised his whip. Oh, do not strike him. Come tomorrow, and tell me what you mean. No, we will have no monks within our doors, frightening silly woman, off Sirrah, and thank the lady that you have escaped with a whole skin. And the Amel caught the bridle of Pelgia's mule, and pushed forward, leaving the old man gazing sadly after them. But the beautiful sinner was evidently not the object which had brought the old monk of the desert into a neighborhood so strange and ungenial to his habits, for recovering himself in a few moments, he hurried on to the door of the museum, and there planted himself, scanning earnestly the faces of the passers out, and meeting, of course, with his due share of student ribaldry. Well, the old cat, and what mouse are you on the watch for at the hole's mouth here? Just come inside, and see whether the mice will not singe your whiskers for you. Here is my mouse, gentlemen, answered the old monk, with a bow and smile, as he laid his hand on Philemon's arm, and presented to his astonished eyes the delicate features and high retreating forehead of Arsenius. "My father!" cried the boy in the first impulse of the affectionate recognition, and then he had expected some such meeting all along, but now that it was come at last, he turned pale as death. The student saw his emotion. "Hands off, old Houghton Timoromenus! He belongs to our guild now. Monks have no more business with sons than with wives. Shall we hustle him for you, Philammon?" "Take care of how you show off, gentlemen. The Goths are not yet out of hearing," answered Philammon, who was learning fast how to give a smart answer, and then, fearing the temper of the young dandies, and shrinking from the notion of any insult to one so reverend and so beloved as Arsenius, he drew the old man gently away and walked up the street with him in silence, dreading what was coming. "And are these your friends?" "Heaven forbid! I have nothing in common with such animals but flesh and blood. Have a seat in the lecture room." "Of the heathen woman." Philammon, after the fashion of young men in fear, rushed desperately into the subject himself, just because he dreaded Arsenius's entering on it quietly. "Yes, of the heathen woman. Of course you have seen Cyril before you came hither?" "I have, and," went on Philammon, interrupting him, "you have been told every lie which prurience, stupidity, and revenge can invent. That I have trampled on the cross, sacrificed to all the deities in the pantheon, and probably," and he blushed scarlet, "that the purest and holiest of beings, who, if she were not what people call a pagan, would be, and deserves to be, worshipped as the queen of saints, that she and I," and he stopped. "Have I said that I believed what I may have heard?" "No, and therefore, as they are all simple and sheer falsehoods, there is no more to be said on the subject. Not that I shall be delighted to answer any questions of yours, my dearest father." "Have I asked any, my child?" "No, so we may as well change the subject for the present." And he began overwhelming the old man with inquiries about himself, Pambo, and each and all of the inhabitants of the Laura, to which Arsenius, to the boy's infinite relief, answered cordially and minutely, and even vouchsafed a smile at some jest of Philammon's on the contrast between the monks of Nitria and those of Scetis. Arsenius was too wise not to see well enough what all this flippancy meant, and too wise also not to know that Philammon's version was probably quite as near the truth as Peter and Cyril's, but for reasons of his own merely replied by an affectionate look and compliment to Philammon's growth. "And yet you seem thin and pale, my boy." "Study," said Philammon, "study. One cannot burn the midnight oil without paying some penalty for it. However, I am richly repaid already. I shall be no more hereafter." "Let us hope so. But who are those Goths whom I passed in the streets just now?" "Ah, my father," said Philammon, glad in his heart of any excuse to turn the conversation, and yet half uneasy and suspicious at Arsenius's evident determination to avoid the very object of his visit. "It must have been you, then, to whom I saw stop and speak to Pelagia at the farther end of the street. What words could you possibly have had herewith to honour such a creature?" "God knows. Some secret sympathy touched my heart. Alas, poor child! But how came you to know her?" "All Alexandria knows the shameless abomination," interrupted a voice at their elbow. None other than that of the little porter, who had been dodging and watching the pair the whole way, and could no longer restrain his longing to meddle. And well it had been for many a rich young man had odd Miriam never brought her over, in an evil day, from Athens hither. "Miriam?" "Yes, monk, a name not unknown, I am told, in places, as well as in slave markets." "An evil-eyed Jewess?" "A Jewess she is, as her name might have informed you. As for her eyes, I consider 'em, or used to do so, of course, for her injured nation have been long expelled from Alexandria by your frantic tribe, as altogether divine and demoniac, let the base imagination of monks call them what it likes." "But how did you know this Pelagia, my son, fit company for such as you?" Philammon told, honestly enough, the story of his Nile journey, and Pelagia's invitation to him. "You did not surely accept it?" Heaven forbid that Hypatia's scholar should so degrade himself. Arsenius shook his head sadly. You would not have had me go? No, boy. But how long hast thou learned to call thyself Hypatia's scholar, or to call it a degradation, to visit the most sinful, if thou mightest thereby bring back a lost lamb to the good shepherd? Nevertheless, thou art too young for such employment, and she meant to tempt thee doubtless. I do not think it. She seemed struck by my talking Athenian Greek, and having come from Athens. And how long since she came from Athens? Said Arsenius, after a pause. Who knows? Just after it was being sacked by the barbarians, said the little porter, who, beginning to suspect a mystery, was peeking and peering like an excited parrot. The old dame brought her hither among a cargo of captive boys and girls. The time agrees. Can this Miriam be found? A sapient and courteous question for a monk to ask. Do you not know that Cyril has expelled all Jews 4 months ago? True, true, alas, said the old man to himself. How little the rulers of this world guess their own proper. They move a finger carelessly, and forget that the finger may crush to death hundreds, whose names they've never heard, and every soul of them as precious as God's sight and as Cyril's own. What is the matter, my father? Asked Philammon. You seem deeply moved about this woman. And she is Miriam's slave? Her freedwoman, this 4 years past, said the porter. The good lady, for reasons doubtless excellent in themselves, though not altogether patient to the philosophic mind, thought good to turn her loose on the Alexandrian Republic, to seek what she might devour. God help her! And you are certain that Miriam is not in Alexandria? The little porter turned very red, and Philammon did so likewise. But he remembered his promise, and kept it. You both know something of her, I can see. You cannot deceive an old statesman, sir. Turning to the little porter with a look of authority, poor monk though he be now, if you think fitting to tell me what you know, I promise you that neither she nor you shall be losers by your confidence in me. If not, I shall find means to discover. Both stood silent. End of chapter 16, part 1.
Chapter 16, Part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 16, Venus and Pallas, Part 2. Philammon, my son, and art thou too in league against, no, not against me, against thyself, poor misguided boy? Against myself? Yes, I have said it. But unless you will trust me, I cannot trust you. I have promised. And I, sir statesman, or monk, or both, or neither, have sworn by the immortal gods, said the porter, looking very big. Arsenius paused. There are those who hold that an oath by an idol, being nothing, is of itself void. I do not agree with them. If thou thinkest it sin to break thine oath, to thee it is a sin. And for thee, my poor child, thy promise is sacred, were it made to Iscariot himself. But hear me. Can either of you, by asking this woman, be so far absolved as to give me speech of her? Tell her, that is, if she be in Alexandria, which God grant, all that has passed between us here, and tell her, on the solemn oath of a Christian, that Arsenius, whose name she knows well, will neither injure nor betray her. Will you do this? Arsenius? Said the little porter, with a look of mingled awe and pity. The old man smiled. Arsenius, who was once called the father of the emperors. Even she will trust that name. I will go this moment, sir, I will fly. And off rushed the little porter. The little fellow forgets, said Arsenius with a smile, to how much he has confessed already, and how easy it were now to trace him to the old hag's lair. Philemon, my son, I have many tears to weep over thee, but they must wait a while. I have thee safe now." And the old man clutched his arm. "Thou wilt not leave thy poor old father? Thou wilt not desert me for the heathen woman? I will stay with you, I promise you, indeed, if you will not say unjust things of her. I will speak evil of no one, accuse no one but myself. I will not say one harsh word to thee, my poor boy, but listen now. Thou knowest that thou camest from Athens. Knowest thou that it was I who brought thee hither? You? Ay, my son. But when I brought thee to the Laura, it seemed right that thou, as the son of a noble gentleman, shouldst hear nothing of it. But tell me, dost thou recollect father or mother, brother or sister, or anything of thy home in Athens? No. Thanks be to God. But, Philemon, if thou hadst had a sister— Hush! And if, I say only if— A sister! Interrupted Philemon. Pelagia? God forbid, my son. But a sister thou hadst once. Some 3 years older than thee she seemed. What? Did you know her? I saw her but once, on one sad day. Poor children both. I will not sadden you by telling you where and how. And why did you not bring her hither with me? You surely had not the heart to part us. Ah, my son, what right had an old monk with a fair young girl? And indeed, even had I the courage, it would have been impossible. There were others, richer than I, to whose covetousness her youth and beauty seemed a precious prize. When I saw her last, she was in company with an ancient Jewess. Heaven grant that this Miriam may prove to be the one. And I have a sister, gasped Philemon, his eyes bursting with tears. We must find her. You will help me? Now, this moment. There is nothing else to be thought of, spoken of, done henceforth, till she is found. Ah, my son, better perhaps to leave her in the hands of God. What if she were dead? To discover that would be to discover needless sorrow. And if, God grant that it be not so, she had only a name to live, and were dead, worse than dead, in sinful pleasure, we would save her, or die trying to save her. Is it not enough for me that she is my sister? Arsenius shook his head. He knew little the strange new light and warmth which his words had poured in upon the young heart beside him. A sister! What mysterious virtue was there in that simple word, which made Philemon's brain reel and his heart throb madly? A sister! Not merely a friend, an equal, a helpmate, given by God himself, for loving whom none, not even a monk, could blame him. Not merely something delicate, weak, beautiful, for of course she must be beautiful, whom he might cherish, guide, support, deliver, die for, and find death delicious. Yes, all that, and more than that, lay in the sacred word. For those divided and partial notions had flitted across his mind too rapidly to stir such passion as moved him now. Even the hint of her sin and danger had been heard heedlessly, if heard at all. It was the word itself which bore its own message, its own spell to the heart of the fatherless and motherless foundling, as he faced for the first time the deep, everlasting, divine reality of kindred. A sister, of his own flesh and blood, born of the same father, the same mother, his forever. How hollow and fleeting seemed all spiritual sonships, spiritual daughterhoods, inventions of the changing fancy, the wayward will of man. Arsenius, Pambo, ay, Hypatia herself, what were they to him now? Here was a real relationship, a sister. What else was worth caring for upon the earth? And she was at Athens when Pelagia was, he cried at last. Perhaps knew her. Let us go to Pelagia herself. Heaven forbid, said Arsenius. We must wait at least till Miriam's answer comes. I can show you her house at least in the meanwhile, and you can go in yourself when you will. I do not ask to enter. Come, I feel certain that my finding her is in some way bound up with Pelagia. Had I not met her on the Nile, had you not met her in the street, I might never have heard that I had a sister. And if she went with Miriam, Pelagia must know her. She may be in that very house at this moment. Arsenius had his reasons for suspecting that Philammon was but too right, but he contented himself with yielding to the boy's excitement, and set off with him in the direction of the dancer's house. They were within a few yards of the gate when hurried footsteps behind them, and voices calling them by name, made them turn, and behold, evidently to the disgust of Arsenius as much as Philammon himself, Peter the Reader and a large party of monks. Philammon's first impulse was to escape. Arsenius himself caught him by the arm and seemed inclined to hurry on. No, thought the youth, am I not a free man and a philosopher? And facing round, he awaited the enemy. Ah, young apostate, so you have found him, reverend and ill-used sir. Praised be heaven for this rapid success. My good friend, asked Arsenius in a trembling voice, what brings you here? Heaven forbid that I should have allowed your sanctity and age to go forth without some guard against the insults and violence of this wretched youth and his profligate companions. We have been following you afar off all the morning, with hearts full of filial solicitude. Many thanks, but indeed your kindness has been superfluous. My son here, from whom I have met with nothing but affection, and whom, indeed, I believe far more innocent than report declared him, is about to return peaceably with me. Are you not, Philammon? Alas, my father, said Philammon with an effort, how can I find courage to say it? But I cannot return with you. Cannot return? I vowed that I would never again cross that threshold till... And Cyril does. He bade me, indeed, he bade me assure you that he would receive you back as a son, and forgive and forget all the past. Forgive and forget? That is my part, not his. Will he right me against that tyrant and his crew? Will he proclaim me openly to be an innocent and persecuted man, unjustly beaten and driven forth for obeying his own commands? Till he does that, I shall not forget that I am a free man. A free man, said Peter, with an unpleasant smile, that remains to be proved, my gay youth, and will need more evidence than that smart philosophic cloak, and those well-curled locks which you have adopted since I last saw you. Remains to be proved? Arsenius made an imploring gesture to Peter to be silent. Nay, sir, as I foretold to you, this one way alone remains. The blame of it, if there be blame, must rest on the unhappy youth whose perversity renders it necessary. For God's sake, spare me, cried the old man, dragging Peter aside, while Philammon stood astonished, divided between indignation and vague dread. Did I not tell you again and again that I could never bring myself to call a Christian man my slave, and him above all my spiritual son? And, most reverend sir, whose zeal is only surpassed by your tenderness and mercy, did not the holy patriarch assure you that your scruples were groundless? Do you think that either he or I can have less horror than you have of slavery in itself? Heaven forbid! But when an immortal soul is at stake, when a lost lamb is to be brought back to the fold, Surely you may employ the authority which the law gives you for the salvation of that precious charge committed to you? What could be more conclusive than His Holiness's argument this morning? Christians are bound to obey the laws of the world for conscience's sake, even though in the abstract they may disapprove of them and deny their authority. Then, by parity of reasoning, it must be lawful for them to take the advantage which those same laws offer them, when by so doing the glory of God may be advanced. Arsenius still hung back, with eyes brimming with tears, but Philemon himself put an end to the parley. "What is the meaning of all this? Are you, too, in a conspiracy against me? Speak, Arsenius." "This is the meaning of it, blinded sinner," cried Peter, "that you are by law the slave of Arsenius, lawfully bought with his money in the city of Ravenna, and that he has the power, and, as I trust, for the sake of your salvation, the will also, to compel you to accompany him." Philemon recoiled across the pavement, with eyes flashing defiance. A slave? The light of heaven grew black in him. Oh, that Hypatia should never know his shame! Yet it was impossible, too dreadful to be true. "You lie!" almost shrieked he. "I am the son of a noble citizen of Athens. Arsenius told me so but this moment with his own lips." "Ah, but he bought you in the public market, and he can prove it." Hear me, my son," cried the old man, springing toward him. Philemon, in his fury, mistook the gesture and thrust him fiercely back. "Your son? Your slave? Do not insult the name of son by applying it to me. Yes, sir, your slave in body, but not in soul. Aye, seize me, drag home the fugitive, scourge him, brand him, chain him in the mill if you can. But even for that the free heart has a remedy. If you will not let me live as a philosopher, you shall see me die like one." "Seize the fellow, my brethren!" cried Peter, while Arsenius, utterly unable to restrain either party, hid his face and wept. "Wretches!" cried the boy, "you shall never take me alive while I have teeth or nails left. Treat me as a brute beast, and I will defend myself as such. Out of the way there, rascals! Place for the prefect." "What are you squabbling about here, you unmannerly monks?" shouted peremptory voices from behind. The crowd parted and disclosed the apparitors of Orestes, who followed in his robes of office. A sudden hope flashed before Philemon, and in an instant he had burst through the mob and was clinging to the prefect's chariot. "I am a freeborn Athenian, whom these monks wish to kidnap back into slavery. I claim your protection." "And you shall have it, right or wrong, my handsome fellow." "By heaven, you are much too good-looking to be made a monk of. What do you mean, you villains, by attempting to kidnap free men? Is it not enough for you to lock up every mad girl whom you can dupe, but you must—" "His master is here present, your Excellency, who will swear to the purchase." "Or to anything else for the glory of God. Out of the way! And take care, you tall scoundrel, that I do not get a handle against you. You have been one of my marked men for many months. Off!" "His master demands the rights of the law as a Roman citizen," said Peter, pushing forward Arsenius. "If he be a Roman citizen, let him come and make his claim at the tribune tomorrow in legal form. But I would have you remember, ancient sir, that I shall require you to prove your citizenship before we proceed to the question of purchase." "The law does not demand that," quoth Peter. "Knock that fellow down, apparitor." Whereat Peter vanished, and an ominous growl rose from the mob of monks. "What am I to do, most noble sir?" said Philemon. "Whatever you like till the third hour tomorrow, if you are fool enough to appear at the tribune. If you will take my advice, you will knock down these fellows right and left, and run for your life." And Orestes drove on. Philemon saw that it was his only chance, and did so. and in another minute he found himself rushing headlong into the archway of Pelagia's house, with a dozen monks at his heels. As luck would have it, the outer gates, at which the Goths had just entered, were still open, but the inner ones, which led into the court beyond, were fast. He tried them, but in vain. There was an open door in the wall on his right. He rushed through it into a long range of stables, and into the arms of Wulf and Smid, who were unsaddling and feeding, like true warriors, their own horses. "Souls of my fathers!" shouted Smid. "Here's our young monk come back. What brings you here, head over heels in this way, young curly-pate?" "Save me from those wretches," pointing to the monks who were peeping into the doorway. Wulf seemed to understand it all in a moment, for, snatching up a heavy whip, he rushed at the foe, and with a few tremendous strokes cleared the doorway and shut to the door. Philammon was going to explain and thank, but Smid stopped his mouth. "Never mind, young one, you are our guest now. Come in, and you shall be as welcome as ever. See what comes of running away from us at first. You do not seem to have benefited much by leaving me for the monks," said old Wulf. "Come in by the inner door. Smid, go and turn those monks out of the gateway." But the mob, after battering the door for a few minutes, had yielded to the agonized entreaties of Peter, who assured them that if those incarnate fiends once broke out upon them, they would not leave a Christian alive in Alexandria. So it was agreed to leave a few to watch for Philammon's coming out, and the rest, balked of their prey, turned the tide of their wrath against the prefect, and rejoined the mass of their party, who were still hanging round his chariot, ready for mischief. In vain the hapless shepherd of the people attempted to drive on. The apparitors were frightened and hung back, and without their help it was impossible to force the horses through the mass of tossing arms and beards in front. The matter was evidently growing serious. "The bitterest ruffians in all Nitria, your Excellency," whispered one of the guards with a pale face, "and 200 of them at the least. They are the very set, I will be sworn, who nearly murdered Dioscorus." "If you will not allow me to proceed, my holy brethren," said Orestes, trying to look collected, "perhaps it will not be contrary to the canons of the Church if I turn back. Leave the horses' heads alone. Why, in God's name, what do you want?" "Do you fancy we have forgotten Hieracus?" cried a voice from the rear, and at that name yell upon yell arose, till the mob, gaining courage from its own noise, burst out into open threats. "Revenge for the blessed martyr Hieracus! Revenge for the wrongs of the Church! Down with the friend of heathens, Jews, and barbarians! Down with the favorite of Hypatia! Tyrant! Butcher!" And the last epithet so smote the delicate fancy of the crowd that a general cry arose of "Kill the butcher!" and one furious monk attempted to clamber into the chariot. An apparitor tore him down, and was dragged to the ground in his turn. The monks closed in. The guards, finding the enemy numbered 10 to their 1, threw down their weapons in a panic and vanished, and in another minute the hopes of Hypatia and the gods would have been lost for ever, and Alexandria robbed of the blessing of being ruled by the most finished gentleman south of the Mediterranean, had it not been for unexpected succor, of which it will be time enough, considering who and what is in danger, to speak in a future chapter. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 17. A Stray Gleam. The last blue headland of Sardinia was fading fast on the northwest horizon, and a steady breeze bore before it innumerable ships, the wrecks of Heraclian's armament, plunging and tossing impatiently in their desperate homeward race toward the coast of Africa. Far and wide, under a sky of cloudless blue, the white sails glittered on the glittering sea, as gaily now, above their loads of shame and disappointment, terror and pain, as when, but one short month before, they bore with them only wild hopes and gallant daring. Who can calculate the sum of misery in that hapless flight? And yet it was but one, and that one of the least known and most trivial of the tragedies of that age of woe, one petty death spasm among the unnumbered throes which were shaking to dissolution the Babylon of the West. Her time had come. Even as St. John beheld her in his vision, by agony after agony, she was rotting to her well-earned doom. Tyrannizing it luxuriously over all nations, she had sat upon the mystic beast, building her power on the brute animal appetites of her dupes and slaves. But she had duped herself even more than them. She was finding out by bitter lessons that it was to the beast and not to her that her vassal kings of the earth had been giving their power and strength, and the ferocity and lust which she had pampered so cunningly in them had become her curse and her destruction. Drunk with the blood of the saints, blinded by her own conceit and jealousy to the fact that she had been crushing and extirpating out of her empire for centuries past all which was noble, purifying, regenerative, divine, she sat impotent and doting, the prey of every fresh adventurer, the slave of her own slaves. And the kings of the earth who had sinned with her hated the harlot, and made her desolate and naked, and devoured her flesh, and burned her with fire. For God had put into their hearts to fulfill his will, and to agree, and to give their kingdom to the beast, until the words of God shall be fulfilled. Everywhere sensuality, division, hatred, treachery, cruelty, uncertainty, terror. The vials of God's wrath poured out. Where was to be the end of it all? Asked every man of his neighbour, generation after generation, and received for answer only, "It is better to die than to live." And yet in one ship out of that sad fleet there was peace. Peace amid shame and terror, amid the groans of the wounded and the sighs of the starving, amid all but blank despair. The great triremes and quinqueremes rushed onward past the lagging transports, careless, in the mad race for safety, that they were leaving the greater number of their comrades defenceless in the rear of the flight. But from one little fishing craft alone no base entreaties, no bitter execrations greeted the passing flash and roll of their mighty oars. One after another, day by day, they came rushing up out of the northern offing, each like a huge 100-footed dragon, panting and quivering as with terror at every loud pulse of its oars, hurling the wild water right and left with the mighty share of its beak, while from the bows some gorgon or chimera, elephant or boar, stared out with brazen eyes toward the coast of Africa, as if it too, like the human beings which it carried, was dead to every care but that of dastard flight. Past they rushed one after another, and off the poop some shouting voice chilled all hearts for a moment with the fearful news that the Emperor's Neapolitan fleet was in full chase, and the soldiers on board that little vessel looked silently and steadfastly into the silent, steadfast face of the old prefect, and Victoria saw him shudder and turn his eyes away, and stood up among the rough fighting men like a goddess, and cried aloud that the Lord would protect his own, and they believed her and were still, till many days and many ships were passed, and the little fishing craft, outstripped even by the transports and merchantmen, as it strained and crawled along before its single square sail, was left alone upon the sea. And where was Raphael Aben Ezra? And he was sitting, with Bran's head between his knees, at the door of a temporary awning in the vessel's stern, which shielded the wounded men from sun and spray, and as he sat he could hear from within the gentle voices of Victoria and her brother, as they tended the sick like ministering angels, or read to them of divine hope and comfort, in which his homeless heart felt that he had no share. As I live, I would change places now with any one of those poor mangled ruffians, to have that voice speaking such words to me, and to believe them. And he went on perusing the manuscript which he held in his hand. Well, he sighed to himself after a while, At least it's the most complimentary, not to say hopeful, view of our destinies with which I have met since I threw away my curse's belief that the seed of David was fated to conquer the whole earth, and set up a second Roman Empire at Jerusalem, only worse than the present one, in that the devils of superstition and bigotry would be added to those of tyranny and rapine. A hand was laid on his shoulder, and a voice asked, "And what may this so hopeful view be?" End of section 25, chapter 17, A Stray Gleam. Recording by Mike Harris.
Chapter 18, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 18. The Prefect Tested. Part 1. When we lost sight of Philemon, his destiny had hurled him once more among his old friends the Goths, in search of two important elements of human comfort, freedom and a sister. The former he found at once in a large hall where sundry Goths were lounging and toping, into the nearest corner of which he shrank, and stood, his late terror and rage forgotten altogether in the one new and absorbing thought. His sister might be in that house, and yielding to so sweet a dream, he began fancying to himself which of all those gay maidens she might be who had become in one moment more dear, more great to him, than all things else in heaven or earth. That fair-haired, rounded Italian, that fierce, luscious, aquiline-faced Jewess, that delicate, swart, sidelong-eyed Copt. No, she was Athenian like himself. That tall, lazy Greek girl, then, from beneath whose sleepy lids flashed, once an hour, sudden lightnings, revealing depths of thought and feeling uncultivated, perhaps even unsuspected by their possessor. Her? Or that her seeming sister, or the next? Or was it Pelagia herself, most beautiful and most sinful of them all? Fearful thought! He blushed scarlet at the bare imagination. Yet why, in his secret heart, was that the most pleasant hypothesis of them all? And suddenly flashed across him that observation of one of the girls on board the boat, on his likeness to Pelagia. Strange that he had never recollected it before. It must be so. And yet on what a slender thread, woven of scattered hints and surmises, did that must depend. He would be sane, he would wait, he would have patience. Patience with the sister yet unfound, perhaps perishing? Impossible. Suddenly the train of his thoughts was changed perforce. "Come, come and see! There's a fight in the streets!" called one of the damsels down the stairs at the highest pitch of her voice. "I shan't go," yawned a huge fellow who was lying on his back on a sofa. "Oh, come up, my hero," said one of the girls. "Such a charming riot, and the Prefect himself in the middle of it. We have not had such a one in the street this month. The Princess won't let me knock any of these donkey riders on the head, and seeing other people do it only makes me envious. Give me the wine jug. Curse the girl, she's run upstairs." The shouting and trampling came nearer, and in another minute Wulf came rapidly downstairs, through the hall into the harem court, and into the presence of the Amal. "Prince, here's a chance for us. These rascally Greeks are murdering their Prefect under our very windows." "The lying cur! Serve him right for cheating us. He has plenty of guards. Why can't the fool take care of himself?" "They have all run away, and I saw some of them hiding among the mob. As I live, the man will be killed in 5 minutes more." "Why not?" "Why should he, when we can save him and win his favour for ever? The man's fingers are itching for a fight. It's a bad plan not to give hounds blood now and then, or they lose the knack of hunting." "Well, it wouldn't take 5 minutes." "And heroes should show that they can forgive when an enemy is in distress." "Very true. Like an Amal, too." And the Amal sprang up and shouted to his men to follow him. "Good-bye, my pretty one." "Why, Wulf," cried he, as he burst out into the court, "here's our monk again. By Odin, you're welcome, my handsome boy. Come along and fight too, young fellow. What were those arms given you for?" "He's my man," said Wulf, laying his hand on Philammon's shoulder, and blood he shall taste." And out the three hurried, Philammon, in his present reckless mood, ready for anything. "Bring your whips! Never mind swords! Those rascals are not worth it!" shouted the Amal, as he hurried down the passage brandishing his heavy thong, some 10 feet in length, threw the gate open, and the next moment recoiled from a dense crush of people who surged in, and surged out again as rapidly as the Goth, with the combined force of his weight and arm, hewed his way straight through them, felling a wretch at every blow, and followed up by his terrible companions. They were but just in time. The 4 white blood horses were plunging and rolling over each other, and Orestes reeling in his chariot, with the stream of blood running down his face, and the hands of 20 wild monks clutching at him. Monks again, thought Philammon, and as he saw among them more than one hateful face, which he recollected in Cyril's courtyard on that fatal night, a flush of fierce revenge ran through him. "Mercy!" shrieked the miserable prefect. "I am a Christian! I swear that I am a Christian! The Bishop Atticus baptized me at Constantinople!" "Down with the butcher! Down with the heathen tyrant, who refuses the adjuration on the Gospels rather than be reconciled to the Patriarch! Tear him out of the chariot!" yelled the monks. "The craven hound!" said the Amal, stopping short. "I won't help him!" But in an instant Wulf rushed forward, and struck right and left. The monks recoiled, and Philammon, burning to prevent so shameful a scandal to the faith to which he still clung convulsively, sprang into the chariot and caught Orestes in his arms. "You are safe, my lord, don't struggle," whispered he, while the monks flew on him. A stone or two struck him, but they only quickened his determination, and in another moment the whistling of the whips round his head, and the yell and backward rush of the monks told him that he was safe. He carried his burden safely within the doorway of Pelagia's house, into the crowd of peeping and shrieking damsels, where 20 pairs of the prettiest hands in Alexandria seized on Orestes, and drew him into the court. "Like a second Hylas carried off by the nymphs," simpered he, as he vanished into the harem, to reappear in 5 minutes, his head bound up with silk handkerchiefs, and with as much of his usual impudence as he could muster. "Your Excellencies, hear us all. I am your devoted slave. I owe you life itself. And more, the valour of your succour is only surpassed by the deliciousness of your cure. I would gladly undergo a second wound to enjoy a second time the services of such hands, and to see such feet busying themselves on my behalf." "You wouldn't have said that 5 minutes ago," quoth the Amal, looking at him very much as a bear might at a monkey. "Never mind the hands and feet, old fellow. They are none of yours," bluntly observed a voice from behind, probably Smid's, and a laugh ensued. "My saviours, my brothers," said Orestes, politely ignoring the laughter, "how can I repay you? Is there anything in which my office here enables me, I won't say to reward, for that would be a term beneath your dignity as free barbarians, but to gratify you?" "Give us 3 days' pillage of the quarter," shouted some one. "Ah, true valour is apt to underrate obstacles. You forget your small numbers." "I say," quoth the Amal, "I say, take care, prefect. If you mean to tell me that we 40 couldn't cut all the throats in Alexandria in 3 days, and yours into the bargain, and keep your soldiers at bay all the time." "Half of them would join us," cried some one. "They're half our own flesh and blood, after all." "Pardon me, my friends, I do not doubt it a moment. I know enough of the world never to have found a sheep-dog yet who would not, on occasion, help to make away with a little of the mutton which he guarded. My venerable sir," turning to Wulf with a knowing bow. Wulf chuckled grimly, and said something to the Amal in German about being civil to guests. "You'll pardon me, my heroic friends," said Orestes, "but with your kind permission I will observe that I am somewhat faint and disturbed by late occurrences. To trespass on your hospitality further would be an impertinence. If, therefore, I might send a slave to find some of my apparitors—" "No, by all the gods," roared the Amal, "you're my guest now, my lady's at least. And no one ever went out of my house sober yet, if I could help it. Set the cooks to work, my men. The prefect shall feast with us like an emperor, and we'll send him home to-night as drunk as he can wish. Come along, your Excellency. We're rough fellows we got, but by the Valkyrs, no one can say that we neglect our guests." "It's a sweet compulsion," said Orestes as he went in. "Stop, by the by. Didn't one of you men catch a monk? Here he is, Prince, with his elbows safe behind him. And a tall, haggard, half-naked monk was dragged forward. Capital! Bring him in. His Excellency shall judge him while dinner's cooking, and Smid shall have the hanging of him. He hurt nobody in the scuffle. He was thinking of his dinner. Some rascal bit a piece out of my leg, and I tumbled down, grumbled Smid. Well, pay out this fellow for it, then. Bring a chair, slaves. Here, your Highness, sit there and judge. 2 chairs, said someone. The Amal shan't stand before the Emperor himself. By all means, my dear friends. The Amal and I will act as the 2 Caesars with divided empire. I presume we shall have little difference of opinion as to the hanging of this worthy. Hanging is too quick for him. Just what I was about to remark. There are certain judicial formalities considered generally to be conducive to the stability, if not necessary to the existence, of the Roman Empire. I say, don't talk so much, shouted the Goth. If you want to have the hanging of him yourself, do. We thought we would save you the trouble. Ah, my excellent friend, would you rob me of the delicate pleasure of revenge? I intend to spend at least 4 hours tomorrow in killing this pious martyr. He will have good time to think between the beginning and the end of the rack. Do you hear that, Master Monk? Said Smid, chucking him under the chin, while the rest of the party seemed to think the whole business an excellent joke, and divided their ridicule openly enough between the prefect and his victim. The man of blood has said it. I am a martyr, answered the monk in a dogged voice. You will take a good deal of time in becoming one. Death may be long, but glory is everlasting. True, I forgot that, and will save you the sad glory, if I can help it, for a year or 2. Who was it struck me with the stone? No answer. Tell me, and the moment he is in my lictor's hands, I pardon you freely. The monk laughed. Pardon? Pardon me eternal bliss, and the things unspeakable, which God has prepared for those who love him? Tyrant and butcher, I struck thee, thou second Diocletian. I hurled the stone. I, Ammonius. Would to heaven that it had smitten thee through, thou Sisera, like the nail of Jael the Kenite. Thanks, my friend. Heroes, you have a cellar for monks as well as for wine? I will trouble you with this hero's psalm singing to-night, and send my apparatus for him in the morning. If he begins howling when we're in bed, your men won't find much of him left in the morning, said the Amal. But here come the slaves announcing dinner. Stay, said Orestes. There's one more with whom I have an account to settle, that young philosopher there. Oh, he's coming in too. He never was drunk in his life, I'll warrant, poor fellow, and it's high time for him to begin. And the Amal let a good-natured bear's paw on Philammon's shoulder, who hung back in perplexity, and cast a piteous look towards Wulf. Wulf answered it by a shake of the head which gave Philammon courage to stammer out a courteous refusal. The Amal swore an oath at him which made the cloister ring again, and with a quiet shove of his heavy hand sent him staggering half across the court. But Wulf interposed. The boy is mine, Prince. He is no drunkard, and I will not let him become one. Would to heaven, added he under his breath, that I could say the same to some others. Send us out our supper here when you're done. Half a sheep or so will do between us, and enough of the strongest to wash it down with. Smid knows my quantity. Why in heaven's name are you not coming in? That mob will be trying to burst the gates again before 2 hours are out, and as someone must stand sentry, it may as well be a man who will not have his ears stopped up by wine and women's kisses. The boy will stay with me. So the party went in, leaving Wulf and Philammon alone in the outer hall. There the two sat for some half hour, casting stealthy glances at each other, and wondering perhaps, each of them vainly enough, what was going on in the opposite brain. Philammon, though his heart was full of his sister, could not help noticing the air of deep sadness which hung about the scarred and weather-beaten features of the old warrior. The grimness which he had remarked on their first meeting seemed to be now changed into a settled melancholy. The furrows round his mouth and eyes had become deeper and sharper. Some perpetual indignation seemed smouldering in the knitted brow and protruding upper lip. He sat there silent and motionless for some half hour, his chin resting on his hands, and they again upon the butt of his axe, apparently in deep thought, and listening with a silent sneer to the clinking of glasses and dishes within. End of Chapter 18, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 18, The Prefect Tested. Part 2. Philammon felt too much respect, both for his age and his stately sadness, to break the silence. At last some louder burst of merriment than usual aroused him. "What do you call that?" said he, speaking in Greek. "Folly and vanity." "And what does she there, the Alruna, the prophet woman, call it?" "Whom do you mean?" "Why, the Greek woman whom we went to hear talk this morning." "Folly and vanity." "Why can't she cure that Roman hairdresser there of it, then?" Philammon was silent. "Why not, indeed?" "Do you think she could cure any one of it?" "Of what?" "Of getting drunk, and wasting their strength and their fame and their hard-won treasures upon eating and drinking and fine clothes and bad women." "She is most pure herself, and she preaches purity to all who hear her." "Curse preaching! I've preached for these 4 months." "Perhaps she may have some more winning arguments. Perhaps—" "I know. Such a beautiful bit of flesh and blood as she is might get a hearing when a grizzled old head-splitter like me was called a dotard, eh? Well, it's natural." A long silence. "She's a grand woman. I never saw such a one, and I've seen many. There was a prophetess once, lived in an island in the Weser stream, and when a man saw her, even before she spoke a word, one longed to crawl to her feet on all fours and say, 'There, tread on me, I am not fit for you to wipe your feet upon.' And many a warrior did it. Perhaps I may have done it myself, before now. And this one is strangely like her. She would make a prince's wife now." Philammon started. What new feeling was it which made him indignant at the notion? Beauty? What's body without soul? What's beauty without wisdom? What's beauty without chastity? Best fool, wallowing in the mire which every hog has fouled. Like a jewel of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman who is without discretion. Who said that? Solomon, the king of Israel. I never heard of him, but he was a right Sagaman whoever said it. And she is a pure maiden, that other one? Spotless as the... Blessed Virgin, Philammon was going to say, but checked himself. There were sad recollections about the words. Wulf sat silent for a few minutes, while Philammon's thoughts reverted at once to the new purpose for which alone life seemed worth having: to find his sister. That one thought had in a few hours changed and matured the boy into the man. Hitherto he had been only the leaf before the wind, the puppet of every new impression. But now circumstance, which had been leading him along in such soft fetters for many a month, was become his deadly foe, and all his energy and cunning, all his little knowledge of man and of society, rose up sturdily and shrewdly to fight in this new cause. Wulf was now no longer a phenomenon to be wondered at, but an instrument to be used. The broken hints which he had just given of discontent with Pelagia's presence inspired the boy with sudden hope, and cautiously he began to hint at the existence of persons who would be glad to remove her. Wulf caught at the notion, and replied to it with searching questions, till Philammon, finding plain speaking the better part of cunning, told him openly the whole events of the morning, and the mystery which Arsenius had half revealed, and then shuddered with mingled joy and horror as Wulf, after ruminating over the matter for a weary 5 minutes, made answer, "And what if Pelagia herself were your sister?" Philammon was bursting forth in some passionate answer, when the old man stopped him and went on slowly, looking him through and through. "Besides, when a penniless young monk claims kin with a woman who is drinking out of the wine-cups of the Caesars, and filling a place for a share of which kings' daughters have been thankful, and will be again before long, why then, though an old man may be too good-natured to call it all a lie at first sight, he can't help supposing that the young monk has an eye to his own personal profit, eh?" "My profit?" cried poor Philammon, starting up. "Good God! What object on earth can I have but to rescue her from this infamy to purity and holiness?" He had touched the wrong chord. "Infamy! You accursed Egyptian slave!" cried the prince, starting up in his turn, red with passion, and clutching at the whip which hung over his head. "Infamy! As if she, and you too, ought not to consider yourselves blessed in her being allowed to wash the feet of an Amal." "Oh, forgive me," said Philammon, terrified at the fruits of his own clumsiness. "But you forget, she is not married to him." "Married to him? A freed woman? No, thank Freya, he has not fallen as low as that, at least, and never shall, if I kill the witch with my own hands. A freed woman!" Poor Philammon, and he had been told but that morning that he was a slave! He hid his face in his hands, and burst into an agony of tears. "Come, come," said the testy warrior, softened at once. "Woman's tears don't matter, but somehow I never could bear to make a man cry. When you are cool, and have learned common courtesy, we'll talk more about this. So, hush, enough is enough. Here comes the supper, and I'm as hungry as Loki." And he commenced devouring like his namesake the grey beast of the wood, and forcing, in his rough hospitable way, Philammon to devour also much against his will and stomach. "There, I feel happier now," quoth Wulf at last. "There's nothing to be done in this accursed place but to eat. I get no fighting, no hunting. I hate women as they hate me. I don't know anything indeed that I don't hate, except eating and singing. And now, what with those girls' vile unmanly harps and flutes, no one cares to listen to a true rattling war song. There they are at it now, with their caterwauling, squealing all together like a set of starlings on a foggy morning. We'll have a song too, to drown the noise." And he burst out with a wild, rich melody, acting, in uncouth gestures and a suppressed tone of voice, the scene which the words described. An elk looked out of the pine forest. He snuffed up east, he snuffed down west, stealthy and still. His mane and his horns were heavy with snow. I laid my arrow across my bow, stealthy and still. And then, quickening his voice, as his whole face blazed up into fierce excitement, the bow it rattled, the arrow flew, it smote his blade bones through and through. Hurrah! I sprang at his throat like a wolf of the wood, and I warmed my hands in the smoking blood. Hurrah! And with a shout that echoed, and rang from wall to wall, and pealed away above the roofs, he leapt to his feet with a gesture and look of savage frenzy which made Philammon recoil. But the passion was gone in an instant, and Wulf sat down again, chuckling to himself. "There, that is something like a warrior's song. That makes the old blood spin along again. But this debauching furnace of a climate, no man can keep his muscle, or his courage, or his money, or anything else in it. May the gods curse the day when first I saw it." Philammon said nothing, but sat utterly aghast at an outbreak so unlike Wulf's usual caustic reserve and stately self-restraint, and shuddering at the thought that it might be an instance of that demoniac possession to which these barbarians were supposed by Christians and by Neo-Platonists to be peculiarly subject. But the horror was not yet at its height, for in another minute the doors of the women's court flew open, and, attracted by Wulf's shout, out poured the whole Bacchanalian crew, with Orestes, crowned with flowers, and led by the Amal and Pelagia, reeling in the midst, wine-cup in hand. "There's my philosopher, my preserver, my patron saint," hiccuped he. "Bring him to my arms, that I may encircle his lovely neck with pearls of India and barbaric gold." "For God's sake let me escape," whispered he to Wulf, as the rout rushed upon him. Wulf opened the door in an instant, and he dashed through it. As he went, the old man held out his hand. "Come and see me again, boy, me only. The old warrior will not hurt you." There was a kindly tone in the voice, a kindly light in the eye, which made Philammon promise to obey. He glanced one look back through the gateway as he fled, and just saw a wild whirl of Goths and girls, spinning madly round the court in the world-old Teutonic waltz, while, high above their heads, in the uplifted arms of the mighty Amal, was tossing the beautiful figure of Pelagia, tearing the garland from her floating hair to pelt the dancers with its roses. And that might be his sister! He hid his face and fled, and the gate shut out the revellers from his eyes. And it is high time that it should shut them out from ours also. Some 4 hours more had passed. The revellers were sleeping off their wine, and the moon, shining bright and cold across the court, when Wulf came out, carrying a heavy jar of wine, followed by Smid, a goblet in each hand. "Here, comrade, out into the middle, to catch a breath of night air. Are all the fools asleep?" "Every mother's son of them. Ah, this is refreshing after that room. What a pity it is that all men are not born with heads like ours." "Very sad indeed," said Wulf, filling his goblet. "What a quantity of pleasure they lose in this life. There they are, snoring like hogs. Now, you and I are good to finish this jar at least." "And another after it, if our talk is not over by that time." "Why, are you going to hold a council of war?" "That is as you take it. Now, look here, Smid. Whomsoever I cannot trust, I suppose I may trust you, eh?" "Well," quoth Smid surlily, putting down his goblet, "that is a strange question to ask of a man who has marched, and hungered, and plundered, and conquered, and been well beaten by your side for 25 years, through all the lands between the Weasel and Alexandria. I am growing old, I suppose, and so I suspect every one. But hearken to me, for between wine and ill temper out it must come. You saw that Alruna woman?" "Of course." "Well?" "Well?" "Why, did not you think she would make a wife for any man?" "Well?" "And why not for our Amal?" "That's his concern as well as hers, and hers as well as ours." "She? Ought she not to think herself only too much honoured by marrying a son of Odin? Is she going to be more dainty than Placidia?" "What was good enough for an emperor's daughter must be good enough for her." "Good enough? And Adolf only a Bald, while Almeric is a full-blooded Amal, Odin's son by both sides." "I don't know whether she would understand that." "Then we would make her. Why not carry her off and marry her to the Amal, whether she chose or not? Should be well content enough with him in a week, I'll warrant." "But there is Pelagia in the way." "Put her out of the way, then." "Impossible." "It was this morning. A week hence it may not be. I heard a promise made to-night which will do it, if there be the spirit of a Goth left in the poor besotted lad whom we know of." "Ah, he's all right at heart. Never fear him. But what was the promise?" "I will not tell till it is claimed. I will not be the man to shame my own nation and the blood of the gods. But if that drunken prefect recollects it, why, let him recollect it. And what is more, the monk boy who was here to-night? Ah, what a well-grown lad that is wasted. More than suspects, and if his story is true, I more than suspect too, that Pelagia is his sister." "His sister? But what of that?" "He wants, of course, to carry her off and make a nun of her." "You'd not let them do such a thing to the poor child?" "If folks get in my way, Smid, they must go down. So much the worse for them. But old Wulf was never turned back yet by man or beast, and he will not be now." "After all, it will serve the hussy right. But Amalric?" "Out of sight, out of mind." "But they say the prefect means to marry the girl." "He? That scented ape? She would not be such a wretch." "But he does intend, and she intends too. It is the talk of the whole town. We should have to put him out of the way first." "Why not? Easy enough. Good riddance for Alexandria. Yet if we made away with him, we should be forced to take the city too, and I doubt whether we have hands enough for that." "The guards might join us. I'll go down to the barracks and try them, if you choose, to-morrow. I'm a boon companion with a good many of them already. But, after all, Prince Wulf, of course you're always right, we all know that. But what's the use of marrying this Hypatia to the Amal?" "Use?" said Wulf, smiting down his goblet on the pavement. "Use? You purblind old hamster rat, you think of nothing but filling your own cheek pouches. To give him a wife worthy of a hero, as he is, in spite of all. A wife who will make him sober instead of drunk, wise instead of a fool, daring instead of a sluggard. A wife who can command the rich people for us, and give us a hold here, which if once we get, let us see who'll break it. Why, with those two ruling in Alexandria, we might be masters of Africa in 3 months. We'd send to Spain for the Wendels, to move on Carthage. We'd send up the Adriatic for the Longbeards, to land in Pentapolis. We'd sweep the whole coast without losing a man, now that it is drained of troops by that fool Heraclian's Roman expedition. Make the Wendels and Longbeards shake hands here in Alexandria, draw lots for their shares of the coast, and then—" "And then what?" "Why, when we'd settled Africa, I would call out a crew of picked heroes and sail away south for Asgard. I'd try that Red Sea this time, and see Odin face to face, or die searching for him." "Ah!" groaned Smith. "And I suppose you would expect me to come too, instead of letting me stop half-way and settle there among the dragons and elephants. Well, well, wise men are like moorlands. Ride as far as you will on the sound ground, you are sure to come upon a soft place at last. However, I'll go down to the guards tomorrow, if my head don't ache. And I'll see the boy about Pelagia. Drink to our plot." And the two old ironheads drank on, till the stars paled out, and the eastward shadows of the cloister vanished in the blaze of dawn. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 19, Jews against Christians, Part 1. The little porter, after having carried Arsenius's message to Miriam, had run back in search of Philammon and his foster father, and not finding them, had spent the evening in such frantic rushings to and fro as produced great doubts of his sanity among the people of the quarter. At last hunger sent him home to supper, at which meal he tried to find vent for his excited feelings in his favourite employment of beating his wife. Whereon Miriam's two Syrian slave girls, attracted by her screams, came to the rescue, threw a pail of water over him, and turned him out of doors. He, nothing discomfited, likened himself smilingly to Socrates conquered by Xantippe, and, philosophically yielding to circumstances, hopped about like a tame magpie for a couple of hours at the entrance of the alley, pouring forth a stream of light raillery on the passers-by, which several times endangered his personal safety, till at last Philammon, hurrying breathlessly home, rushed into his arms. "Hush! Hither with me! Your star still prospers. She calls for you." "Who?" "Miriam herself. Be secret as the grave. You she will see and speak with. The message of Arsenius she rejected in language which it is unnecessary for philosophic lips to repeat. Come, but give her good words, as are fit to an enchantress who can stay the stars in their courses, and command the spirits of the third heaven." Philammon hurried home with Eudaimon. Little cared he now for Hypatia's warning against Miriam. Was he not in search of a sister? "So, you wretch, you are back again!" cried one of the girls, as they knocked at the outer door of Miriam's apartments. "What do you mean by bringing young men here at this time of night?" "Better go down and beg pardon of that poor wife of yours. She has been weeping and praying for you to her crucifix all the evening, you ungrateful little ape." "Female superstitions, but I forgive her. Peace, barbarian women. I bring this youthful philosopher hither by your mistress's own appointment." "He must wait, then, in the ante-room. There is a gentleman with my mistress at present." So Philammon waited in a dark, dingy ante-room, luxuriously furnished with faded tapestry, and divans which lined the walls, and fretted and fidgeted while the two girls watched him over their embroidery out of the corners of their eyes, and agreed that he was a very stupid person for showing no inclination to return their languishing glances. In the meanwhile Miriam, within, was listening, with a smile of grim delight, to a swarthy and weather-bitten young Jew. "I knew, mother in Israel, that all depended on my pace, and night and day I rode from Ostia toward Tarentum. But the messenger of the uncircumcised was better mounted than I. I therefore bribed a certain slave to lame his horse, and passed him by a whole stage on the second day. Nevertheless, the Philistine had caught me up again, the evil angels helping him. and my soul was mad within me. And what then, Jonadab bar Zebudah? I bethought me of Ehud, and of Joab also, when he was pursued by Asahel, and considered much of the lawfulness of the deed, not being a man of blood. Nevertheless, we were together in the darkness, and I smote him. Miriam clapped her hands. Then putting on his clothes, and taking his letters and credentials, as was but reasonable, I passed myself off for the messenger of the emperor, and so rode the rest of that journey at the expense of the heathen, and I hereby return you the balance saved. Never mind the balance, keep it, thou worthy son of Jacob. What next? When I came to Tarentum, I sailed in the galley which I had chartered from certain sea robbers. Valiant men they were, nevertheless, and kept true faith with me. For when we had come half-way, rowing with all our might, behold another galley coming in our wake and about to pass us by, which I knew for an Alexandrian, as did the captain also, who assured me that she had come from hence to Brundisium with letters from Orestes. Well? It seemed to me both base to be passed, and more base to waste all the expense wherewith you and all elders had charged themselves. So I took counsel with the man of blood, offering him over and above our bargain 200 gold pieces of my own, which pleased to pay to my account with Rabbi Ezekiel, who lives by the water-gate in Pelusium. Then the pirates, taking counsel, agreed to run down the enemy, for our galley was a sharp-beaked Liburnian, while theirs was only a messenger trireme. And you did it? Else I had not been here. They were delivered into our hands, so that we struck them full in mid-length. And they sank like Pharaoh and his host. So perish all the enemies of the nation, cried Miriam. And now it is impossible, you say, for fresh news to arrive for these 10 days? Impossible, the captain assured me, owing to the rising of the wind and the signs of southerly storm. Here, take this letter for the chief rabbi, and the blessing of a mother in Israel. Thou last played the man for thy people, and thou shalt go to the grave full of years and honours, with men-servants and maid-servants, gold and silver, children and children's children, with thy foot on the necks of heathens, and the blessing of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to eat of the goose which is fattening in the desert, and the Leviathan which lieth in the great sea, to be meat for all true Israelites at the last day. And the Jew turned and went out, perhaps, in his simple fanaticism, the happiest man in Egypt at that moment. He passed out through the antechamber, leering at the slave girls, and scowling at Philammon, and the youth was ushered into the presence of Miriam. She sat, coiled up like a snake on a divan, writing busily in a tablet upon her knees, while on the cushions beside her glittered splendid jewels, which she had been fingering over as a child might its toys. She did not look up for a few minutes, and Philammon could not help, in spite of his impatience, looking round the little room and contrasting its dirty splendour and heavy odour of wine and food and perfumes with the sunny grace and cleanliness of Greek houses. Against the wall stood presses and chests fretted with fantastic oriental carving. Illuminated rolls of parchment lay in heaps in a corner. A lamp of strange form hung from the ceiling, and shed a dim and lurid light upon an object which chilled the youth's blood for a moment, a bracket against the wall, on which, in a plate of gold, engraven with mystic signs, stood the mummy of an infant's head. One of those teraphim, from which, as Philammon knew, the sorcerers of the East professed to evoke oracular responses. At last she looked up, and spoke in a shrill, harsh voice. "Well, my fair boy, and what do you want with the poor old proscribed Jewess? Have you coveted yet any of the pretty things which she has had the wit to make her slave demons save from the Christian robbers?" Philammon's tale was soon told. The old woman listened, watching him intently with her burning eye, and then answered slowly, "Well, and what if you are a slave?" "Am I one, then? Am I?" "Of course you are. Arsenius spoke truth. I saw him buy you at Ravenna, just 15 years ago. I bought your sister at the same time. She is 22 now. You were 4 years younger than her, I should say." "Oh, heavens! And you know my sister still? Is she Pelagia?" "You were a pretty boy," went on the hag, apparently not hearing him. "If I had thought you were going to grow up as beautiful and as clever as you are, I would have bought you myself. The Goths were just marching, and Arsenius gave only 18 gold pieces for you, or 20. I am growing old, and forget everything, I think. But there would have been the expense of your education, and your sister cost me in training. Oh, what sums! Not that she was not worth the money. No, no, the darling." "And you know where she is? Oh, tell me, in the name of mercy, tell me." "Why, then?" "Why, then? Have you not the heart of a human being in you? Is she not my sister?" "Well, you have done very well for 15 years without your sister. Why can you not do as well now? You don't recollect her? You don't love her?" "Not love her? I would die for her, die for you if you will, but help me to see her." "You would you? And if I brought you to her, what then? What if she were Pelagia herself, what then? She is happy enough now, and rich enough. Could you make her happier or richer?" "Can you ask? I will reclaim her from the infamy in which I am sure she lives." "Aha, Sir Monk! I expected as much. I know, none knows better what those fine words mean. The burnt child dreads the fire, but the burnt old woman quenches it, you will find. Now listen. I do not say that you shall not see her. I do not say that Pelagia herself is not the woman whom you seek. But you are in my power. Don't frown and pout. I can deliver you as a slave to Arsenius when I choose. One word from me to Orestes, and you are in fetters as a fugitive." "I will escape!" cried he fiercely. "Escape me?" she laughed, pointing to the teraph. "Me, who, if you fled beyond Kaf, or dived to the depth of the ocean, could make these dead lips confess where you were, and command demons to bear you back to me upon their wings? Escape me! Better to obey me, and see your sister." Philammon shuddered, and submitted. The spell of the woman's eye, the terror of her words, which he half believed, and the agony of longing, conquered him, and he gasped out, "I will obey you. Only you are not quite a man yet, but half a monk still, hey? I must know that before I help you, my pretty boy. Are you a monk still, or a man?" "What do you mean?" "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed she shrilly. "And these Christian dogs don't know what a man means? Are you a monk, then? Leaving the man alone, as above your understanding? I am a student of philosophy." "But no man?" "I am a man, I suppose." "I don't. If you had been, you would have been making love like a man to that heathen woman many a month ago." "I? To her?" "Yes, I to her," said Miriam, coarsely imitating his tone of shocked humility. "I, the poor penniless boy scholar, to her, the great, rich, wise, worshipped chief philosopher, who holds the sacred keys of the inner shrine of the east wind; and just because I am a man, and the handsomest man in Alexandria, and she a woman, and the vainest woman in Alexandria, and therefore I am stronger than she, and can twist her round my finger, and bring her to her knees at my feet when I like, as soon as I open my eyes, and discover that I am a man. Hey, boy, did she ever teach you that, among her mathematics and metaphysics, and gods and goddesses?" Philammon stood blushing scarlet. The sweet poison had entered, and every vein glowed with it for the first time in his life. Miriam saw her advantage. "There, there, don't be frightened at your new lesson. After all, I liked you from the first moment I saw you, and asked the teraph about you, and I got an answer, such an answer! You shall know it some day. At all events, it set the poor old soft-hearted Jewess on throwing away her money. Did you ever guess from whom your monthly gold piece came?" Philammon started, and Miriam burst into loud, shrill laughter. "From Hypatia, I'll warrant! From the fair Greek woman, of course, vain child that you are, never thinking of the poor old Jewess." "And did you? gasped Philammon. "Have I to thank you, then, for that strange generosity?" "Not to thank me, but to obey me. For mind, I can prove your debt to me every obol, and claim it if I choose. But don't fear, I won't be hard on you just because you are in my power. I hate every one who is not so. As soon as I have a hold on them, I begin to love them. Old folks, like children, are fond of their own playthings." "And I am yours, then?" said Philammon fiercely. "You are indeed, my beautiful boy," answered she, looking up with so insinuating a smile that he could not be angry. "After all, I know how to toss my balls gently, and for these 40 years I have only lived to make young folks happy, so you need not be afraid of the poor soft-hearted old woman. Now, you saved Orestes' life yesterday." "How did you find out that?" I know everything. I know what the swallows say when they pass each other on the wing, and what the fishes think of in the summer sea. You, too, will be able to guess some day, without the teraph's help. But in the meantime you must enter Orestes' service. Why? What are you hesitating about? Do you not know that you are high in his favour? He will make you secretary, raise you to be chamberlain some day, if you know how to make good use of your fortune." Philammon stood in astonished silence, and at last: "Servant to that man? What care I for him or his honours? Why do you tantalize me thus? I have no wish on earth but to see my sister." "You will be far more likely to see her if you belong to the court of a great officer, perhaps more than an officer, than if you remain a penniless monk. Not that I believe you. You only wish on earth, eh? Do you not care, then, ever to see the fair Hypatia again?" "I? Why should I not see her? Am I not her pupil?" "She will not have pupils much longer, my child. If you wish to hear her wisdom, and much good may it do you, you must go for it henceforth somewhat nearer to Orestes' palace than the lecture room is. Ha! You start. Have I found an argument now? No, ask no questions. I explain nothing to monks. But take these letters. To-morrow morning at the 3rd hour, go to Orestes' palace, and ask for his secretary, Ethan the Chaldean. Say boldly that you bring important news of state, and then follow your star. It is a fairer one than you fancy. Go, obey me, or you see no sister." End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 19, Jews against Christians, Part 2. Philammon felt himself trapped, but, after all, what might not this strange woman do for him? It seemed, if not his only path, still his nearest path to Pelagia, and in the meanwhile he was in the hag's power, and he must submit to his fate. So he took the letters and went out. "And so you think that you are going to have her?" chuckled Miriam to herself, when Philammon went out. "To make a penitent of her, eh? A nun or a she-hermit? To set her to appease your god by crawling on all fours among the mummies for 20 years, with a chain round her neck and a clog at her ankle, fancying herself all the while the bride of the Nazarene? And you think that old Miriam is going to give her up to you for that? No, no, sir monk. Better she were dead. Follow your dainty bait. Follow it, as the donkey does the grass which his driver offers him, always an inch from his nose. You in my power, and Orestes in my power. I must negotiate that new loan tomorrow, I suppose. I shall never be paid. The dog will ruin me, after all. How much is it now? Let me see." And she began fumbling in her escritoire over bonds and notes of hand. "I shall never be paid, but power, to have power! To see those heathen slaves and Christian hounds plotting and vapouring and fancying themselves the masters of the world, and never dreaming that we are pulling the strings, and that they are our puppets, we, the children of the promises, we, the nation, we, the seed of Abraham. Poor fools! I could almost pity them, as I think of their faces when Messiah comes, and they find out who were the true lords of the world, after all. He must be the Emperor of the South, though, that Orestes. He must, though I have to lend him Raphael's jewels to make him so. For he must marry the Greek woman. He shall. She hates him, of course. So much the deeper revenge for me. And she loves that monk. I saw it in her eyes there in the garden. So much the better for me, too. He will dangle willingly enough at Orestes' heels for the sake of being near her. Poor fool! We will make him secretary, or chamberlain. He has wit enough for it, they say, or for anything. So Orestes and he shall be the two jaws of my pincers, to squeeze what I want out of that Greek Jezebel. And then for the black agate." Was the end of her speech a bathos? Perhaps not, for as she spoke the last word, she drew from her bosom, where it hung round her neck by a chain, a broken talisman, exactly similar to the one which she coveted so fiercely, and looked at it long and lovingly, kissed it, wept over it, spoke to it, fondled it in her arms as a mother would a child, murmured over it snatches of lullabies, and her grim, withered features grew softer, purer, grander, and rose ennobled, for a moment, to their long-lost might have been, to that personal ideal which every soul brings with it into the world, which shines, dim and potential, in the face of every sleeping babe, before it has been scarred, and distorted, and encrusted in the long tragedy of life. Sorceress she was, pander and slave-dealer, steeped to the lips in falsehood, ferocity, and avarice, yet that paltry stone brought home to her some thought, true, spiritual, impalpable, unmarketable, before which all her treasures and all her ambition were as worthless in her own eyes as they were in the eyes of the angels of God. But little did Miriam think that at the same moment a brawny, clownish monk was standing in Cyril's private chamber, and, indulged with the special honour of a cup of good wine in the patriarch's very presence, was telling to him and Arsenius the following history. So I, finding that the Jews had chartered this pirate ship, went to the master thereof, and finding favour in his eyes, hired myself to row therein, being sure, from what I had overheard from the Jews, that she was destined to bring the news to Alexandria as quickly as possible. Therefore, fulfilling the work which his holiness had entrusted to my incapacity, I embarked, and rowed continually among the rest, and being unskilled in such labour, received many curses and stripes in the cause of the Church, which I trust are laid to my account hereafter. Moreover, Satan entered into me, desiring to slay me, and almost tore me asunder, so that I vomited much, and loathed all manner of meat. Nevertheless, I rowed on valiantly, being such as I am, vomiting continually, till the heathens were moved with wonder, and forbore to beat me, giving me strong liquors in pity. Wherefore I rowed all the more valiantly day and night, trusting that by my unworthiness the cause of the Catholic Church might be in some slight wise assisted. And so it is, quoth Cyril. Why do you not sit down, man? Pardon me, quoth the monk, with a piteous gesture, of sitting, as of all carnal pleasure, cometh satiety at the last. And now, said Cyril, what reward am I to give you for your good service? It is reward enough to know that I have done good service. Nevertheless, if the holy patriarch be so inclined without reason, there is an ancient Christian, my mother according to the flesh. Come to me tomorrow, and she shall be well seen to. And mind, look to it, if I make you not a deacon of the city, when I promote Peter." The monk kissed his superior's hand and withdrew. Cyril turned to Arsenius, betrayed for once into geniality by his delight, and smiting his thigh. "We have beaten the heathen for once, hey?" And then, in the usual artificial tone of an ecclesiastic, "And what would my father recommend, in furtherance of the advantage so mercifully thrown into our hand?" Arsenius was silent. "I," went on Cyril, "should be inclined to announce the news this very night, in my sermon." Arsenius shook his head. "Why not? Why not?" asked Cyril impatiently. "Better to keep it secret till others tell it. Reserved knowledge is always reserved strength, and if the man, as I hope he does not, intends evil to the Church, let him commit himself before you use your knowledge against him. True, you may have a scruple of conscience as to the lawfulness of allowing a sin which you might prevent. To me it seems that the sin lies in the will rather than in the deed, and that sometimes, I only say sometimes, it may be a means of saving the sinner to allow his root of iniquity to bear fruit, and fill him with his own devices. Dangerous doctrine, my father. Like all sound doctrine, a savour of life or of death, according as it is received. I have not said it to the multitude, but to a discerning brother, and even politically speaking, let him commit himself, if he be really plotting rebellion, and then speak, and smite his Babel tower. You think, then, that he does not know of Heraclian's defeat already? If he does, he will keep it secret from the people, and our chances of turning them suddenly will be nearly the same. Good. After all, the existence of the Catholic Church in Alexandria depends on this struggle, and it is well to be wary. Be it so. It is well for me that I have you for an adviser." And thus Cyril, usually the most impatient and intractable of plotters, gave in, as wise men should, to a wiser man than himself, and made up his mind to keep the secret, and to command the monk to keep it also. Philammon, after a sleepless night, and a welcome visit to the public bath, which the Roman tyranny, wiser in its generation than modern liberty, provided so liberally for its victims, set forth to the prefect's palace, and gave his message. But Orestes, who had been of late astonishing the Alexandrian public by an unwonted display of alacrity, was already in the adjoining basilica. Thither the youth was conducted by an apparitor, and led up the centre of the enormous hall, gorgeous with frescoes and coloured marbles, and surrounded by aisles and galleries, in which the inferior magistrates were hearing causes, and doing such justice as the complicated technicalities of Roman law chose to mete out. Through a crowd of anxious loungers the youth passed to the apse of the upper end, in which the prefect's throne stood empty, and then turned into a side chamber, where he found himself alone with the secretary, a portly Chaldee eunuch, with a sleek pale face, small pig's eyes, and an enormous turban. The man of pen and paper took the letter, opened it with solemn deliberation, and then, springing to his feet, darted out of the room in most undignified haste, leaving Philammon to wait and wonder. In half an hour he returned, his little eyes growing big with some great idea. "Youth, your star is in the ascendant. You are the fortunate bearer of fortunate news. His Excellency himself commands your presence." And the two went out. In another chamber, the door of which was guarded by armed men, Orestes was walking up and down in high excitement, looking somewhat the worse for the events of the past night, and making occasional appeals to a gold goblet which stood on the table. "Ah, no other than my preserver himself. Boy, I will make your fortune. Miriam says that you wish to enter my service." Philammon, not knowing what to say, thought the best answer would be to bow as low as he could. "Aha! Graceful, but not quite according to etiquette. You will soon teach him, hey, secretary? Now to business. Hand me the notes to sign and seal. To the Prefect of the Stationaries. Here, your Excellency. To the Prefect of the Corn Market. How many wheat sheaves have you ordered to be unladen? 2, your Excellency. Well, that will be largesse enough for the time being. To the Defender of the Plebs, the devil break his neck! He may be trusted, most noble. He is bitterly jealous of Cyril's influence, and moreover he owes my insignificance much money. Good. Now the notes to the Gaol masters about the gladiators. Here, your Excellency. To Hypatia. No, I will honor my bride-elect with my own illustrious presence. As I live, here is a morning's work for a man with a raking headache. Your Excellency has the strength of 7. May you live forever. And really, Orestes' power of getting through business, when he chose, was surprising enough. A cold head and a colder heart make many things easy. But Philammon's whole soul was fixed on those words. His bride-elect? Was it that Miriam's hints of the day before had raised some selfish vision, or was it pity and horror at such a fate for her, for his idol? But he passed 5 minutes in a dream, from which he was awakened by the sound of another and still dearer name. And now for Pelagia. We can but try. Your Excellency might offend the Goth. Curse the Goth! He shall have his choice of all the beauties in Alexandria, and be Count of Pentapolis if he likes. But a spectacle I must have, and no one but Pelagia can dance Venus Anadyomene. Philammon's blood rushed to his heart, and then back again to his brow, as he reeled with horror and shame. The people will be mad with joy to see her on the stage once more. Little they thought, the brutes, how I was plotting for their amusement, even when as drunk as Silenus. Your nobility only lives for the good of your slaves. Here, boy, so fair a lady requires a fair messenger. You shall enter on my service at once, and carry this letter to Pelagia. Why? Why do you not come and take it? To Pelagia? Gasped the youth. In the theatre? Publicly? Venus Anadyomene? Yes, fool. Were you, too, drunk last night after all? She is my sister. Well, and what of that? Not that I believe you, you villain. So, said Orestes, who comprehended the matter in an instant. Apparatus! The door opened, and the guard appeared. Here is a good boy who is inclined to make a fool of himself. Keep him out of harm's way for a few days, but don't hurt him, for, after all, he saved my life yesterday, when you scoundrels ran away. And, without further ado, the hapless youth was collared and led down a vaulted passage into the guard-room, amid the jeers of the guard, who seemed only to owe him a grudge for his yesterday's prowess, and showed great alacrity in fitting him with a heavy set of irons. Which done, he was thrust head foremost into a cell of the prison, locked in, and left to his meditations. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 20. She Stoops to Conquer. Part 1. But fairest Hypatia, conceive yourself struck in the face by a great stone, several hundred howling wretches leaping up at you like wild beasts. 2 minutes more, and you are torn limb from limb. What would even you do in such a case? Let them tear me limb from limb, and die as I have lived. Ah, but when it came to fact, and death was staring you in the face? And why should man fear death? Ahem! No, not death, of course, but the act of dying. That may be, surely, under such circumstances, to say the least, disagreeable. If our ideal, Julian the Great, found a little dissimulation necessary, and was even a better Christian than I have ever presented to be, till he found himself able to throw off the mask, why should not I? Consider me as a lower being than yourself, one of the herd, if you will, but a penitent member. thereof, who comes to make the fullest possible reparation by doing any desperate deed on which you may choose to put him, and prove myself as able and willing, if once I have the power, as Julian himself. Such was the conversation which passed between Hypatia and Orestes, half an hour after Philammon had taken possession of his new abode. Hypatia looked at the prefect with calm penetration, not unmixed with scorn and fear. "And pray, what has produced this sudden change in your Excellency's earnestness? For 4 months your promises have been lying fallow." He did not confess how glad he would have been at heart to see them lying fallow still. "Because this morning I have news, which I tell to you the first as a compliment. We will take care that all Alexandria knows it before sundown. Heraclian has conquered." "Conquered!" cried Hypatia, springing from her seat. "Conquered and utterly destroyed the emperor's forces at Ostia. So says a messenger on whom I can depend. And even if the news should prove false, I can prevent the contrary report from spreading, or what is the use of being prefect? Your demur? Do you not see that if we can keep the notion alive but a week our own cause is won?" "How so?" "I have treated already with all the officers of the city, and every one of them has acted like a wise man, in giving me a promise of help, conditional, of course, on Heraclian's success. Being as tired as I am of that priest-ridden court at Byzantium. Moreover, the stationaries are mine already. So are the soldiery all the way up the Nile. Ah, you have been fancying me idle for these 4 months. But you forget that you yourself were the prize of my toil. Could I be a sluggard with that goal in sight?" Hypatia shuddered, but was silent, and Orestes went on. "I have unladen several of the wheat ships for enormous largesses of bread, though those rascally monks of Tabenne had nearly forestalled my benevolence, and I was forced to bribe a deacon or two, buy up the stock they had sent down, and retail it again as my own. It is really most officious of them to persist in feeding graciously half the poor of the city. What possible business have they with Alexandria? The wish for popularity, I presume." "Just so. And then what hold can the government have on a set of rogues whose stomachs are filled without our help?" Julian made the same compliment to the high priest of Galantia, in that priceless letter of his. "Ah, you will set that all right, you know, shortly. Then again, I do not fear Cyril's power just now. He has injured himself deeply, I am happy to say, in the opinion of the wealthy and educated, by expelling the Jews. And as for his mob, exactly at the right moment, the deities. There are no monks here, so I can attribute my blessings to the right source, have sent us such a boon as may put them into as good a humour as we need." "And what is that?" asked Hypatia. "A white elephant." "A white elephant?" "Yes," he answered, mistaking or ignoring the tone of her answer. "A real, live, white elephant. A thing which has not been seen in Alexandria for 100 years. It was passing through with 2 tame tigers as a present to the boy at Byzantium, from some 100-wived kinglet of the Hyperborean Taprobane, or other no man's land in the far east. I took the liberty of laying an embargo on them, and after a little argumentation and a few hints of torture, elephant and tigers are at our service." "And what of service are they to be? My dearest madame, conceive. How are we to win the mob without a show? When were there more than 2 ways of gaining either the whole or part of the Roman Empire, by force of arms or force of trumpery? Can even you invent a third? The former is unpleasantly exciting, and hardly practicable just now. The latter remains, and, thanks to the white elephant, may be triumphantly successful. I have to exhibit something every week. The people are getting tired of that pantomime, and since the Jews were driven out, the fellow has grown stupid and lazy, having lost the more enthusiastic half of his spectators. As for horse racing, they are sick of it. Now, suppose we announce for the earliest possible day a spectacle, such a spectacle as never was seen before in this generation. You and I as exhibitor, you as representative, for the time being only, of the Vestals of old, sit side by side. Some worthy friend has his instructions, when the people are beside themselves with rapture, to cry, Long live Orestes Caesar! Another reminds them of Heraclian's victory. Another couples her name with mine. The peoples applaud. Some Mark Antony steps forward, salutes me as Imperator Augustus. What you will. The cry is taken up. I refuse as meekly as Julius Caesar himself, am compelled, blushing to accept the honor. I rise, make an oration about the future independence of the southern continent, union of Africa and Egypt, the empire no longer to be divided into eastern and western, but northern and southern. Shouts of applause at 2 drachmas per man shake the skies. Everybody believes that everybody else approves, and follows the lead, and the thing is won. And pray, asked Hypatia, crushing down her contempt and despair, how was this to bear on the worship of the gods? Why, if you thought that people's minds were sufficiently prepared, you might rise in your turn, and make an oration. You can conceive one. Set forth how these spectacles, formerly the glory of the empire, had withered under Gallian superstition, how the only path toward the full enjoyment of eye and ear was a frank return to those deities, from whose worship they originally sprang, and connected with which they could alone be enjoyed in their perfection. But I need not teach you how to do that which you have so often taught me. So now to consider our spectacle, which, next to the largesse, is the most important part of our plans. I ought to have exhibited to them the monk who so nearly killed me yesterday. That would indeed have been a triumph of the laws over Christianity. He and the wild beast might have given the people 10 minutes' amusement, but wrath conquered prudence, and the fellow has been crucified these 2 hours. Suppose then we had a little exhibition of gladiators. They are forbidden by law, certainly. Thank heaven they are! But do you not see that is the very reason why we, to assert our own independence, should employ them? No, they are gone. Let them never reappear to disgrace the earth. My dear lady, you must not in your present character say it in public, lest Cyril should be impertinent enough to remind you that Christian emperors and bishops put them down. Hypatia bit her lip and was silent. Well, I do not wish to urge anything unpleasant to you, if we could but contrive a few martyrdoms, but I really fear we must wait a year or 2 longer, in the present state of public opinion, before we can attempt that. Wait forever. Did not Julian, and he must be our model, forbid the persecution of the Gallians, considering them sufficiently punished by their own atheism and self-tormenting superstition? Another small error of that great man. He should have recollected that for 300 years nothing, not even the gladiators themselves, had been found to put the mob in such good humour as to see a few Christians, especially young and handsome women, burned alive or thrown to the lions. Hypatia bit her lip once more. I can hear no more of this, sir. You forget that you are speaking to a woman. Most supreme wisdom, answered Orestes in his blandest tone. You cannot suppose that I wish to pain your ears, but allow me to observe, as a general theorem, that if one wishes to effect any purpose, it is necessary to use the means, and on the whole, those which have been tested by 400 years' experience will be the safest. I speak as a plain, practical statesman. But surely your philosophy will not dissent? Hypatia looked down in painful thought. What could she answer? Was it not too true? Had not Orestes fact and experience on his side? Well, if you must. But I cannot have gladiators. Why not one of those battles with wild beasts? They are disgusting enough, but still they are less inhuman than the others, and you might surely take precautions to prevent the men being hurt. Ah, that would indeed be a scentless rose. If there is neither danger nor bloodshed, the charm is gone. But really, wild beasts are too expensive just now, and if I kill down my present menagerie, I can afford no more. Why not have something which costs no money, like prisoners? What, do you rank human beings below brutes? Heaven forbid, but they are practically less expensive. Remember that without money we are powerless. We must husband our resources for the cause of the gods. Hypatia was silent. Now, there are 50 or 60 Libyan prisoners just brought in from the desert. Why not let them fight an equal number of soldiers? They are rebels to the empire, taken in war. Ah, then, said Hypatia, catching at any thread of self-justification, their lives are forfeit in any case. Of course, so the Christians could not complain of us for that. Did not the most Christian empire, Constantine, set some 300 German prisoners to butcher each other in the amphitheatre of Treves? But they were refused, and died like heroes, each falling on his own sword. Ah, those Germans are always unmanageable. My guards, now, are just as stiff-necked. To tell you the truth, I have asked them already to exhibit their prowess on these Libyans, and what do you suppose they answered? They refused, I hope. They told me in the most insolent tone that they were men, and not stage players, and hired to fight, and not to butcher. I expected a Socratic dialogue after such a display of dialectic, and bowed myself out. They were right, not a doubt of it. From a philosophic point of view, from a practical one, they were great pedants, and I an ill-used master. However, I can find unfortunate and misunderstood heroes enough in the prisons, who, for the chance of their liberty, will acquit themselves valiantly enough, and I know of a few old gladiators still lingering about the wine-shops, who will be proud enough to give them a week's training. So that may pass. Now for some lighter species of representation to follow, something more or less dramatic. You forget that you speak to one who trusts to be, as soon as she has the power, the high priestess of Athene, and who in the meanwhile is bound to obey her tutor Julian's commands to the priest of his day, and intimate the Galileans as much in their abhorrence for the theatre as she hopes hereafter to do in their care for the widow and the stranger. Far be it from me to impugn that great man's wisdom, but allow me to remark that, to judge by the present state of the empire, one has a right to say that he failed. The sun-god whom he loved took him to himself too early by a hero's death, and the moment he was removed, the wave of Christian barbarism rolled back again into its old channel. Ah, had he but lived 20 years longer! The sun-god, perhaps, was not so solicitous as we are for the success of his high priest's project. Hypatia reddened. Was Orestes, after all, laughing in his sleeve at her and her hopes? Do not blaspheme, she said solemnly. Heaven forbid! I only offer one possible explanation of a plain fact. The other is, that as Julian was not going quite the right way to work to restore the worship of the Olympians, the sun-god found it expedient to withdraw him from his post, and now sends in his place Hypatia, the philosopher, who will be wise enough to avoid Julian's error, and not copy the Galileans too closely by imitating a severity of morals at which they are the only true and natural adepts. So Julian's error was that of being too virtuous? If it be so, let me copy him, and fail like him. The fault will then not be mine, but fate's. Not in being too virtuous himself, most stainless likeness of Athene, but in trying to make others so. He forgot one half of Juvenal's great dictum about Pantium and Cerinthius as the absolute and overruling necessity of rulers. He tried to give the people the bread without the games, and what thanks he received for his enormous munificence, let himself and the good folks of Antioch tell. You just quoted his Mesopogon. Ay, the lament of a man too pure for his age. Exactly so. He should rather have been content to keep his purity to himself, and have gone to Antioch, not merely as a philosophic high priest with a beard of questionable cleanliness, to offer sacrifices to a god in whom, forgive me, nobody in Antioch had believed for many a year. If he had made his entrance with 10,000 gladiators, and our white elephant, built a theatre of ivory and glass and daphne, and proclaimed games in honor of the sun, or of any other member in the pantheon, he would have acted unworthily of a philosopher. But instead of that one priest straggling up, poor devil, through the wet grass, to the deserted altar, with a solitary goose under his arm, he would have had every goose in Antioch, forgive my stealing a pun from Aristophanes, running open-mouthed to worship any god, known or unknown, and to see the sights. Well, said Hypatia, yielding perforce to Orestes' cutting arguments, Let us then restore the ancient glories of the Greek drama. Let us give them a trilogy of Aeschylus or Sophocles. Too calm, my dear madam. The Eumenides might do certainly, or Philoctetes, if we could but put Philoctetes to real pain, and make the spectator sure that he was yelling in good earnest. Disgusting, but necessary like many disgusting things. Why not try Prometheus? A magnificent field for stage effect, certainly. What with those ocean nymphs in their winged chariot, and Ocean on his griffin. But I should hardly think it safe to reintroduce Zeus and Hermes to the people under the somewhat ugly light in which Aeschylus exhibits them. I forgot that, said Hypatia. The Orestean trilogy will be best after all. Best? Perfect, divine! Ah, that it were to be my fate to go down to posterity as the happy man who once more revived Aeschylus's masterpieces on a Grecian stage! But is there not, begging the pardon of the great tragedian, too much reserve in the Agamemnon for our modern taste? If we could have the bath scene represented on the stage, and on Agamemnon, who could he really killed, though I would not insist on that, because a good actor might make it a reason for refusing the part, but still the murder ought to make a place in public. Shocking! An outrage on all the laws of the drama. Does not even the Roman Horace lay down as a rule the nec puros coram populi media trutide? Fairest and wisest, I am as willing a pupil of the dear old Epicurean as any man living, even to the furnishing of my chamber, of which fact the Empress of Africa may some day assure herself. But we are not now discussing the art of poetry, but the art of reigning. And after all, while Horace was sitting in his easy chair, giving his countrymen good advice, a private man who knew somewhat better than he what the mass admired, was exhibiting 40,000 gladiators at his mother's funeral. But the canon has its foundation in the eternal laws of beauty. It has been accepted and observed, not by the people for whom it was written. The learned Hypatia was surely not forgotten that within 60 years after the Ars Poetica was written, Annius Seneca, or whosoever wrote that very bad tragedy called the Medea, found it so necessary that she should, in despite of Horace, kill her children before the people that he actually made her do it. End of chapter 20, part 1. Chapter 20, part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 20, She Stoops to Conquer, Part 2. Hypatia was still silent, foiled at every point, while Orestes ran on with provoking glibness. And consider, too, even if we dare alter Aeschylus a little, we could find no one to act him. Ah, true, fallen days. And really, after all, omitting the questionable compliment to me, as candidate for a certain dignity, of having my namesake kill his mother, and then be haunted over the stage by Furies. But Apollo vindicates and purifies him at last. What a noble occasion that last scene would give for winning them back to their old reverence for the god. True, but at present the majority of spectators will believe more strongly in the horrors of matricide and Furies than in Apollo's power to dispense therewith, so that I fear it must be one of your labourers of the future. And it shall be, said Hypatia, but she did not speak cheerfully. Do you not think, moreover, went on the tempter, that those old tragedies might give somewhat too gloomy a notion of those deities whom we wish to reintroduce? I beg pardon to re-honour. The history of the house of the Atreus is hardly more cheerful in spite of its beauty, than one of Cyril's sermons on the day of judgment, and the Tartarus prepared for hapless rich people. Well, said Hypatia, more and more listlessly, it might be more prudent to show them first the fairer and more graceful side of the old myths, Certainly the great age of Athenian tragedy had its playful reserve in the old comedy, and in certain Dionysiac sports and processions which shall be nameless, in order to awaken a proper devotion for the gods in those who might not be able to appreciate Aeschylus and Sophocles. You would not introduce them? Pallas forbid, but give as fair a substitute for them as we can. And are we to degrade ourselves because the masses are degraded? Not in the least, for my own part. This whole business, like the catering for the weekly pantomimes, is as great a bore to me as it could have been to Julian himself. But, my dearest madam, Panium and Circenses, they must be put into good humour, and there is but one way, by the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eye, and the pride of life, as a certain Galilean correctly defines the time-honoured Roman method. Put them into good humour? I wish to lustrate them afresh for the service of the gods. If we must have comic representations, we can only have them conjoined to tragedy, which, as Aristotle defines it, will purify their affections by pity and terror. Orestes smiled. I certainly can have no objection to so good a purpose. But do you not think that the battle between the gladiators and the Libyans will have done that sufficiently beforehand? I can conceive nothing more fit for that end, unless it be Nero's method of sending his guards among the spectators themselves, and throwing them down to the wild beasts in the arena. How thoroughly purified by pity and terror must every worthy shopkeeper have been, when he sat uncertain whether he might not follow his fat wife into the claws of the nearest lion. You are pleased to be witty, sir, said Hypatia, hardly able to conceal her disgust. My dearest bride-elect, I only meant the most harmless of reductionis ad absurdum, of an abstract canon of Aristotle, with which I, who am a Platonist, after my mistress's model, do not happen to agree. But do, I beseech you, be ruled, not by me, but by your own wisdom. You cannot bring the people to appreciate your designs at the first sight. You are too wise, too pure, too lofty, too far-sighted for them, and therefore you must get power to compel them. Julian, after all, found it necessary to compel. If he had lived 7 years more, he would have found it necessary to persecute. The gods forbid that such a necessity should ever arise here. The only way to avoid it, believe me, is to allure and to indulge. After all, it is for their good. True, sighed Hypatia. Have your way, sir. Believe me, you shall have yours in turn. I ask you to be ruled by me now, only that you may be in a position to rule me in Africa hereafter. And such an Africa! Well, if they are born low and earthly, they must, I suppose, be treated as such, and the fault of such a necessity is nature's, and not ours. Yet it is most degrading. But still, if the only method by which the philosophic few can assume their rights, as the divinely appointed rulers of the world, is by indulging those lower beings whom they govern for their good, why, be it so. It is no worse necessity than many other which the servant of the gods must endure in days like these. Ah, said Orestes, refusing to hear the sigh, or to see the bitterness of the lip which accompanied the speech. Now Hypatia is herself again, and my counsellor and giver of deep and celestial reasons for all things at which poor I can only snatch and guess by Vulpine cunning. So now for our lighter entertainment. What shall it be? What you will, provided it be not, as most such are, unfit for the eyes of modest woman. I have no skill in catering for folly. A pantomime, then? We may make that as grand and as significant as we will, and expand too on it all our treasures in the way of gewgaws and wild beasts, as you like. Just consider, too, what a scope for mythologic learning a pantomime affords. Why not have a triumph of some deity? Could I commit myself more boldly to the service of the gods? Now who shall it be? Pallas, unless, as I suppose, she is too modest and too sober for your Alexandrians? Yes, it does not seem to me that she would be appreciated, at all events for the present. Why not try Aphrodite? Christians as well as pagans will thoroughly understand her, and I know no one who would not degrade the virgin goddess by representing her, except a certain lady who has already, I hope, consented to sit in that very character, by the side of her too much honoured slave, and one Pallas is enough at a time in any theatre. Hypatia shuddered. He took it all for granted, then, and claimed her conditional promise to the uttermost. Was there no escape? She longed to spring up and rush away, into the streets, into the desert, anything to break the hideous net which she had wound around herself. And yet, was it not the cause of the gods, the one object of her life? And after all, if he, the hateful, was to be her emperor, she at least was to be an empress, and do what she would, and half in irony, and half in the attempt to hurl herself perforce into that which she knew that she must go through, and forget misery in activity. She answered as cheerfully as she could: "Then, my goddess, thou must wait the pleasure of these base ones. At least the young Apollo will have charms even for them." "Ah, but who will represent him? This puny generation does not produce such figures as Pylades and Bathyllus, except among those Goths. Besides, Apollo must have golden hair, and our Greek race has intermixed itself so shamefully with these Egyptians, that our stage troupe is as dark as Andromeda, and we should have to apply again to those accursed Goths, who have nearly with a bow all the beauty, and nearly all the money and power, and will, I suspect, have the rest of it before I am safe out of this wicked world, because they have not nearly, but quite, all the courage. Now, shall we ask a Goth to dance, Apollo? For we can get no one else." Hypatia smiled in spite of herself at the notion. "That would be too shameful. I must forego the god of light himself, if I am to see him in the person of a clumsy barbarian." "Then why not try my despised and rejected Aphrodite? Suppose we had her triumph, finishing with a dance of Venus Anadyomene. Surely that is a graceful myth enough." "As a myth, but on the stage in reality? Not worse than what this Christian city has been looking at for many a year. We shall not run any danger of corrupting mortality, be sure." Hypatia blushed. "Then you must not ask for my help, or for your presence at the spectacle? For that, be sure, is a necessary point. You are too great a person, my dearest madame, in the eyes of these good folks, to be allowed to absent yourself on such an occasion. If my little stratagem succeeds, it will be half owing to the fact of the people knowing that in crowning me they crown an Hypatia. Come now, do you not see that as you must needs be present at their harmless scrap of mythology, taken from the authentic and undoubted histories of those very gods whose worship we intend to restore, you will consult your own comfort most in agreeing to it cheerfully, and in lending me your wisdom towards arranging it? Just conceive now, a triumph of Aphrodite, entering preceded by wild beasts, led in chains by Cupids, the white elephant and all. What a field for the plastic art! You might have 1,000 groupings, dispersions, regroupings, in as perfect bas relief style as those of any Sophoclean drama. Allow me only to take this paper and pen." And he began sketching rapidly group after group. "Not so ugly, surely?" "They are very beautiful, I cannot deny," said poor Hypatia. "Ah, sweet Miss Empress, you forgot sometimes that I, too, world worm as I am a Greek with as intense a love of the beautiful as even you yourself have. Do not fancy that every violation of correct taste does not torture me as keenly as it does you. Some day, I hope, you will have learned to pity and to excuse the wretched compromise between that which ought to be and that which can be, in which we hapless statesmen must struggle on, half stunted and wholly misunderstood. Ah well, look now at these fauns and dryads among the shrubs upon the stage." Pausing in startled wonder at the first blast of music which proclaims the exit of the goddess from her temple. "The temple? Why, where are you going to exhibit?" "In the theatre, of course. Where else pantomimes?" "But will the spectators have time to move all the way from the amphitheatre after that? Those—" "The amphitheatre? We shall exhibit the Libyans, too, in the theatre." "Combats in the theatre sacred to Dionysos?" "My dear lady," petulantly, "I know it is an offence against all the laws of the drama." "Oh, worse than that. Consider what an impiety toward the god to desecrate his altar with bloodshed. Fairest devotee, recollect that, after all, I may fairly borrow Dionysos' altar in this my extreme need, for I saved its very existence for him, by preventing the magistrates from filling up the whole orchestra with benches for the patricians after the barbarous Roman fashion. And besides, what possible sort of representation or misrepresentation has not been exhibited in every theatre of the empire for the last 400 years? Have we not had tumblers, conjurers, allegories, martyrdoms, marriages, elephants on the tightrope, learned horses, and learned asses too, if we may trust Apuleius of Madaura, with a good many other spectacles, of which we must not speak in the presence of the Vestal? It is an age of execrable taste, and we must act accordingly." "Ah," answered Hypatia, "the first step in the downward career of the drama began when the successors of Alexander dared to profane theatres which had re-echoed the choruses of Sophocles and Euripides, by degrading the altar of Dionysos into a stage for pantomimes, which your pure mind must, doubtless, consider not so very much better than a little fighting. But, after all, the Ptolemies could not do otherwise. You can only have Sophoclean dramas in a Sophoclean age, and theirs was no more of one than ours is, and so the drama died a natural death. And when that happens to man or thing, you may weep over it if you will, but you must, after all, bury it, and get something else in its place, except, of course, the worship of the gods." "I am glad that you accept that, at least," said Hypatia, somewhat bitterly. "But why not use the amphitheatre for both spectacles?" "What can I do? I am over head and ears in debt already, and the amphitheatre is half in ruins, thanks to that fanatic edict of the late emperor's against gladiators. There is no time or money for repairing it. And besides, how pitiful a poor hundred of combatants will look in an arena built to hold 2,000. Consider, my dearest lady, in what fallen times we live." "I do, indeed," said Hypatia, "but I will not see the altar polluted by blood. It is the desecration which it has undergone already which has provoked the god to withdraw the poetic inspiration. I do not doubt the fact. Some curse from heaven certainly has fallen on our poets, to judge by their exceeding badness. Indeed, I am inclined to attribute the insane vagaries of the water-drinking monks and nuns, like those of the Argive woman, to the same celestial anger. But I will see that the sanctity of the altar is preserved by confining the combat to the stage. And as for the pantomime which will follow, if you would only fall in with my fancy of the triumph of Aphrodite, Dionysus would hardly refuse his altar for the glorification of his own lady love. Ah, that myth is a late, and in my opinion a degraded one. Be it so, but recollect that another myth makes her, and not without reason, the mother of all living beings. Be sure that Dionysus will have no objection, or any other god either, to allow her to make her children feel her conquering might, for they all know well enough that if we can once get her well worshipped here, all Olympians will follow in her train." That was spoken of the celestial Aphrodite, whose symbol is the tortoise, the emblem of domestic modesty and chastity, not of that baser pandemic one. "Then we will take care to make the people aware of whom they are admiring by exhibiting in the triumph whole legions of tortoises, and you yourself shall write the chant, while I will see that the chorus is worthy of what it has to sing. No mere squeaking double flute and a pair of boys, but a whole army of Cyclops and Graces, with such trebles and such bass voices, it shall make Cyril's ears tingle in his palace." "The chant! A noble office for me, truly." "That is very part of the absurd spectacle to which you used to say the people never dreamed of attending. All which is worth settling you seem to have settled for yourself, before you deigned to consult me." "I said so? Surely you must mistake. But if any hired poetaster's chant do pass unheeded, what has that to do with Hypatia's eloquence and science, glowing with the treble inspiration of Athene, Phoebus, and Dionysos? And as for having arranged beforehand, my adorable mistress, what more delicate compliment could I have paid you? I cannot say that it seems to me to be one. How, after saving you every trouble which I could, and racking my overburdened wits for stage effects and prophecies, have I not brought hither the darling children of my own brain, and laid them down ruthlessly for life or death, before the judgment seat of your lofty and unsparing criticism?" Hypatia felt herself tricked, but there was no escape now. "And who, pray, is to disgrace herself and me as Venus and Anadyomene?" Ah, that is the most exquisite article in all my bill of fare. What if the kind gods have enabled me to exact a promise from whom, think you? What care I? How can I tell? Asked Hypatia, who suspected and dreaded that she could tell. Pelagia herself. Hypatia rose angrily. This, sir, at least is too much. It was not enough for you, it seems, to claim, or rather to take for granted, so imperiously, so mercilessly, a conditional promise, weakly made, in the vain hope that you would help forward aspirations of mine, which you have let lie fallow for months, in which I do not believe that you sympathize now. It was not enough for you to declare yourself publicly yesterday a Christian, and to come hither this morning to flatter me into the belief that you will dare, 10 days hence, to restore the worship of the gods whom you have abjured. It was not enough to plan without me all those movements in which you told me I was to be your fellow counsellor, the very condition which you yourself offered. It was not enough for you to command me to sit in that theatre, as your bait, your puppet, your victim, blushing and shuddering at sights unfit for the eyes of gods and men. But, over and above all this, I must assist in the renewed triumph of a woman who has laughed down my teaching, seduced away my scholars, braved me in my very lecture-room, who for 4 years has done more than even Cyril himself to destroy all the virtue and truth which I have toiled to sow, and toiled in vain. O beloved gods, where will end the tortures through which your martyr must witness for you to a fallen race? And in spite of all her pride, and of Orestes' presence, her eyes filled with scalding tears. End of chapter 20, part 2. Chapter 20, Part 3 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 20. She Stoops to Conquer, Part 3. Orestes' eyes had sunk before the vehemence of her just passion, but as she added the last sentence in a softer and sadder tone, he raised them again, with a look of sorrow and entreaty at his heart, whispered, "Fool, fanatic! But she is too beautiful. Win her I must and will. Ah, dearest, noblest Hypatia, what have I done, unthinking fool that I was, in the wish to save your trouble, in the hope that I could show you, by the aptness of my own plans, that my practical statesmanship was not altogether an unworthy helpmate for your loftier wisdom. Wretch that I am! I have offended you, and I have ruined the cause of those very gods for whom I swear I am as ready to sacrifice myself as ever you can be." The last sentence had the effect which it was meant to have. "Ruin the cause of the gods?" asked she, in a startled tone. "It is not ruined without your help, and what am I to understand from your words but that, hapless man that I am, you leave me and them henceforth in our own unassisted strength? The unassisted strength of the gods is omnipotence. Be it so. But why is Cyril, and not Hypatia, master of the masses of Alexandria this day? Why, but because he and his have fought, and suffered, and died too, many 100 of them, for their God, omnipotent as they believe him to be? Why are the old gods forgotten, my fairest logician? For forgotten they are." Hypatia trembled from head to foot, and Orestes went on more blandly than ever. "I will not ask an answer to that question of mine. All I entreat is forgiveness for what I know not. But I have sinned, that is enough for me. What if I've been too confident, too hasty? Are you not the price for which I strain? And will not the preciousness of the victor's wreath excuse some impatience in the struggle for it? Hypatia has forgotten who and what the gods have made her. She has not even consulted her own mirror, when she blames one of her innumerable adorers for a forwardness which ought to be rather imputed to him as a virtue." And Orestes stole meekly such a glance of adoration that Hypatia blushed and turned her face away. After all, she was woman, and she was a fanatic, and she was to be an empress, and Orestes' voice was as melodious, and his manner as graceful as ever charmed the heart of woman. "But Pelagia," she said, at last recovering herself, Would that I had never seen the creature! But after all, I really fancied that in doing what I have done I should gratify you. Me? Surely, if revenge be sweet, as they say it could hardly find a more delicate satisfaction than in degradation of one who— Revenge, sir? Do you dream that I am capable of so base a passion? I? Pallas forbid! Said Orestes, finding himself on the wrong path again. But recollect that the allowing this spectacle to take place might rid you for ever of an unpleasant, I will not say rival. How then? Will not her reappearance on the stage, after all her proud professions of contempt for it, do something towards reducing her in the eyes of this scandalous little town to her true and native level? She will hardly dare thenceforth to go about parading herself as the consort of a god-descended hero, or thrusting herself unbidden into Hypatia's presence, as if she were the daughter of a consul. But I cannot allow it even to her. After all, Orestes, she is a woman, and can I, philosopher as I am, help to degrade her even one step lower than she lies already? Hypatia had all but said a woman, even as I am, but Neoplatonic philosophy taught her better, and she checked hasty assertion of anything like a common sex or common humanity between two beings so antipodial. Ah, rejoined Orestes, that unlucky word degrade! Unthinking that I was to use it, forgetting that she herself will be no more degraded in her own eyes, or any one's else, by hearing again the plaudits of those dear Macedonians, on whose breath she has lived for years, than a peacock when he displays his train. Unbounded vanity and self-conceit are not unpleasant passions, after all, for their victim. After all, she is what she is, and her being so is no fault of yours. Oh, it must be, indeed it must. Poor Hypatia! The bait was too delicate, the temper too willy, and yet she is ashamed to speak aloud the philosophic dogma which flashed a ray of comfort and resignation through her mind, and reminded her that after all there was no harm in allowing lower natures to develop themselves freely in that direction which nature had appointed for them, and in which only they could fulfill the laws of their being as necessary varieties in the manifold whole of the universe. So she cut the interview short with, "If it must be, then, I will now retire and write the ode. Only I refuse to have any communication whatsoever with— I am ashamed of even mentioning her name. I will send the ode to you, and she must adapt her dance to it as best she can. By her taste, or fancy rather, I will not be ruled." "And I," said Orestes, with a profusion of thanks, "will retire to rack my faculties over the dispositions on this day week we exhibit and conquer. Farewell, Queen of Wisdom! Your philosophy never shows to better advantage than when you thus wisely and gracefully subordinate that which is beautiful in itself to that which is beautiful relatively and practically." He departed, and Hypatia, half dreading her own thoughts, sat down at once to labour at the ode. Certainly it was a magnificent subject. What etymologies, cosmogonies, allegories, myths, symbolisms, between all heaven and earth, might she not introduce, if she could but banish that figure of Pelagia dancing to it all, which would not be banished, but hovered like a spectre in the background of all her imaginations. She became quite angry, first with Pelagia, then with herself, for being weak enough to think of her. Was it not positive defilement of her mind to be haunted by the image of so defiled a being? She would purify her thoughts by prayer and meditation. But whom of all the gods should she address herself? To her chosen favourite, Athene? She who had promised to present at that spectacle. Oh, how weak she had been to yield! And yet she had been snared into it. Snared, there was no doubt of it, by the very man whom she had fancied that she could guide and mould to her own purposes. He had guided and moulded her now against her self-respect, her compassion, her innate sense of right. Already she was his tool. True, she had submitted to be so for a great purpose. But suppose she had to submit again hereafter, always henceforth? And what made the thought more poignant was her knowledge that he was right, that he knew what to do and how to do it. She could not help admiring him for his address, his quickness, his clear practical insight, and yet she despised, mistrusted, all but hated him. But what if his were the very qualities which were destined to succeed? What if her purer and loftier arms, her resolutions, now, alas, broken, never to act but on the deepest and holiest principles, and by the most sacred means, were destined never to exert themselves in practice, except conjointly with miserable stratagems and cajoleries such as these? What if statecrafts, and not philosophy and religion, were the appointed rulers of mankind? Hideous thought! And yet she who had all her life tried to be self-dependent, originative, to face and crush the hostile mob of circumstance and custom, and to battle single-handed with Christianity and a fallen age. How was it that in her first important and critical opportunity of action she had been dumb, irresolute, passive, the victim at last of the very corruption which she was to exterminate? She did not know yet that those who have no other means for regenerating a corrupted time than dogmatic pedantries concerning the dead and unreturning past must end in practice by borrowing insincerely and using clumsily the very weapons of that novel age which they depreciate, and sewing new cloth into old garments, till the rent become patent and incurable. But in the meanwhile, such meditations as these drove from her mind, for that day, both Athene and the Ode, and philosophy at all things but Pelagia the wanton. In the meanwhile, Alexandrian politics flowed onward in their usual pure and quiet course. The public buildings were place-carted with the news of Heraclian's victory, and groups of loungers expressed, loudly enough, their utter indifference as to who might rule at Rome, or even at Byzantium. Let Heraclian or Honorius be emperor, the capitals must be fed, and while the Alexandrian wheat trade was uninjured, what matter who received the tribute? Certainly, as some friends of Orestes found means to suggest, it might not be a bad thing for Egypt if she could keep the tribute in her own treasury, instead of sending it to Rome without any adequate return, save the presence of an expensive army. Alexandria had been once the metropolis of an independent empire. Why not again? Then came enormous largesse of corn, proving more satisfactorily to the mob than to the shipowners that Egyptian wheat was better employed at home than abroad. Nay, there were even rumors of a general amnesty for all prisoners, and as of course every evildoer had a kind of friend who considered him an injured martyr, all parties were well content, on their own accounts at least, with such a move. And so Orestes' bubble swelled, and grew, and glittered every day, with fresh prismatic radiance, while Hypatia sat at home, with a heavy heart, writing her ode to Venus Urania, and submitting to Orestes' daily visits. One cloud, indeed, not without squalls of wind and rain, disfigured that sky which the prefect had invested with such serenity by the simple expedient, well known to politicians, of painting it bright blue, since it would not assume that color of its own accord. For a day or two after Ammonius' execution, the prefect's guards informed him that the corpse of the crucified man, with the cross on which it hung, had vanished. The Nitrian monks had come down in a body, and carried them off, before the very eyes of the sentinels. Orestes knew well enough that the fellows must have been bribed to allow the theft, but he dare not say so to men on whose good humour his very life might depend. So, stomaching the affront as best as he could, he vowed fresh vengeance against Cyril, and went on his way. But behold, within 24 hours of the theft, a procession of all the rascality, followed by all the piety, of Alexandria, monks from Nitria, counted by the 1,000 priests, deacons, archdeacons, Cyril himself in full pontificals, and borne aloft in the midst upon a splendid bier, the missing corpse, its nail-pierced hands and feet left uncovered for the pitying gaze of the church. Under the very palace windows from which Orestes found it expedient to retire for the time being, out upon the quays and up the steps of the Caesareum filed that new portent and in another half hour a servant entered breathlessly to inform the shepherd of people that his victim was lying in state in the centre of the nave, a martyr duly canonized. Ammonius now no more, but henceforth Thamasius the Wonderful, on whose heroic virtues and more heroic faithfulness unto the death, Cyril was already descanting from the pulpit, amid thunders of applause at every allusion to Sisera at the brook Kishon, Sennacherib in the house of Nisroch, and the rest of the princes of this world who come to naught. Here was a storm. To order a cohort to enter the church and bring away the body was easy enough; to make them do it, in the face of certain death, not so easy. Besides, it was too early yet for so desperate a move as would be involved in the violation of a church. So Orestes added this fresh item to the long column of accounts, which he intended to settle with the patriarch, cursed for half an hour in the name of all divinities, saints, and martyrs, Christian and pagan, and wrote off a lamentable history of his wrongs and sufferings to the very Byzantine court against which he was about to rebel, in the comfortable assurance that Cyril had sent, by the same post, a counter-statement contradicting it in every particular. Never mind. In case he failed in rebelling, it was as well to be able to prove his allegiance up to the latest possible date, and the more completely the two statements contradicted each other, the longer it would take to sift the truth out of them, and thus so much time was gained, and so much the more chance meantime of a new leaf being turned over in that Sibylline oracle of politicians, the chapter of accidents. And for the time being he would make a pathetic appeal to respectability and moderation in general, of which Alexandria, wherein some 100,000 tradesmen and merchants had property to lose, possessed a goodly share. Respectably responded promptly to the appeal, and loyal addresses and deputations of condolence followed in from every quarter, expressing the extreme sorrow with which the citizens had beheld the late disturbances of civil order, and the contempt which had been so unfortunately evinced for the constituted authorities, but taking nevertheless the liberty to remark that while the extreme danger of property which might ensue from the further exasperation of certain classes prevented their taking those active steps on the side of tranquillity to which their feelings inclined them, the known piety and wisdom of their esteemed patriarch made it presumptuous in them to offer any opinion on his present conduct beyond the expression of their firm belief that he had been unfortunately misinformed as to those sentiments of affection and respect which his Excellency the Prefect was well known to entertain towards him. They ventured, therefore, to express a humble hope that by some mutual compromise, to define which would be an unwarrantable intrusion on their part, a happy reconciliation would be effected, and the stability of law and property and the Catholic faith ensured. All which Orestes heard the blandest smiles, while his heart was black with curses, and Cyril answered by a very violent, though a very true and practical harangue on the text, "How hardly shall they that have riches enter into the kingdom of heaven." So respectably and moderation met with their usual hapless fate, and soundly cursed by both parties, in the vain attempt to please both, wisely left the upper powers to settle their own affairs, and went home to the desks and counters. They did a very brisk business all that week on the strength of the approaching festival. One hapless innkeeper only tried to carry out in practice the principles which the deputation from his guild had so eloquently advocated, and being convicted of giving away bread in the morning to the Nitrian monks, and wine in the evening to the prefect's guards, and his tavern gutted, and his head broken by a joint publicitum of both the parties, whom he had conciliated, who afterwards fought a little together, and then, luckily for the general peace, mutuality ran away from each other. Cyril in the meanwhile, though he was doing a foolish thing, was doing it wisely enough. Orestes might curse, and respectably might deplore, whose nightly sermons, which shook the mighty arcades of the Caesareum, but they could not answer them. Cyril was right, and knew that he was right. Orestes was a scoundrel, hateful to God and the enemies of God. The middle classes were lukewarm, covetous cowards, The whole system of government was a swindle and an injustice. All men's hearts were mad with crying, "Lord, how long?" The fierce bishop had only to thunder forth text on text, from every book of Scripture, old and new, in order to array on his side not merely the common sense and right feeling, but the bigotry and ferocity of the masses. In vain did the good Ursinius represent to him not only the scandal, but the unrighteousness of his new canonization. "I must have fuel, my good father," was his answer, "wherewith to keep alight the flame of zeal. If I am to be silent as to Heraclian's defeat, I must give them some other irritant, which will put them in a proper temper to act on that defeat when they are told of it. If they hate Orestes, does he not deserve it, even if he is not altogether as much in the wrong in this particular case as they fancy he is? Are there not 1,000 other crimes of which deserve abhorrence even more? At all events, he must proclaim the empire, as you yourself say, or we shall have no handle against him. He will not dare to proclaim it if he knows that we are aware of the truth. And if we are to keep the truth in reserve, we must have something else to serve meanwhile as a substitute for it." And poor Arsenius submitted with a sigh, as he saw Cyril making a fresh step in that alluring path of evil, doing that good might come, which led him after years into many a fearful sin, and left his name disgraced, perhaps forever, in the judgment of generations, who know as little of the pandemonium against which he fought, as they do of the intense belief which sustained him in his warfare, and who have therefore neither understanding nor pardon for the occasional outrages and errors of a man no worse, even if no better, than themselves. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21, Part 1 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley. Chapter 21, The Squire Bishop, Part 1. In a small and ill-furnished upper room of a fortified country house sat Synesius, the bishop of Cyrene. A goblet of wine stood beside him on the table, but it was untasted. Slowly and sadly, by the light of a tiny lamp, he went on writing a verse or two, and then burying his face in his hand, while hot tears dropped between his fingers on the paper, till a servant entering announced Raphael Aben Ezra. Synesius rose with a gesture of surprise and hurried towards the door. "No, ask him to come hither to me. To pass through those deserted rooms at night is more than I can bear." And he waited for his guest at the chamber door, and, as he entered, caught both his hands in his, and tried to speak, but his voice was choked within him. "Do not speak," said Raphael gently, leading him to his chair again. "I know all." "You know all? And are you, then, so unlike the rest of the world that you alone have come to visit the bereaved and the deserted in his misery?" "I am like the rest of the world, after all, for I came to you on my own selfish errand, to seek comfort. Would that I could give it instead. But the servants told me all below." "And yet you persisted in seeing me, as if I could help you. Alas, I can help no one now. Here I am at last, utterly alone, utterly helpless. As I came from my mother's womb, so shall I return again. My last child, my last and fairest, gone after the rest. Thank God that I have had even a day's peace wherein to lay him by his mother and his brothers, though he alone knows how long the beloved graves may remain unrifled. Let it have been shame enough to sit here in my lonely tower and watch the ashes of my Spartan ancestors, the sons of Hercules himself, my glory and my pride, sinful fool that I was, cast to the winds by barbarian plunderers. When wilt thou make an end, O Lord, and slay me?" And how did the poor boy die? Asked Raphael, in hope of soothing sorrow by enticing it to vent itself in words. The pestilence. What other fate can we expect, who breathe an air tainted with corpses, and sit under a sky darkened with carrion birds? But I could endure even that if I could work, if I could help. But to sit here, imprisoned now for months between these hateful towers, night after night to watch the sky, red with burning homesteads, day after day to have my ears ring with the shrieks of the dying and the captives, for they have begun now to murder every male, down to the baby at the breast, and to feel myself utterly fettered, impotent, sitting here like some palsied idiot, waiting for my end. I long to rush out and fall fighting, sword in hand. But I am their last, their only hope. The governors care nothing for our supplications. In vain have I memorialized Gennadius and Innocent. With what little eloquence my misery has not stunned in me. But there is no resolution, no unanimity left in the land. The soldiery are scattered in small garrisons, employed entirely in protecting the private property of their officers. The Ausurians defeat them piecemeal, and, armed with their spoils, actually have begun to beleaguer fortified towns. And now there is nothing left for us but to pray that, like Ulysses, we may be devoured the last. What am I doing? I am selfishly pouring out my own sorrows instead of listening to yours. Nay, friend, you are talking of the sorrows of your country, not of your own. As for me, I have no sorrow, only a despair, which, being irremediable, may well wait. But you, oh, you must not stay here. Why not escape to Alexandria? I will die at my post as I have lived, the father of my people. When the last ruin comes, and Kyrene itself is besieged, I shall return thither from my present outpost, and the conquerors shall find the bishop in his place before the altar. There I have offered for years the unbloody sacrifice to him who will perhaps require of me a bloody one, so that the sight of an altar polluted by the murder of his priest may end the sum of the Pentapolitan hoe, and arouse him to avenge his slaughtered sheep. There, we will talk no more of it. This, at least, I have left in my power, to make you welcome, and after supper you shall tell me what brings you hither. And the good bishop, calling his servant, set to work to show his guest such hospitality as the invaders had left in his power. Raphael's usual insight had not deserted him when, in his utter perplexity, he went almost instinctively straight to Synesius. The bishop of Kyrene, to judge from the charming private letters which he has left, was one of those many-sided, volatile, restless men who taste joy and sorrow, if not deeply or permanently, yet abundantly and passionately. He lived, as Raphael had told Orestes, in a whirlwind of good deeds, meddling and toiling for the mere pleasure of action, and as soon as there was nothing to be done, which till lately had happened seldom enough with him, paid the penalty for past excitement in fits of melancholy. A man of magniloquent and flowery style, not without a vein of self-conceit, yet withal of overflowing kindness, racy humour, and unflinching courage, both physical and moral, with a very clear practical faculty, and a very muddy speculative one, though, of course, like the rest of the world, he was especially proud of his own weakest side, and professed the most passionate affection for philosophic meditation, while his detractors hinted, not without a show of reason, that he was far more of an adept in soldiering and dog-breaking than in the mysteries of the unseen world. To him Raphael betook himself, he hardly knew why. Certainly not for philosophic consolation, perhaps because Synesius was, as Raphael used to say, the only Christian from whom he had ever heard a hearty laugh, perhaps because he had some wayward hope, unconfessed even to himself, that he might meet at Synesius's house the very companions from whom he had just fled. He was fluttering round Victoria's new and strange brilliance like a moth round the candle, as he confessed after supper to his host, and now he was come hither on the chance of being able to singe his wings once more. Not that his confession was extracted without much trouble to the good old man, who, seeing at once that Raphael had some weight upon his mind, which he longed to tell, and yet was either too suspicious or too proud to tell, set himself to ferret out the secret, and forgot all his sorrows for the time, as soon as he found a human being to whom he might do good. But Raphael was inexplicably wayward and unlike himself. All his smooth and shallow persiflage, even his shrewd satiric humour, had vanished. He seemed parched by some inward fever, restless, moody, abrupt, even peevish, and Synesius's curiosity rose with his disappointment, as Raphael went on obstinately declining to consult the very physician before whom he presented himself as patient. "And what can you do for me if I did tell you?" "Then allow me, my very dear friend, to ask this. As you deny having visited me on my own account, on what account did you visit me?" "Can you ask? To enjoy the society of the most finished gentleman on Pentapolis." "And was that worth a week's journey, in perpetual danger of death?" "As for danger of death, that weighs little with a man who is careless of life. And as for the week's journey, I had a dream one night on my way, which made me question whether I were wise in troubling a Christian bishop with any thoughts or questions which relate merely to poor human beings like myself, who marry and are given in marriage." "You forget, friend, that you are speaking to one who has married, and loved, and lost." "I did not. But you see how rude I am growing. I am no fit company for you or any man. I believe I shall end by turning robber chief and heading a party of Ausurians." "But," said the patient Synesius, "you have forgotten your dream all this while." "Forgotten? I did not promise to tell it you, did I?" "No, but as it seems to have contained some sort of accusation against my capacity, do you not think it but fair to tell the accused what it was?" Raphael smiled. "Well, then, suppose I had dreamt this, that a philosopher, an academic, and a believer in nothing and in no man, had met at Berenice certain rabbis of the Jews, and heard them reading and expounding a certain book of Solomon, the Song of Songs. You, as a learned man, know into what sort of trumpery allegory they would contrive to twist it, how the bride's eyes were to mean the scribes who were full of wisdom, as the pools of Heshbon were of water, and her stature spreading like a palm tree, the priests who spread out their hands when blessing the people, and the left hand which should be under her head, the tephilim which these old pedants wore on their left wrists, and the right hand which should hold her, the mezuzah which they fixed on the right side of their doors to keep off devils, and so forth." "I have heard of such silly Kabbalism, certainly." "You have? Then suppose that I went on, and saw in my dream how this same academic and unbeliever, being himself also a Hebrew of the Hebrews, snatched the roll out of the rabbis' hands, and told them that they were a party of fools for trying to set forth what the book might possibly mean, before they had found out what it really did mean, and that they could only find out that by looking honestly at the plain words to see what Solomon meant by it. And then suppose that this same apostate Jew, this member of the synagogue of Satan, in his carnal and lawless imaginations, had waxed eloquent with the eloquence of devils, and told them that the book set forth, to those who had eyes to see, how Solomon the great king, with his 80 queens, and 80 concubines, and virgins without number, forgets all his seraglio and his luxury in pure and noble love for the undefiled, who is but one, and how as his eyes are opened to see that God made the one man for the one woman, and the one woman to the one man, even as it was in the Garden of Eden, so all his heart and thoughts become pure and gentle and simple, how the song of the birds and the scent of the grapes and the spicy southern gales and all the simple country pleasures of the glens of Lebanon, which he shares with his own vine dressers and slaves, become more precious in his eyes than all his palaces and artificial pomp, and the man feels that he is in harmony for the first time in his life with the universe of God, and with the mystery of the seasons, that within him as well as without him the winter is past, and the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, and the voice of the turtle is heard in the land. And suppose I saw in my dream how the rabbis, when they heard those wicked words, stopped their ears with one accord, and ran upon that son of Belial, and cast him out, because he blasphemed their sacred books by his carnal interpretations. And suppose, I only say suppose, that I saw in my dream how the poor man said in his heart, I will go to the Christians, they acknowledge the sacredness of this same book, and they say that their God taught them that in the beginning God made man male and female. Perhaps they will tell me whether this Song of Songs does not, as it seems to me to do, show the passage upwards from brutal polygamy to that monogamy which they so solemnly command, and agree with me that it is because the song preaches this that it has a right to take its place among the holy writings. You, as a Christian bishop, should know what answer such a man would receive. You are silent. Then I will tell you what answer he seemed to receive in my dream. O blasphemous and carnal man, who pervertest holy scripture into a cloak for thine own licentiousness, as if it spoke of man's base and sensual affections, know that this book is to be spiritually interpreted of the marriage between the soul and its Creator, and that is from this very book that the Catholic Church derives her strongest arguments in favor of holy virginity and the glories of a celibate life. Synesius was still silent. And what do you think I saw in my dream that the man did when he found these Christians enforcing, as a necessary article of practice as well as of faith, a baseless and bombastic metaphor borrowed from that very Neoplatonism out of which he had just fled for his life? He cursed the day he was born, and the hour in which his father was told, Thou hast gotten a man-child, and said, Philosophers, Jews, and Christians, farewell for ever and a day. The clearest words of your most sacred books mean anything or nothing, as the case may suit your fancies, and there is neither truth nor reason under the sun. What better is there for a man than to follow the example of his people, and to turn usurer, and money-getter, and cajoler of fools in his turn, even as his father was before him? Synesius remained a while in deep thought, and at last, And yet you came to me. I did, because you have loved and married, because you have stood out manfully against this strange modern insanity, and refused to give up, when you were made a bishop, the wife whom God had given you. You, I thought, could solve the riddle for me if any man could. Alas, friend, I have begun to distrust of late my power of solving riddles. After all, why should they be solved? What matters one more mystery in a world of mysteries? If thou marry, thou hast not sinned, are St. Paul's own words, and let them be enough for us. Do not ask me to argue with you, but to help you. Instead of puzzling me with deep questions and tempting me to set up my private judgment, as I have done too often already, against the opinion of the Church, tell me your story, and test my sympathy rather than my intellect. I shall feel with you and work for you, doubt not, even though I am unable to explain to myself why I do it. Then you cannot solve my riddle. Let me help you, said Synesius with a sweet smile, to solve it for yourself. You need not try to deceive me. You have a love, an undefiled, who is but one. When you possess her, you will be able to judge better whether your interpretation of the song is the true one. And if you still think that it is, Synesius at least will have no quarrel against you. He has always claimed for himself the right of philosophizing in private, and he will allow the same liberty to you, whether the mob do or not. Then you agree with me? Of course you do. Is it fair to ask me whether I accept a novel interpretation, which I have only heard 5 minutes ago, delivered in a somewhat hasty and rhetorical form? You are shirking the question, said Raphael peevishly. And what if I am? Tell me, point blank, the most self-tormenting of men, can I help you in practice, even though I choose to leave you to yourself in speculation? Well, then, if you will have my story, take it, and judge for yourself of Christian common sense. And hurriedly, as if ashamed of his own confession, and yet compelled, in spite of himself, to unbosom it, he told Synesius all, from his first meeting with Victoria to his escape from her at Berenice. The good bishop, to Aben Ezra's surprise, seemed to treat the whole matter as infinitely amusing. He chuckled, smote his hand on his thigh, and nodded approval at every pause, perhaps to give the speaker courage, perhaps because he really thought that Raphael's prospects were considerably less desperate than he fancied. If you laugh at me, Synesius, I am silent. It is quite enough to endure the humiliation of telling you that I am, confounded, like any boy of 16. Laugh at you? With you, you mean? A convent? Pooh, pooh. The old prefect has enough sense, I will warrant him, not to refuse a good match for his child. You forget that I have not the honor of being a Christian. Then we'll make you one. You won't let me convert you, I know. You always used to jibe and jeer at my philosophy. But Augustine comes tomorrow. Augustine? He does indeed. And we must be off by daybreak, with all the armed men we can muster, to meet and escort him, and to hunt, of course, going and coming, for we have had no food this fortnight but what our own dogs and bows have furnished us. He shall take you in hand, and cure you of all your Judaism in a week, and then just leave the rest to me. I will manage it somehow or other. It is sure to come right. No, do not be bashful. It will be real amusement to a poor wretch who can find nothing else to do. Hi-ho, and as for lying under an obligation to me, why, we can square that by your lending me 3,000 or 4,000 gold pieces. Heaven knows I want them, on the certainty of never seeing them again. Raphael could not help laughing in his turn. Synesius is himself still, I see, and not unworthy of his ancestor Heracles, and though he shrinks from cleansing the Augean stable of my soul, paws like the war horse in the valley at the hope of undertaking any lesser labours in my behalf. But, my dear generous bishop, this matter is more serious, and I, the subject of it, have become more serious also than you fancy. Consider, by the uncorrupt honour of your Spartan forefathers, Agis, Brasidas, and the rest of them, don't you think that you are, in your hasty kindness, tempting me to behave in a way which they would have called somewhat rascally? How then, my dear man? You have a very honourable and praiseworthy desire, and I am willing to help you to compass it. Do you think that I have not cast about before now for more than one method of compassing it for myself? My good man, I have been tempted a dozen times already to turn Christian. But there has risen up in me the strangest fancy about conscience and honour. I never was scrupulous before, heaven knows. I am not over scrupulous now, except about her. I cannot dissemble before her. I dare not look in her face when I had a lie in my right hand. She looks through one into one like a clear-eyed, awful goddess. I never was ashamed in my life till my eyes met hers. But if you really became a Christian? I cannot. I should suspect my own motives. Here is another of these absurd soul-anatomizing scruples which have risen up in me. I should suspect that I had changed my creed because I wished to change it. That if I was not deceiving her, I was deceiving myself. If I had not loved her, it might have been different, but now, just because I do love her, I will not, I dare not, listen to Augustine's arguments or my own thoughts on the matter. Most wayward of men, cried Synesius half peevishly, you seem to take some perverse pleasure in throwing yourself into the waves again, the instant you have climbed a rock of refuge. Pleasure? Is there any pleasure in feeling oneself at death grips with the devil? I had given up believing in him for many a year, and behold, the moment that I awaken to anything noble and right, I find the old serpent alive and strong at my throat. No wonder that I suspect him, you, myself, I, who have been tempted every hour in the last week, temptations to become a devil. I, he went on, raising his voice, as all the fire of his intense Eastern nature flashed from his black eyes, to be a devil. From my childhood till now, never have I known what it was to desire and not to possess. It is not often that I have had to trouble any poor Naboth for his vineyard, but when I have taken a fancy to it, Naboth has always found it wiser to give away. And now, do you fancy that I have not had a dozen hellish plots flashing across me in the last week? Look here, this is the mortgage of her father's whole estate. I bought it, whether by the instigation of Satan or of God, of a banker in Berenice, the very day I left them, and now they and every straw which they possess are in my power. I can ruin them, sell them as slaves, betray them to death as rebels, and last but not least, cannot I hire a dozen worthy men to carry her off, and cut the Gordian knot most simply and summarily? And yet I dare not. I must be pure to approach the pure, and righteous to kiss the feet of the righteous. Whence came this new conscience to me I know not, but come it has. And I dare no more do a base thing toward her than I dare toward a god, if there be one. This very mortgage, I hate it, I curse it, now that I possess it, the tempting devil. Burn it, said Synesius quietly. At the least used it never shall be. Compel her, I am too proud, or too honorable, or something or other, even to solicit her. She must come to me. Tell me with her own lips that she loves me, that she will take me, and make me worthy of her. She must have mercy on me of her own free will, or let her pine and die in that accursed prison, and then a scratch with the trusty old dagger for her father, and another for myself, will save him from any more superstitions, and me from any more philosophic doubts, for a few aeons of ages, till we start again in new lives. He, I suppose, as a jackass, and I as a baboon. What matter? But unless I possess her by fair means, God do so to me, and more also, if I attempt base ones. God be with you, my son, in the noble warfare, said Synesius, his eyes filling with kindly tears. It is no noble warfare at all. It is a base coward fear in one who never before feared man or devil, and is now fallen low enough to be afraid of a helpless girl. Not so, cried Synesius in his turn. It is a noble and a holy fear. You fear her goodness. Could you see her goodness, much less fear it, were there not a divine light within you which showed you what and how awful goodness was? Tell me no more, Raphael Ben Ezra, that you do not fear God, for he who fears virtue fears him whose likeness virtue is. Go on, be brave, and his strength will be made manifest in your weakness. End of chapter 21, part 1. Chapter 21, part 2 of Hypatia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hypatia by Charles Kingsley, Chapter 21, The Squire Bishop, Part 2. It was late that night before Synesius compelled his guest to retire, after having warned him not to disturb himself if he heard the alarm bell ring, as the house was well garrisoned, and having set the water clock by which he and his servants measured their respective watches. And then the good bishop, having disposed his sentinels, took his station on the top of his tower, close by the warning bell. And as he looked out over the broad lands of his forefathers, and prayed that their desolation might come to an end at last, he did not forget to pray for the desolation of the guest who slept below, a happier and more healthy slumber than he had known for many a week. For before Raphael lay down that night, he had torn to shreds Majoricus's mortgage, and felt a lighter and a better man as he saw the cunning temptation consuming scrap by scrap in the lamp flame. And then, wearied out with fatigue of body and mind, he forgot Synesius, Victoria, and the rest, and seemed to himself to wander all night among the vine-clad glens of Lebanon, amid the gardens of lilies and the beds of spices, while Zephyr's music lured him on, and girlish voices, chanting the mystic idyll of his mighty ancestor, rang soft and fitful through his weary brain. Before sunrise the next morning, Raphael was faring forth gallantly, well armed and mounted by Synesius's side, followed by 4 or 5 brace of tall brass-tailed greyhounds, and by the faithful Bran, whose lop ears and heavy jaws, unique in that land of prick ears and fox noses, formed the absorbing subject of conversation among some 20 smart retainers, who, armed to the teeth for chase and war, rode behind the bishop on half-starved, raw-boned horses, inured by desert training and bad times to do the maximum of work upon the minimum of food. For the first few miles they rode in silence, through ruined villages and desolated farms, from which here and there a single inhabitant peeped forth fearfully, to pour his tale of woe into the ears of the hapless bishop, and then, instead of asking alms from him, to entreat his acceptance of some paltry remnant of grain or poultry which had escaped the hands of the marauders. And as they clung to his hands, and blessed him as their only hope and stay, poor Synesius heard patiently again and again the same purposeless tale of woe, and mingled his tears with theirs, and then spurred his horse on impatiently, as if to escape from the sight of misery which he could not relieve, while a voice in Raphael's heart seemed to ask him, why was thy wealth given to thee, but that thou mightest dry, if for but a day, such tears as these? And he fell into a meditation, which was not without its fruit in due season, but which lasted till they had left the enclosed country, and were climbing the slopes of the low-rolling hills, over which lay the road from the distant sea. But as they left the signs of war behind them, the volatile temper of the good bishop began to rise. He petted his hounds, chatted to his men, discoursed on the most probable quarter for finding game, and exhorted them cheerfully enough to play the man, as their chance of having anything to eat at night depended entirely on their prowess during the day. Ah, said Raphael at last, glad of a pretext for breaking his own chain of painful thought, there is a vein of your land salt. I suspect that you were all at the bottom of the sea once, and that the old earth-shaker Neptune, tired of your bad ways, gave you a lift one morning and set you up as dry land in order to be rid of you. It may really be so. They say that the Argonauts returned back through this country from the southern ocean, which must have been therefore far nearer us than it is now, and that they carried their mystic vessel over these very hills to the Syrtes. However, we have forgotten all about the sea thoroughly enough since that time. I well remember my first astonishment at the sight of a galley in Alexandria, and the roar of laughter with which my fellow students greeted my not unreasonable remark that it looked very like a centipede. And do you recollect, too, the argument which I had once with your steward about the pickled fish which I brought you from Egypt, and the way in which, when the jar was opened, the servants shrieked and ran right and left, declaring that the fish bones were the spines of poisonous serpents? The old fellow is as obstinate as ever, I assure you, in his disbelief in salt water. He torments me continually by asking me to tell him the story of my shipwreck, and does not believe me after all, though he has heard it a dozen times. Sir, he said to me solemnly after you were gone, will that strange gentleman pretend to persuade me that anything eatable can come out of his great pond there at Alexandria, when every one can see that the best fountain in the country never breeds anything but frogs and leeches? As he spoke, they left the last field behind them, and entered upon a vast sheet of breezy down, speckled with shrubs and copse, and split here and there by rocky glens, ending in fertile valleys, once thick with farms and homesteads. Here, cried Synesius, are our hunting grounds. And now for 1 hour's forgetfulness and the joys of the noble art. What could old Homer have been thinking of when he forgot to number it among the pursuits which are glorious to heroes, and make a man illustrious, and yet could lord in those very words the forum? The forum? Said Raphael. I never saw it yet make men anything but rascals. Brazen-faced rascals, my friend. I detest the whole breed of lawyers, and never meet one without turning him into ridicule, effeminate pettifoggers who shudder at the very sight of roast venison when they think of the dangers by which it has been procured. But it is a cowardly age, my friend, a cowardly age. Let us forget it, and ourselves. And even philosophy and Hypatia, said Raphael archly. I have done with philosophy. To fight like a Heracleid, and to die like a bishop, is all I have left, except Hypatia the perfect, the wise. I tell you, friend, it is a comfort to me, even in my deepest misery, to recollect that the corrupt world yet holds one being so divine. And he was running on in one of his high-flowing laudations of his idol, when Raphael checked him. I fear our common sympathy on that subject is rather weakened. I have begun to doubt her lately nearly as much as I doubt philosophy. Not her virtue? No, friend, nor her beauty, nor her wisdom, simply her power of making me a better man. A selfish criterion, you will say, be it so. What a noble horse that is of yours. He has been, but worn out now like his master and his master's fortunes. Not so certainly the colt on which you have done me the honor to mount me. Ah, my poor boy's pet, you are the first person who has crossed him since... Is he your own breeding? Asked Raphael, trying to turn the conversation. A cross between that white Nisaean which you sent me and one of my own mares. Not a bad cross, though he keeps a little of the bull-head and greyhound flank of your Africans. So much the better, friend. Give me bone and endurance for this rough down country. Your delicate Nisaeans are all very well for a few minutes over those flat sands of Egypt. But here you need a horse who will go 40 miles a day over rough and smooth, and dine thankfully of thistles at night. Aha, poor little man, as a jerboa sprang up from a tuft of bushes at his feet. I fear you must help to fill our soup kettle in these hard times. And with a dexterous sweep of his long whip, the worthy bishop entangled the jerboa's long legs, whisked him up to his saddle-bow, and delivered him to the groom and the game-bag. Kill him at once, don't let him squeak, boy, he cries too like a child. Poor little wretch, said Raphael, what more right now have we to eat him than he to eat us? Eh? If he can eat us, let him try. How long have you joined the Manichees? Have no fears on that score. But, as I told you, since my wonderful conversion by Bran the dog, I have begun to hold dumb animals in respect, as probably quite as good as myself. Then you need further conversion, friend Raphael, and to learn what is the dignity of man. And when that arrives, you will learn to believe with me that the life of every beast upon the face of the earth would be a cheap price to pay in exchange for the life of the meanest human being. Yes, if they be required for food, but really to kill them for our amusement. Friend, when I was still a heathen, I recollect well how I used to haggle at that story of the cursing of the fig tree. But when I learned to know what man was, and that I had been all my life mistaking for a part of nature that race which was originally, and can be again, made in the likeness of God, then I began to see that it were well if every fig tree upon earth were cursed, if the spirit of one man could be taught thereby a single lesson. And so I speak of these, my darling field sports, on which I have not been ashamed, as you know, to write a book. And a very charming one, yet you were still a pagan, recollect, when you wrote it. I was, and then I followed the chase by mere nature and inclination. But now I know I have a right to follow it, because it gives me endurance, promptness, courage, self-control, as well as health and cheerfulness, and therefore, a fresh ostrich track. And stopping short, Synesius began pricking slowly up the hillside. Back, whispered he at last, quietly and silently. Lie down on your horse's neck, as I do, or the long-necked rogues may see you. They must be close to us over the brow. I know that favourite grassy slope of old. Round under yon hill, or they will get wind of us, and then farewell to them. And Synesius and his groom cantered on, hanging each to their horses' necks by an arm and a leg, in a way which Raphael endeavoured in vain to imitate. 2 or 3 minutes more of breathless silence brought them to the edge of the hill, where Synesius halted, peered down a moment, and then turned to Raphael, his face and limbs quivering with delight, as he held up 2 fingers to denote the number of the birds. Out of arrow range slipped the dog Syphax, and in another minute Raphael found himself galloping headlong down the hill, while 2 magnificent ostriches, their outspread plumes waving in the bright breeze, their necks stooped almost to the ground, and their long legs flashing out behind them, were sweeping away before the greyhounds at a pace which no mortal horse could have held for 10 minutes. Baby that I am still, cried Synesius, tears of excitement glittering in his eyes, while Raphael gave himself up to the joy and forgot even Victoria in the breathless rush over rock and bush, sandhill and watercourse. Take care of that dry torrent bed. Hold up, old horse. This will not last 2 minutes more. They cannot hold their pace against this breeze. Well tried, good dog, though you did miss him. Ah, that my boy were here. There, they double. Spread right and left, my children, and ride at them as they pass. And the ostriches, unable, as Synesius said, to keep their pace against the breeze, turned sharp on their pursuers, and beating the air with outspread wings, came down the wind again, at a rate even more wonderful than before. Ride at him, Raphael, ride at him, and turn him into those bushes, cried Synesius, fitting an arrow to his bow. Raphael obeyed, and the bird swerved into the low scrub. The well-trained horse leapt at him like a cat, and Raphael, who dare not trust his skill in archery, struck with his whip at the long neck as it struggled past him, and felled the noble quarry to the ground. He was in the act of springing down to secure his prize, when a shout from Synesius stopped him. Are you mad? He will kick out your heart. Let the dogs hold him. Where is the other? Asked Raphael, panting. Where he ought to be. I have not missed a running shot for many a month. Really, you rival the Emperor Commodus himself. Ah, I tried his fancy of crescent-headed arrows once, and decapitated an ostrich or 2 tolerably. but they are only fit for the amphitheatre. They will not lie safely in the river on horseback, I find. But what is that?" And he pointed to a cloud of white dust about a mile down the valley. "A herd of antelopes? If so, God is indeed gracious to us. Come down. Whatsoever they are, we have no time to lose." And collecting his scattered forces, Synesius pushed on rapidly towards the object which had attracted his attention. "Antelopes!" cried one. "Wild horses!" cried another. "Tame ones, rather," cried Synesius, with a gesture of wrath. "I saw the flash of arms." "The Ausurians!" and a yell of rage rang from the whole troop. "Will you follow me, children?" "To death!" shouted they. "I know it. Oh, that I had 700 of you, as Abraham had! We would see then whether these scoundrels did not share, within a week, the fate of Chedorlaomer's." "Happy man, who can actually trust your own slaves," said Raphael, as the party galloped on, tightening their girdles and getting ready their weapons. "Slaves? If the law gives me the power of selling one or two of them who are not yet wise enough to be trusted to take care of themselves, it is a fact which both I and they have long forgotten. Their fathers grew grey at my father's table, and God grant that they may grow grey at mine. We eat together, work together, hunt together, fight together, jest together, and weep together. God help us all, for we have but one common weal. Now, do you make out the enemy, boys?" "Ausurians, your holiness, the same party who tried Myrsinitis last week. I know them by the helmets which they took from the markmen." "And with whom are they fighting?" No one could see. Fighting they certainly were, but their victims were beyond them, and the party galloped on. That was a smart business at Myrsinitis. The Ausurians appeared while the people were at morning prayers. The soldiers, of course, ran for their lives and hid in the caverns, leaving the matter to the priests. If they were of your presbytery, I doubt not they proved themselves worthy of their diocesan. "Ah, if all my priests were but like them, or my people either," said Synesius, chatting quietly in full gallop, like a true son of the saddle. They offered up prayers for victory, sallied out at the head of the peasants, and met the Moors in a narrow pass. There their hearts failed them a little. Faustus the deacon makes them a speech, charges the leader of the robbers like young David with a stone, beats his brains out therewith, strips him in true Homeric fashion, and rouses the Ausurians with their leader's sword, returns and erects a trophy in due classic form, and saves the whole valley. You should make him archdeacon." "I would send him and his townsfolk round the province if I could, crowned with laurel, and proclaim before them at every market-place, 'These are men of God.' With whom can those Ausurians be dealing? Peasants would have been all killed long ago, and soldiers would have run away long ago. It is truly a portent in this country to see a fight last 10 minutes. Who can they be? I see them now, and hewing away like men too. They are all on foot but 2, and we have not a cohort of infantry left for many a mile round." "I know who they are," cried Raphael, suddenly striking spurs into his horse. "I will swear to that armor among 1,000. And there is a litter in the midst of them. On, and fight, men, if you ever fought in your lives." "Softly," cried Synesius. "Trust an old soldier, and perhaps, alas that he should have to say it, the best left in this wretched country. Round by the hollow, and take the barbarians suddenly in flank. They will not see us then till we are within 20 paces of them. Aha, you have a thing or two to learn yet, Aben Ezra." And chuckling at the prospect of action, the gallant bishop wheeled his little troop, dashed out of the copse with a shout and a flight of arrows, and rushed into the thickest of the fight. End of chapter 21, part 2.